Okay, one moment. I am, okay, I got my caffeine, I got my protein shake that I need to chug, I got water over here, which I'm gonna refill really quickly, and I gotta check my teeth just in case if I don't have food in it. Because I munched a little bit, but I need to eat some more. I need to eat! I need to fuel brain!
Oh no, I hear the UI element. She's scrubbing her friends list again. Watch out everyone, get your friend list fees ready.
That's really funny! Wait, thank you! Wait, what's happening? Lion, thank you for the 100 bits. I really appreciate you. Super, thank you for the 100 bits. That was really funny. I am not scrubbing my friends list at the moment, but I don't know. What could I be doing? I don't know. Oh frick, I need to play an ad. That's what I need to be doing. I need to be chugging this protein shake. I don't wanna. But it's good for me or something. have a chaser. She's lying. What am I lying about? I actually probably should work on the friends list, to be honest. How's everyone doing? Hello. I got my water. I have 4 different drinks on my desk right now. I have 4 different drinks on my desk right now. I need to consume probably 2 of them at the very least right now. But my brain is really smushy. Oh yeah, it's water shot. It's actually water chug at the moment. Hi Eternal, how's it going? Happy birthday! It's your birthday! Oh my gosh, you get 5.5 for your birthday? Do you have birthday plans? Also, hi Jake, how are you? Hello Latin, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Super, thank you for the 100 bits as well. Hi King, hi Thistle. Hi Tuesday, how are y'all doing today? Hi Ryo, hi Moore, hi Wolf, hi Stel. Okay, alright, this is like not, usually I used to make a smoothie and just have it with a shake and it used to taste a lot better. But right now, I don't have time for a smoothie, so I'm gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna chase. I'm gonna chug my protein shake and I'm gonna chase it with caffeine and this yogurt drink, and it's gonna be great. Thank you for the 100 bits!
I heard happy birthday.
Not my birthday.
Happy birthday, oh great leader. Stealer of pants.
No! That's not true. None of this is true. Okay, alright. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it, but I need to. I already have it made. Hi, Del. How are you? It's not my birthday. It's somebody's birthday, but it's not my birthday. You know whose birthday it is? It is Eternal's birthday. Happy birthday, Eternal. There we go. Let me change the pin message. All right. Okay. If I have to go to the bathroom a lot in the next couple hours, you know why. Peak hydration. I'm trying my best. I'm trying so hard. Stream is the occasion. Why is there an occasion? It's because we're nearing down the end of the patch in Final Fantasy XIV. This is a very coveted, very beloved like expansion. So we're just working our way through it. This is finale part 1 and finale part 2 is tomorrow. Is that a drinking problem? Yeah, I do have a hydration problem. I don't drink enough, so therefore I'm remedying that today by chugging lots of liquids. And like I said, if I go to the bathroom a lot later, you know why. I don't want to drink. Do I want more of this? Hydrate? I'm trying! Thank you for the 100 bits!
Hydrate.
I did try. I washed my hair today. Chug? No, I already did! You missed it! I chugged earlier. I'm now having my chasers. Like, I drank... It was like this full, probably. This is... I'm trying to think. So this is... a quart, I think? Exactly, Stell. It's solution. It's drinking solution. It's a dehydration problem. It's so true. It's already almost 6. Okay, so I went to sleep. I'm pretty sure I went to sleep. I like passed out around 2, maybe 3. I was asleep for 11 to 12 hours. Okay, so if y'all are not in Discord, let me catch you up. So you know that beeping sound that made me cry that one time on stream because it was going on for 19 hours? Well, that came back on Thursday. It came back on Thursday, and I had to attempt to sleep through the night with it, and then they fixed it in the morning, right? And then it came back Friday. It came back it came back Friday night. Well, no, it came back Wednesday. Was it? No, okay, so it was Wednesday and Thursday. During the middle of the night, one time there was a power outage. So that's why that went out. The other time it was just randomly, and it was like at 8 p.m. I think it was Thursday night on 8 p.m. It started going off, and it didn't stop until the morning because I had to attempt to sleep through it, and I did not sleep very well. And I was awake a lot of the night, and I had earplugs in and everything, but it wasn't helping. And so that's why I think on Friday, so last night, I passed out for like 12 hours. So that's great. I slept through all of my alarms. I ignored Alarmer Chan 100%. It was okay. I will say the alarm was not that loud. Also, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you for the hype train, by the way. The hype train already passed and finished. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the bits. So yeah, my brain. I'm pretty sure I slept for like, I don't know. It felt like 11 to 12 hours. At the very least 10 hours probably.
Anthony just subscribed.
And sleep debt is so real. Penny! Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for 7 months. 5.5. 5.5. It's happening today. Okay, true question. Do y'all think that, Ishikawa, no, wait, I want to say her name properly. Ishikawa, did she kiss the brick before throwing it at us? Maybe I shouldn't ask that question. Maybe I'll ask that question tomorrow. Maybe I ask that question when we hit credits. Did she kiss the brick before she ended up throwing it at us for 5.5? Just to commit sleep fraud, and store the debt somewhere else. Hi, Fizzy, how are you? How quickly can re-rail notice friends? Wait, can re-rail? Wait, I'm confused. Wait, I'm not reading this right. Try not to cry. You got this, gamer. Thank you, Jake. I appreciate you. Also, you try not to cry either. You're going through Endwalker right now. Derail. Oh, derail. I'm struggling. Okay, I was like, what do you mean derail? It's like a new term I don't know about. Derail, as in distract me from the horrors of amazing storytelling. I don't know if it's horrors. How are you doing, Fizzy? It's good to see you, by the way. I'm sure everyone knows. Everyone in chat already knows Fizzy, but go follow Fizzy if you do not know her, because she's a wonderful, lovely streamer. And also, surprisingly, I think as I always think of you as well, like you've been on nonstop with editing as well, and you're doing so great. I'm so proud of you, and it's like really inspiring because I've been like editing more, and if not for me struggling this entire week, which honestly Big Sad came to town, and that wasn't great. So, and then plus the whole alarm thing 2 nights in a row through the middle of the night. It's awful. I'll need to post it later of like the sound for it. I already have in Discord, but like to repost it again, it's so miserable. But yeah, 2 nights in a row was not very productive. I was actually pretty productive on one of those days. I finished a short and then, probably should upload that, but I finished a short and then I also ended up, like editing down my first Shadowbringer stream, which actually did pretty well. I'm pretty proud of it. It's all timestamped. No one can see it though. No one can see it though because I have it unlisted on my account. Also, thank you so much. Hi Perk, hi Humble, how are you both doing? Look, if 2Demon would just stop making us cry, we wouldn't be dehydrated. It's so true. That's why I had to chug so many drinks today. I need to put this one away. I don't want any more yogurt. I am gonna drink more caffeine, just a little bit. I can't drink too much, otherwise I'll probably feel achy. But I do have water in my very cute wallet, so there's that. I'll put that there. Also, hi Jenna, how are you? Hi Adalek. Look, flowers. Wait, she'll derail herself. It's fine. Also, hi Yami, how's it going? She's being nice. I'm a lunatic. I don't know how you do it. Do you have an editor yet, Fizzy? Because like you are like absolutely on it. Yummy caffeine. Do you want some, Jenna? I have like a case of these. I may or may not have got locked into Vieira for a week for your FC timing. I was testing out the ears and FC pulled you into maps and my no, your timer ran out, so I'm a Talafel for a week. It's okay. It's okay. And then whenever you go back to Lala though, Wolf, you can just put the little bunny ears on your Lala and then you can just say you shrank. No man, I'm running out of energy drinks. You're running on energy drinks and little. You are incredible. You're doing so great, but please take care of yourself. Please don't forget that part. Because like, honestly, if I could, if it didn't hurt my relationships and my sanity and my routine, I'd probably be editing into like the AM, into like 6 AM, because apparently that's just when my brain works best. Like, as soon as it hits 12 AM, I'm on it. I'm so productive, and it's so bad. I have a new emo. I want to see it. Wait, let me. Maybe I can look through it. Wait, I have your emotes as well. Where's the emote? Where's the emote? You have so many good ones. Oh my gosh, that's so cute to help take notes. I love it, actually. That's so good. Oh my gosh. That is so cute, Jenna. Oh my gosh. It's so cute. It's sitting in my living room. How many oh my gosh. Okay. Wait. I'm just realizing, Jenna, you could also, like, mods could use the actually part whenever they end up banning somebody. That'd be so funny. But also, Fizzy, you are also, I have no doubt that you were suffering whenever Twitch decided to take all our highlights away, right? Because I hated it so much. I had to go get a 6 terabyte hard drive, and I am working on hopefully getting an 8 terabyte hard drive. That is my current sub goal. Everything towards subs and bits and everything really is going towards hopefully another hard drive, and it's painful right now because that hard drive it's pretty much full, and I had to start moving things to my SSD, which I don't want to do because I want to just keep it like just for games. And then I'm just realizing I do have another SSD, but that was for another build, but I could use that in this build, but I'm also gonna probably run out of SATA cables, so that's a thing. And yeah, just so fun. Did you make it in time? Yes, I did. I was able to save everything I needed to. There's unfortunately I did lose some. This is my own fault because I didn't save the expiring VODs, but I did lose Expedition 33 my first 3 days. So I'm gonna start over. There's external 2. But the thing is, it's expensive though, is the big thing. I told you this. I already told you this. We talked about it in Discord. I lost my first 3 days in Expedition 33 because I was just busy and I didn't think about it, and it like went over my brain, and I lost them. So unfortunately. Also, hi Saya. Unfortunately, I don't have them. I weep tears of oceans in your condo now. We literally looked up to see if there was any VODs at all. There isn't any. It's sad. I guess I was gonna already play it. I think next week we're gonna play it again. Hi Raiden, how are you? I slept from a Lala to Vieira. It feels such right. That's kind of why I'm like scared to ever go tall, because like it's fun zooming around as a Lala, right? It's so silly and fun. And I think it's any talls. I've heard it's a little painful for Elizons especially. Like technically they're all the same speed, but it's just the animations and everything. Fizzy, are you gonna get a NAS one day? Are you gonna get like a whole setup for footage and just run a whole NAS? It's the same thing with Giant Mount. They feel slow. You know what? We probably should test that later on as well, especially the little tiny like Yokai Watch,
Technical just subscribed.
like little mount.
Didn't in heart.
Thank you, Technical. Thank you so much for 23. Oh my gosh, next month is 2 years. How? Technical, how's it been 2 years since I've known you? Because I'm pretty sure I just met you last year. I'm pretty sure. How's it been 2 years? It's really weird. It feels really, really weird. It's been 2 years. You mean it? I know, right? It wasn't 2 months ago that I met you. It feels so weird. But the thing is, like, I do remember you ended up making a Final Fantasy character when we all started it as well. So you had one, or I'm sure you still have it. And like, I have been playing Final Fantasy for like 2 years at this point. So it checks out. It just feels very weird. We're not old. I don't think we're old. FFT coming out next week? Oh, Tactics. I was like, there's another game that uses FFT though. Tactics is the end of next month. So yeah, okay, never mind. I forgot. It's not the beginning of August anymore. We are at the end of August. I pre-ordered it, so I need to go pick it up eventually. I need to go put money towards it. I don't like Amazon, but the Amazon pre-order is a poster. I'm like, do I want the poster? It's like, I don't need it. I don't need the poster. There is a deluxe version, which I'm curious, is anybody who did pre-order Tactics, are you getting the deluxe version or the base version? I'm getting it on Switch because like apparently you'll be able to have a Switch 2 version of it as well, which is really cool. But yeah. Hi Kiwi, how are you? Menacing children at heart forever though. Menacing? I don't know. I don't think you're menacing, Technical. I don't know if I'm menacing. Oh, are you talking about our Lalas? You want, let's see, no. WOTL? I don't know if I know that. I don't know if I know that acronym, I'm sorry. Is it a Zelda acronym? Because I know there's Tears of the Kingdom and there's Breath of the Wild. No, I don't know what that acronym is. Never mind. I'm so sorry. True Lalas are menacing. I wasn't even thinking about that. I mean, I think some people are very terrified of Lalas. Oh, also I redecorated my yard. It's not its full form, but if y'all want to visit, you're welcome to. There's less seating areas, but I think it's interesting looking. We can do a little tour. Also, let me move you all around. I hope everyone's doing well today. I'm so sorry for being late. Tomorrow should be on time, okay? Tomorrow should be on time. Tomorrow should be on time and everything should work out perfectly and well and amazing and great and really excited about it. And today was just a little wonky. Because I literally woke up past stream time and then I had to get ready. I actually showered. Well, I do shower. What do you mean actually? I actually showered before. No, I'm not wording it right. I showered, and that's why it took longer, and then also having to style my hair and putting on face and makeup. Sometimes I kind of think, what if I just dim the lights a lot more? And then you can't really see anything, ever. Wait. I forgot. Oh, wait. Sorry, you gave Timer Chan money. Are you trying to bribe her? Baguette budget? Wait. Why would I eat a baguette for Final Fantasy Tactics, though? That doesn't make sense. Thank you for baguette money. I feel like I'm getting pocket money. Wrath of the Lich King? Oh, War of the Lions. Oh, thank you, Magic. Okay, all right. Wrath of the Lich King. We're all trying to figure out the acronym. I appreciate y'all. I wasn't the only one thinking it. I love a tour. Okay, I'll give you a tour of my yard. We're playing WoW. No, nothing against WoW. It's just I don't think I have time for 2 MMOs. Fizzy, are you getting back into WoW? If you get back into WoW, maybe I can follow you around. I don't know what world you play, but I'll play something that complements and helps. Hi Shaba, how are you? Actually, no to showers. I do shower. Have you done weapon quest? Okay, Shaya, I have. Here, if anybody is curious of what I have and have not done, I have done the weapon quest. Okay, I basically have done almost all the optional content, save for the second half of Baja, or Baja. I'll figure out how to say it. Like Merweb said it earlier, so I know there's a certain way to say it. But that is my spreadsheet of everything I've done. I've done the weapon quests. I've done the raid series. So I've done weapon quests. I've done Eden. I've done Nier. I've done some of my level 80 quests. I've done the optional dungeons. I've done what else? I've done the optional dungeons. I've also done some optional quests too. Fizzy trying to explain Wild and Notice would be pretty entertaining. Okay, explain to me. I got it. I'm resisting the sauce. Is it a new expansion that looks interesting to you, Fizzy? Has to finish Expedition 2. She has a specific day on a specific, on the week. So you just gotta be patient. I literally can never go back to it because I lost my auto account, and being a new WoW player has its own special hell. Well, I attempted to play very briefly, and I wasn't very good, and I knew nothing, and then also now realizing that I have to be stuck in one class. I don't know how to feel about that. So, maybe. You mean you don't say Baja? Like Baja Blast? No. I'm pretty sure I did. I'm having it. Oh, I have addiction issues. Do you think you'll end up like dumping too much time into WoW if you end up going back? I mean, do you think it would work if you played like on your once a week schedule? If you like swapped a day for it? Hi Seb, how are you? I hope you were doing well. I hope job stuff, or I don't know, did you end up starting job stuff and doing orientation and everything? I have three streamers playing Expedition 33 once a week. What is this hell? I mean, they're in different spots, so it's great though, right? Did it rain in your face like Easter eggs? So Saya. I started watching Witch from Mercury. Well, okay, I had already seen one episode of Witch from Mercury, right? So I was like aware of it. But I literally started watching Gundam Witch from Mercury because we did the weapon series. I was like, this is so Gundam. I was like, this is so cool. This is so neat to see. And then I was like, okay, I have to watch it. And we've been watching it in Discord. And as devastated as I was in the weapon series, even the same and more so while watching Gundam. It's been great. It's been great. No, but I really did enjoy it. Oh my gosh. Okay, so say it like at the end of the weapon series, I mean, I was crying because of the very last moment with like Alphonse and everything. But then afterwards, when I was walking around in the city and listening to the music, it was even worse, coming to a realization of like NPCs in the area is what I'll say. And then that really punched me in the gut. I got stabbed, and then the knife was twisted. It was very I really enjoyed actually being able to pilot a mech as well. I think that was really cool. I was really hoping for it. But yeah, I just kept on asking. Like, this is I kept on asking, is it gonna, like, is Gundam tragic? Is Gundam gonna hurt me? The kids, that's exactly what happened. That is, like, after reading the dialogue and the realization for them, and like realizing they've always been there, and everyone was telling me like when they started, like when they were in the area, it was really bad. Oh my gosh. Oh, that'd be so cute. I don't think I would be, I don't know. Would I be Mio, or would I be somebody else though? Mio's so cute though. She's so, Gundam's got hands. It does. I'm also, I am slowly working on like editing my reactions. Like, I have them synced now, but I'm like slowly like editing the reactions from Wish from Mercury as well, and I'm excited. We finished season 1 and it was good. Since RP lore with my characters in your head, only having one class is no issue with you. Okay, it just means different flavor of hero, and you're used to it from Guild Wars 2. We're halfway. Yes, we finished season 1 and it was good. The housing, stay strong. There's housing. Wait, exactly. I would no life it. I mean, like, what if... yeah, I'm just trying to think. It'd be too hard to just do one day. Would you want to just, like, play it on your off days as well? And, oh yeah, and I guess the thing is, if you're on the edit grind as well, it'd be really difficult to do. It's the 25th. Okay, so in 2 days. We'll be back. Soon I'll be back to Eorzea, hopefully. I'm really excited for you, Sep. That's gonna be really, really cool. Also, hi, Blues. 14 all classes and 1 character spoiled me too much. That's how I'm gonna feel too. If I ever end up picking up another MMO, I feel like I'd be a little spoiled. But no, actually, no. Okay, so we've been asking, when is Notice going to get her first Gunpla, right? When am I gonna get my first Gunpla? But really, the question is, who is gonna be my first Witch from Mercury cosplay? That is so true, Jenna. That's such a good idea. Who would I even want to cosplay? I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Yeah, okay, I have to think about it and see the costumes as well. I guess the uniform would be easy. 11, also you do all the jobs on 1 character. Another MMO to try and play. I don't know if I would have to get her helmet thingy though. I have 2 big cosplay projects I want to do. It's gonna take a while. Yeah, I think it'd be fun to figure out another cosplay that I'd like to do. I mean, eventually would like to have my staff, like my cake staff for my Lala. And, but I would like a character would be really neat though. Just need a little crafting. I don't know how to 3D print. I'm sorry. It would be, I know 3D printing does help a lot in terms of like props and stuff though. Bye, Eternal. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna call Limbo right now since I have a start date for your new location. No other details. Try calling. Told be back at 2, never happened. 4:30 wasn't there. I left a message. Okay, you know what? I hope they're just like super busy and they call back and apologize and everything like that. Do you have their email or anything that you could like message them? Hi, Kexing, how are you? Ooh, that's exciting. You know what? We have talked about like what if I did, I mean like a dagger cosplay would be feasible too, because I kind of like if I did a casual one or like one that's a little bit more accurate, that'd be cute. Hi, Nia. You've had new glam? Okay, let me put away my stuff really quickly. I'm gonna play an ad and I'm going to put away the drinks on my desk that I chugged earlier, and let me look at everyone's glam, and you can go through the maze in my yard. We're in Sarg. Yeah, we're in Sarg right now. With a poutine. That sounds good. Okay. All right. Sorry. I'm distracted. I'll be right back. Fizzy, you didn't even need to do anything to derail. I was already gonna be yapping. Also, does anyone want to see my notes? Okay. I'll be right back. Did someone say notes? Yes. Oh my gosh, 2, 3 emotes. So easy. I was already gonna yap, okay? Also, on the way to the house, okay, go get lost in. I need more slots in order to make it fully a maze, but I think it's silly and interesting. Passes around sharpened number 2 pencils. Thank you, Jenna. Are y'all excited? Static, are y'all excited for whenever we end up figuring out our next schedule? I want to get back into extreme content again. I think it'd be fun. I have this cheat called estate teleportation, so no getting lost. It only gets you to the front door, though. After that, you're on your own. It's not really a maze. It's not that elaborate. It's just small and silly. But I ended up switching up the yard just because I thought it would be interesting. Alright, let me this. Let me put this over here. Let me put OBS on this side. I'm enjoying the little water path. I'm glad you like it. It's just a small silly thing. All right. Let me get back. Oh yeah, I still need to work on mod applications, I guess, for Endwalker, because yeah, I gotta work on that. Or just request if anybody's available. Okay, let me get out of G-pose real quick. Oh my gosh! Oh! It's cute! Oh, you were trying to do the jump up here. Yeah, there's another little path over here. Like a little, a little secret. Not really that secret. You've done all the classes to 16. Now you can do all the dungeons. That's so smart to do. Oh my gosh. But I ended up redoing my yard because I was like, I need to change it. So actually, I need to change the gates really quick. I'm too tall for this. I'm gonna break your ankles. Take the path up. You can take the path up and then jump from behind. But, so it looks prettier at night because there is some lights too, but I ended up changing my yard for funsies. Hi, Annie. And, go left or right over here. If we go on this side, I was considering, like, doing something a little different here, but we put the little pool here, these little steppy stones. And this is the secret left entrance to the bridge on the other side. What ward? I must complete the challenge! That's where my house is. So over here. And then we get a good view. This is actually a nice view because there is more like vertical height over here. In order to see the fireworks in its time. Oh, congrats, you did it! Yay! Also Nia, it's so cute! This is where the moon, the real moon fair, Moonfire Fair is. You're back to a tall. How does it feel? So, so this is like the left side. I'm ignoring the house right now. All right, don't worry about the house, the actual house. I'm gonna work on it. I may end up changing it. And we have a little patio on this side over here. You know, it's very like little private patio. Also, if you live in the tent, you now live in a gated community. So, for anybody who lives in my yard inside the tent, you live in a gated community now. Like, it's double gated actually, because there's a gate in the front and there's a gate over here. So it's very private, very exclusive. Please knock before you enter. Dibs? You're gonna have to fight Yami for it. Yami currently lives there now. You can both share if you want. But this is me. You love the gated community. I was also trying to figure out what I wanted to do on this side. And I was like, well, I'm gonna put a bridge down for funsies. And it's actually pretty exclusive and pretty fancy. If you don't like, yeah, don't worry about this. But like a full-on gated community over here with a tent. And I actually might end up trying to move the tent further back and then having like a whole yard. But for now, the gate in your house is right there. Yes, and I ended up making a little, it's not really a maze. I'm gonna work on it because like I need some more stuff. There is a little private there's a little private area here with the grape lamp. So, you know, you and your special someone can hold hands under the grape lamp at night in the privacy of the garden. But yeah, that's about it. And then over here, I'm gonna change some stuff eventually. But I like this little area. I like, I don't know, I just like the view from this area. Oh my gosh, wolves, hello! And then also, it's easier to go onto the roof over here now, so we can watch the fireworks when it's nighttime. What if we kiss under the grape lamp? And we're both Lalafell's hours. Yeah, what if we held hands under the grape lamp in the in the maze? Oh my gosh, it's been so long. I hope you're doing well. I wonder if we should do an autumn refresh. Maybe. Jenna, maybe. That could be cozy. Like something to like, yeah, something warm. Something like warm for the colder season. Perhaps I can actually give you some money. You've been around. Oh, thank you for the lurk though. Been rather busy. Is it live stuff and in-game stuff? Idea machines brewing. I was thinking because like the first inspiration, the first like idea iteration of the inside is like was Crystarium, right? And I really like that. And it's I love the inside so much. But I'm thinking maybe next inspiration is Amaranth. Warm colors, pillows, comfort, yeah, and just like coziness, maybe a fire in there too. Well, like I'm trying to think of like a different type of like fireplace of just sort of like have that warmth in it. Hi Hildy, how are you? We got some thoughts though. Oh, I'll show you the house that gave me some inspiration. So I was like kind of walking around in the neighborhood and I really like this yard. And this yard reminds me of my first house as well, but I like what they did with it. So, little stone walking paths over here, and there's another wisteria, but I love this little peak, this little entrance right here. And I really like what they did with the garden over here, which they ended up putting 3 fountains, or like, yeah, 3 fountains, well, 2 fountains and a pool. And I like the decor. I love the flowers here. It looks really, really cute. And I liked how they used the cherry blossom tree as well. Anyways, I think they did a great job. Oh my gosh, and I didn't even realize this. Like a pile of petals over here too. Anyways, that's where some inspo came because I was like, you know what? We need a refresh. It was too spring feeling and we are no longer in spring. Hi Bio, how are you? Yes, Amaranth theme. Is that what I heard? Yes, I think that would be nice and cozy, and I think it would be nice for the fall or winter. But I'm working on it. Hi, Rhubarb. Crystarium and Amaranth full housing sets when? I know, right? I need it to be night so we can watch the fireworks together. But I think I'm gonna switch the gates. Because I think that gate would probably look better over here, and this maybe little gate would look better over here. So I'm gonna work on that later on. But I ended up wanting just to show the gated community in the corner. Throw wide open the gates? I mean, yeah. I do want to make a little bit more. I want to do something else in terms of like making it a little bit more like a maze, because we only had like this little corner here. Like I need more slots, but I don't have any. Sorry, I'm good. See, it's 30 out of 30 right now. I guess I could move the pool. I could do something about that. And then I would only have 1 more left though. And I like the little jumpy puzzle thing here because I like this platform, right? And I think it actually looks kind of nice. Also, hi Seb. Oh my gosh. We haven't seen you in forever. You changed your hair too. I like the fit. It looks good. Where's Win? Oh my gosh, Win! Seppa's back! Our Catboy Appreciator. You're progressing again? Does it feel good? But yeah, this over here, I like the pillars here, and it just looks, like the little peaks of light here too. Working on this, this doesn't necessarily need to be here, but it covers up the little pillars over here, which is nice. Because it doesn't really look good. It doesn't really look good otherwise. So, working on it. This pool, I would like to have a pool in the yard eventually, but right now, I'm willing to part with it. Summoner is back temporarily? Are you getting to a level 100 in the future? Or learning? Oh wait, where's everyone? I forgot everyone's on the roof. Oh my gosh, the little snowman, it's so cute. Also, thank you for the follow, welcome in. Shall we maybe? Notes time? Time to review our notes? Is it Tombstone? Yeah. Wait, let me sit. We can sit and use tombstone, right? I can. Lalas like high ground. Lalas enjoy high ground. It makes them feel more comfortable. That's why we're all on the roof. I actually might end up switching out the house for the cafe skin. Oh, it looks so cute over there. Hi, ghost. In the future, once I get enough coin to stabilize, I'll grab downtown. Okay, okay. That's gonna be exciting though. Summoner's back temporarily, and then gotta go through the extra side stuff. Do you have a checklist of what you want to do, Shaba? I like this concept, so hear me out. I'm thinking, what if we did an autumn on the outside, did winter? Ooh, I like that. No, that's good. That's good. Because right now we're doing a fun little spring thing or summer thing here because you know everything's very lush and very bright still, but not like spring bright, right? It's like the weather is stabilized enough in order for us to have hedges and everything. But yes, we need to work on an autumn. We'll need to play around. I also need to figure out what house I want on the outside too. If I want to keep this one or if I want to do the cafe one.
Ashstar99.
Hi, Ash. Thank you so much for the resub. I really appreciate it. Thank you for 17 months. How are you, by the way? Are you feeling good? Are you feeling confident? Are you done with all the class stuff? Good morning. I've only been playing for 2 months now, and I have 81 Dancer. Just started Heavensward. Oh, Heavensward! I'm under the sea, and I just started Heavensward, and I'm under the sea, and I hate it. Under the sea? Wait. Let me think. Under the sea. Just started. I'm trying to think where this is. Is my brain not? Oh, the Sea of Clouds. Oh, I see. Thank you. Stormblood? Under the sea. Oh, maybe. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to figure out where you are at the moment, Jed. But I hope you're having fun and enjoying yourself. If you ever have any questions, you're welcome to ask us. I feel like a lot of people in the community are very like open and very eager to help. And if there's anything I know or like if anything I can answer or help or anything like that, I'm always glad to do so. But no, yeah, Jenna, I like that idea. I like the fall into winter transition. Because it is very blue. And I was thinking it's more of like a blue vibe, right? Yeah, so I like that idea. And I'm trying to think what would be most comfy outside for exterior. So I'll have to try a couple things, which is exciting. You finished your finals yesterday. You have homework due tomorrow. Okay, you passed. I'm so excited. I'm so glad. I know you feel, I have no doubt you feel like really, really, really brilliant. Under the Sea is oh, it's an MSQ quest. Thank you. I was trying to figure out if it was a quest or not. I see. Thank you. Alright. Well, we will not spoil anything, but I will warn you all whenever it's time to do MSQs, if there's anybody, or if it's time to go into like the story in the MSQ, I will warn you all just in case, just because I am in Shadowbringers, and I'm on the last patch, question mark. I don't know if there's a 5.5 or 5.4. Either way, I'm hoping to hit credits tomorrow is my goal. And I was studying so hard and it ended up being open book. Well, okay, I'm still glad that like your professor ended up doing open book, because like at the very least for how much you studied, hopefully it was a lot easier to go through it and then also just to like confirm with yourself like, okay, I did it right. Like this is correct. Yeah, but I'm sure you would have felt a lot less stressed out if you had known. Oh, in Stormblood, I see. Okay, got it. Thank you. Oh, I know you are then. I do enjoy Stormblood. I would say, you know what? I'm not going to give too much bias in terms of like what people say is the best or whatever. I enjoy them all in their own way. And I do have a personal bias on some expansions, but I really enjoyed my time in Stormblood though. I feel like there's like a lot of fun content, especially the dungeons are really cool and really fun. I mostly play healers myself. I haven't found a DPS that really speaks to me at the moment. I play a little bit of tank. Barely, just barely. I like playing Dark Knight, and then sometimes I'll play a little bit of Paladin. And we're actually working on Marauder / Warrior, and that's been fun. I would say for sure I'm a healer main. Are you staying caught up with Hildy? No, I'm not caught up with Hildy at all. So Ghost, what I need to do, I needed to just like do Hildy in Discord. Like one night, I just need to do all of Hildy in Discord and just like chill with everyone and just hang out, because I don't think I'll even do Hildy on stream probably at this point. There's just so much. There's so much to catch up with. You're all good. I hope you're enjoying it, and we all of us here adore the story. Yeah, don't be sorry at all. How many times would she cry through the story? You know what? Not gonna cry. 0 times. Never crying at all. All the questions were on the practice, were on the test. Or just that's so nice. It's so nice to feel relieved and just to feel like you did it and you felt good. Did you, I'm assuming like you got a pretty high grade, or it hasn't been graded yet? Honestly, I liked A Realm Reborn a lot. It holds a special place in my heart. A Realm Reborn was so necessary. Yes, there are things that we can critique about it, but I think it sets such an important foundation for the rest of the game. Because if I had skipped A Realm Reborn, I don't think I would have loved the game as much as I do now, and like be so invested and want to do so much. And like there have been several moments where I'm like, I want to go back to A Realm Reborn and replay it from all the way back at the beginning. They're beefy. It's a lot. Just once from the beginning. Just again. Just once from the beginning to end. So I cry on my first quest when we start it, and I just don't stop. So it's one whole time. Actually, I think that's a really good one. That's a pretty good bet. Queen never cries. I got to 78. You're catching up. You're gonna overpass my Astro in no time. How do you feel about Astro? Or do you kind of feel the same at the moment? I like it a lot. I think it's important. Are not bad, just wordy. Yeah, they're dense. I have done A Realm Reborn Hildy. I just have to do Heaven's Word and Beyond, really. He hasn't graded it, but I'm pretty sure I got it. Okay, perfect. I'm so glad. I'm so glad you feel good about it. No monk? Okay, alright. Wolf, the thing is, we did the DPS bracket. We did the job quest bracket, and we didn't have a lot of monk voters, alright? We didn't have a lot of monk voters. Everyone voted for Marauder. I like more than White Mage, but less than Scholar. Have you played Sage yet? Yeah. Nia, have you played Sage yet? It was my first MMO, and I loved how low-key doing all these little tasks and just someone helping out in a big world. Oh, doing all the side quests. I really need to get into side quests again. I actually did a lot of side quests when I first started the game because I didn't know better. So I just did it. Monk is low population but high passion. I could see that. We'll give it a try eventually, because like I kind of like Viper. It's kind of chill. Like Dragoon's fine. I don't think I like Samurai though, but I think I'll like Reaper, and I'm unsure about Monk. I like Dark Knight though as a tank. That's probably my favorite tank at the moment. I just want to be a DPS. I don't want to do mechanics. For real. And then just curious, do you have all the role did you do all the role quests? Nope. I have done. The spreadsheet accurately tells me how many role quests I've done. I've done Dark Knight, White Mage, Scholar. That's it. Should I be doing more of them? Are there other ones I should catch up with? I probably should do Paladin at some point. Because honestly, I'm assuming all the level 80s are like solid. I need to do Paladin. And the only other one, Paladin, Astro. That's all I can do. I can only do Paladin and Astro at this point. Yeah, everything else. Oh, Paladin, Astro, Viper, Picto, Summoner. Can't do Summoner, it's level 50. Reaper and Viper play alike, so if you like one... Okay, that's good to know. Thank you, Perk. I probably will like Reaper then. That's good to know. Because like Viper's like it's super chill. Everyone's like telling me like, oh, Dancer's so chill. It's like it's super chill. I turn off my brain with it, but like you kind of gotta like for AOE's and for your standard step, you kind of have to get close to do that. I can't just stand off like in the corner opposite of where my healer is, like Machinist does. Thank you, Hoshi. Thank you for the lurk. And then let's see. Monk is cool, my main, since I knew how to change classes. Ooh, really? One day we'll try it. It's on the to-do list. I plan to try all of them, and I know some of them will not like resonate with me, which is completely fine. But it'll be interesting to give it a try. Like, we're working on the tanks right now. I have an idea. So maybe at level 60 for Marauder, maybe I should unlock Gunbreaker at the same time. Maybe. I had Dancer once who never hit the boss with their standards. Oh no! No! They never hit the... Because the thing is, like, I noticed, like, I was like, I wonder if I need to be close for this. Because I would do my standard step and I'd be like, it didn't make the sound. The sound where, like, you hit the thing, right? I'm like, Hi, Drax. How's it going? Let's do more role quest. Okay, maybe tonight. Yeah, maybe tonight. The only DPS I play competently is Black Mage. One day we'll try it. It's once again on the to-do list. And then I stumbled upon another quest that wasn't in the document, and it falls under why is it in the document / important. There is another one? Wait, I have to... It's not in the Google Doc? Or it's not in the Excel sheet? Do we need to tell Tuesday, maybe? I think the Shadowbringers quests are, oh, the role quest. Oh, I've done all the role quests. Yeah, I've done each role quest, and I've done the capstone quest already, but I still need to work on, yeah, the level 80 quest. Just DPS is a ranged player, if I've ever heard one. I used to like Monk. They kind of ruined it for me in Dawn Trail. You don't really like the changes. I feel like your escalation to where you end up by, say, the end of Stormblood is gradual and earned. We call it Slamurai. Slamurai? Wait, how much slam damage? Do they also slap, do samurais also slap the ground? Working on samurai, once I get to 90, all my DPSs will be 90. Ooh. Are you gonna work on tanks and healers afterwards? Is melee range sometimes. Melee range sometimes. Reaper for me, I think I'm decent at Picto. Like for Picto, I like understand there's like your paintings and stuff like that, but everyone who says Picto is more like simple or easy to play than Viper, no, Viper is way easier. For me at the very least, it clicks in my brain easier at level 80, but I'm sure eventually we'll get back. Oh no, you are all good, Jed. I hope you were enjoying your time. Anyone remember the Summoner Scholar auto attack? Was so good. You needed to be in melee if you wanted to optimize it. When was that? Black Mage is a lot easier now, for better and just for worse. I mean, I hear you're a lot more mobile too, right? I think 3 capstones. There's another yellow quest. I did that. It's really important lore-wise. I think I did all of them. I'm pretty sure I don't have any quests for her at the moment. I think, unless there's another one. I left it off, choice to keep it a surprise. Sometimes I wonder if it should be listed. Oh no, there's another one? Do I need to go back? Picto is very intuitive for you, but Viper is easier. Slower. My tanks are 70, 80. Healers are 80, working at 90. Okay, so I did not do it. Picto is easier than Viper, just no positionals. Oh yeah, that's true. I don't know how to do positionals. Never mind. Maybe it's not easy. If I play it unoptimally, if I don't min-max it, it's way easier. Book damage was 2.x was good. It was funny, did more melee than the Black Mage or White Mage stuff. That's really funny though. Also, it's just silly. Is it because both of them have books? And that's like, or maybe the Scholar Summoner books just hit harder. Maybe they're just very hefty. I was, no. Yeah, I was there with a friend. We both got one. Oh, no. The big roll of mental coffer. Nice. She got the machinist one. Are you keeping yours right now? I love figmentals. Hi, Win. Positionals. Oh, let's see. Directionals, positionals. That's what true north is for. I always try to use my true north whenever I can. Reaper has no positionals. Wait, really? Reaper doesn't have positionals? Okay, I'm gonna be a Reaper main apparently. Hi, Q, how are you? My only lower class than 90 right now is Blue Mage at 38, which I may want to level eventually. It's fun, yeah, and it's definitely optional for sure. You took the jump, the jump path. Oh, I can show you all my new outfit too. Wait. This only works on healers. So I have, wait. Cute, thank you.
Has gifted 5 subs to viewers.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. I'm just thinking, what was it for? Are you here? Are you here for the 5.5? Have you considered Bard? I have. I think Bard looks really interesting. I don't know if I'll like it or not though. Wait, there we go. My new outfit. Also, thank you again, Kexing. I really appreciate the dress. And I ended up dyeing it black, as I usually would. So I have the hat is, let me go here. So the hat is one of the near items, right? The dress is Summertide formal dress. The gloves, actually, I had a different pair of gloves, but I ended up using the near gloves again, the 2B gloves. I have a safety skirt on, safety shorts on, and then I two-tone dyed the little heels, and I made the ribbon white. So it's a little black, a little bit of white, and mostly black outfit. Bard is this machinist who hasn't found her gun yet. For everyone, if you use the pen emote, then change jobs, the pen and notepad disappears? Wait, the pen emote? Wait, what's the pen emote? But I like the hat. I wish my hair didn't clip through it, but it's fine. So if there's ever a formal event, I need to find a reason to go to a to a dressed up event. Maybe I'll just wear this during Endwalker. Maybe that, I don't know. We'll see. We have to figure out the vibe at the end of Shadowbringers and whether a formal attire is required. You didn't know? We have been taking notes. We have a note-taking emote in game now. Is it new? Writing on nothing with nothing? We can take notes. We take notes. Exactly. Oh. I need that, because if I'm taking notes in game, or in IRL, then my Lala can take notes in game. I think the vibe at the end of Shadowbringers is just weeping. That's what I think too. That's why I have waterproof eyeliner on. I hope it's fine. It's /pen? Oh, I don't have it. I think you have to actually unlock it. PvP? No. Don't make me. Oh, it's from PvP. I see. I need to do PvP. Okay, got it. How do you get the take notes? I think my favorite glam is yours so far. It's hard to say. They're always so good. I like that one too. It looks good. I like the purples you chose for this outfit. Because I have that one too, but I've just never really used it very often. Also, I like the little circlet too. Your Honor, I can live without the emote for now. If we do one front lines, you'll unlock it, I promise. Okay, I can maybe be convinced off stream in the future whenever we're all like chilling or something and we just do it in Discord together. You're doing PvP for the first time forever. It's shockingly easy. Okay, we'll work on it one day. Maybe I'll just get it in like a routine. Only level 5 of the battle pass, not too difficult. Exactly. Very early in. You'll get it. Okay. When's the season ending though? Okay, also, another thing. So I need to go back to the inn room because we gotta go watch. Oh, hi, Saya! We gotta go watch. What is it called? We gotta go watch a cutscene! Alright, alright. Oh my gosh, we have more cat boys again. I don't know where they're at. Probably very busy. I know this one over here is a stray. That it comes by whenever whenever he wants though, which is okay. Oh wait. Where's my pet? There we go. Now I'm thinking of making watch a cutscene in the house for your new build. Wait, no. Wait. I'm thinking of making a watching cutscene room. A watching cutscene room? Oh my gosh. What if we had a cozy corner where we take notes and wait, no, take notes and cutscenes are being watched? That'd be fun. Basically, everyone would be watching TV. Everyone would gather into the room and be watching TV. They look tasty, thank you. They're all fun snacks. I definitely want to get more sub badges in the future, and I want to like, eventually when you get to a year plus, you get a croissant. Feeling inspired? Honestly, like, I was recently feeling inspired too because I want to like eventually like decorate my room, but I don't know how I want to do it. A reading corner / Nook home theater? Oh, that'd be cute. That's so cute. Also, Jenna, I don't know. You were streaming during this part, but your house in Wrath is so good. I love how you rounded the corners and you made the room like so bright, like on the main floor, even the bottom floor too. I love the rounded look in your house, and I love all the windows. It looked so good. I was gushing over it whenever we walked in and we hung out, and it was so fun. It took forever. Oh my god, I can only imagine, just because it was so much effort to make it symmetrical and to line everything up right. 400 items. Man, I really hope in the future they update for more limit items to add to stuff, but it looks really nice. All made and dyed by you. You did so good. You did so good. Oh my gosh, I crafted everything. It probably saved you so much money too, which I have no doubt you spent a pretty penny for that room. Oh my gosh, everyone's so cute. Wait, is it nighttime? Wait, we're gonna watch fireworks together. We're gonna watch fireworks together. Okay. We're gonna watch fireworks together and review my notes really quickly. All right. Absolutely, I came in under budget. Oh my gosh. I feel like for some people who end up like crafting that much, like y'all need... Oh my gosh, the fireworks! Wait. It's print screen, I think. I don't have it. Let me change this. I was gonna say, like, I feel like some of y'all probably need Excel sheets in terms of, like you said, to be within budget for what you want to make and make sure, like, to cross off and check off things. But I guess there's websites for that too, I guess, right? Kind of? Okay, so, notes for last time, really quickly. So, last stream, which was last Sunday, more Fandaniel nonsense was the biggest thing. So essentially in 5.4, we wrapped up a lot of like loose ends, and it was very sweet. It's like a lot of really great things happen. There's a couple of like, you know, sadder things, of course, but one of the biggest things was Gabu. We got to see Gabu. Alize did her thing. She helped Gabu. He's okay. Our little Small's all right. We ended up actually helping that whole tribe, and essentially like cured the patriarch. And even though the patriarch still doesn't trust humans, he trusts Gabu, and Gabu was so brave. Gabu was so brave. He ended up like, despite knowing, like, not the patriarch, the high priest, the patriarch, the high priest like killed his parents. He was still so brave to speak up and try to get the high priest to like listen to him and understand that like we're allies and we're his friends, right? So there's that, and then there was the pirates as well. So there's one of the pirate factions who ended up being ended up stealing crystals. Ended up stealing crystals from the Cabal and selling them at like a sharp margin, like a sharp discount. So we ended up dealing with that, and the captain came by, and the second in command was kind of like taking over because the captain was sick, and like that got resolved. Everything was good there. What else did we do after that? The pirates. The towers. The towers is what happened after. So a bunch of towers popped up everywhere, all over Eorzea, and also even, in the east as well. So that was interesting, because, like, and it seemed like it was Garlean construction, right? So these, like, beacon tower thingies were all over Eorzea. So we ended up going to the locks, right? And Fandaniel, is a sovereign individual. Alright, so this is a recap of what happened last time. So, Fandaniel is a sovereign individual, apparently. And he's a sundered Ascian that does not like Elidibus. And Xenos is his esteemed patron. And he said that he's very interesting. Like, he is using Asahi's body, which is a choice. And it was mostly in order to influence powers in Garlemald, right? Because Asahi was kind of like the adopted heir of the House of Brutus or whatever, and then Brutus, and then he, as the heir, is supporting what's his name? Yeah, supporting Lord Nevra of the Third Legion, and is backed by the house. So I think there's like chaos happening. I mean, there's already a civil war happening in Garlemald, but it like that's why he decided to take that body for the long game, I guess. But he's interesting because he says that I want to die and take everyone and like to make them like be in pain and suffering. He's so, because he's not really aligned. He doesn't really want to do like the rejoining. That's not really his end goal or end game at this point. Like, because he was saying like how the uncentered Ascians were the ones who like are very obsessive over the idea. So let's see. So what it made me think as well, because he's a sundered Ascian and he's like, you know, tempered by Zodiark and has all these powers and everything, right? Is he just like tired? Is he over it and like tired of being like tempered and being an Ascian or something like that? Because he seems different from Mitron and Lawgriff, who understood their task and like believed in it, where he's just kind of like going doing whatever he wants. So what his goal is to recreate the final days in the source. And I don't think it's because he wants to rejoin. I think he just wants everyone to die. I think he wants the end of the world is his goal, right? Okay, let's go back really quickly. Hi, Vela. We were saying earlier as well. Yeah, Eorzea has 5G. And actually, the reason why the towers went up is because we can't ignore Xenos' text anymore. We can't say, like, the cell service is just breaking up. We couldn't get the message or whatever. It's like, oh, I have bad service. No, he put up all the towers so we would have service to reply to him. Because essentially, Fandaniel was like, Fandaniel essentially gave us a message from Xenos threatening us with a date, because he was like, no, you can't ignore us, and you can't ignore Xenos anymore. You have cell service now. You have self service. You like, please reply. Please reply to Xenos. But anyway, so back to Fandaniel really quickly. Like, he's definitely very different from the other Ascians. Like, he says, I'm different, you see, from the other ancients who clung to dear life. And you, don't bother trying to reason with me. You'll find I have no reason, no creed. I think that was probably an important like little blurb of like explaining who he is. We kept on also saying that he's very jester-like, right? He's like very over the top, a lot of like very over the top and theatrical. But of course, as we were saying, like he's definitely the theater kid. And Emmett is definitely the theater like director, theater teacher. They're very different in terms of those kind of vibes. Okay, what else? Yeah, so Fandaniel wants to destroy the world where Xenos exists to relive that moment where we beat him up and he died. Maybe not. So Lunar Bahamut is another thing we have to worry about now. Like, Lunar Bahamut is definitely not... it does not seem like it is, like, a primal, right? It definitely is some kind of, like, Astian recreation, like, Fandaniel recreation. Okay, let's see. So meanwhile, you can't ignore Xenos. Why not? There's still tunnels in the area. So true. We need to just live underground. You know what? Let's go under the sea. Let's go live under the sea now, right? We don't have cell reception under there, right? Right? You just stop oversalting your food. Do you oversalt it while cooking it or like after the fact? Yes, you can call them steamed despite they were grilled. Hi Shin, how are you? Thank you again, IQ, for the 5 gifted subs. Jesters are so difficult. Yeah, no, they are. We have had to deal with a good chunk of them. Okay, so what else? So meanwhile in the locks, which we did have a meanwhile clip that I did not expect. I got meanwhile jump scared. So meanwhile, Lise ended up sending like scouts to one of the towers to check it out, right? And the scouts come back and they say glory be to Garlemald. Okay, sorry, I'm so sorry by the way, but this is probably doesn't make sense, but if anybody who's not here, anybody who's not doing 5.5, like mute, don't listen to me. Please, don't listen to me. Anyways, going back, so she sends scouts to the tower, right? And they come back saying, glory be to Garlemald. And we were thinking, well, now they're tempered by Garlemald? But when? Who? How? So the sorry. So the towers are not primals, but they're tempering people. And then I was thinking, did the Amaja who got abducted, was it to the towers? Were they tempered by the towers? Now we have to think, is this curable? Because now we know that Alizé can cure tempered people. Not just Alizé, but now we have a method, right? With the Porkies to cure people who are tempered. But are they curable? Like, are these people curable? And to the Empire? Question mark? Okay. And then we have another meanwhile. Meanwhile in the throne room. Okay, so he wants to do chaos over the land, befits the final days. Better to fall to one who has it all than to falter before an inferior, which I think that might make more sense later on. So this is a non-consensual dating sim because Xenos is making us date him and we don't wanna. Well, at least I don't want to. He does not have a compelling argument for me to agree to date him, alright? Just because he liked it and he wants to, that's not compelling, alright? You need better reasons. You have to learn how to accept the answer no, please. Anyways, and now he has a new weapon because he stepped on his sword, so his golf bag arc is over. Like, big thing. Xenos no longer has a golf bag. And then also, Tatar and Kryle they're gonna go find a Stinian. As Tatar and Kryle are gonna go find a Stinian. I'm very excited about that. And then we're gonna rewatch that last cutscene before we start into 5.5. So that's where we're at right now. He would literally kill the world for you. Never, never happy. By the way, we do love our cat boy. He's very precious and very adorable, and we have to protect him at all costs, okay? I know, super cringe. Run away, notice. I'll hold off Xenos. Thank you. You're gonna take the bullet for me, Nia. I appreciate you so much. And then also, I still can't think. I can't stop thinking about the grandpas, okay? Both of them. You have some high expectations. I finished my matcha latte. Now you want another? Can you make any at home? Or can you like buy some supplies to make some at home? Paid actor, of course. That cutscene was insane. Well, I'm from, I never heard that expression. Oh, let me go back. It's an a la Negan expression. Oh, let me go back. Reading the, wait, no. Steam patron, more like steamed patron. And Graha made this face. Yeah, Graha is very adorable. Also learn Graha's, oh, no, yes, that's huge. I should have put that in my notes. Graha can't lie. The last time he lied to us, he said that he used us. And did anybody fall for that? Some people did. But not the majority of people did not. I mean, the people who fell for it potentially did not remember Crystal Tower. But yeah, he definitely, he's awful. He's so bad at being undercover. I literally said, just glam me and get me in there. We can do this. But he cannot lie. Yes, Merweb was really, really cool. It was like, honestly, it was kind of really, like, it was nice in terms of like getting to know her better and her character. It was really cool to kind of like go through Limsa and that like kind of a chain to focus on her. And I understand why so many people like her. The Kabul Yakuza. There's a really nice checklist for commissions and things I used around here. Okay, that's good. And I planned it out on Teamcraft. One day I will learn all about the crafting websites. And I'm very grateful. I'm very glad that so many of y'all are well aware of it and will teach me. Teamcraft does that stuff. Okay. Does not like Elidibus, uses Asahi's body, so we hate him, alright. So tunnels and yours, yeah. The cutscene. We're gonna rewatch the cutscene as well. Runaway notice. I'll hold Xenos off for you. And then I have high expectations. I just want him to like maybe not do genocide. I think that's a really, really, really low bar to ask somebody not to genocide. Alright. And Xenos kind of did that. So still not a fan of it. But also, I was thinking like he probably definitely I think that a lot of things probably happened as he grew up though. Like being in the environment that he is, like he had been, and like growing up in the Garlem, like in the Empire, and having familial ties that he has. Like I don't wanna like, you know, like I can see there's still something there. I don't know. I'm trying to just essentially not think of him like as an irredeemable like villain or anything like that. Because there's definitely something more. And honestly, him confessing to us in the Royal Menagerie and then making Van Daniel did this unintentionally, but Van Daniel sending the message to us saying like, here's a Xenos says he wants to date you. Please reply yes or yes. Good tagline for dating profile. Won't commit genocide. I mean, in this game, I think that's probably ideal. And I say that, but I like Emmett. I think Emmett's a really good character. So that's difficult too. So what's the difference? Like Emmett literally wants to allow the whole rejoining. He has a purpose for that, right? It's for how things once were. But for Xenos, he just wants to feel something, which I do kind of feel bad for that too, because that's the only thing. Oh, fireworks. It's the only thing that like he doesn't feel other things. Like not normally, which I can't blame him for that, right? It's not his fault, but then also like you gotta not hurt people and be weird. I worry about you. Okay, I can explain, all right? I can explain myself. It's not to the level of like Graha or Ashafan, right? Like that's very obvious. I just can't stop thinking about him because there's a lot of, he's very complicated and I just keep thinking things. Xenos is like, yeah, remember? Let me go back. He literally would kill the world for you. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that. Because that's at the expense of everyone else, right? I need a lot of stuff and matcha isn't cheap. Yeah, that's true. Aw. I hope the little matcha treat was still nice though. Let's see. To quote someone from Discord, Okay, that was Tuesday last week. I showed you my lunar Bahamut. Please respond. That's exactly what happened last time in the Royal Menagerie. 100% what happened. You're the warrior of light. How can you be put off by war crimes? We're literally trying to prevent war crimes, all right? Like, people are causing the war crimes, and we're trying to stop them. We're like, please stop. Hey, my friend thinks you're cute. Xenos? Fan Daniel to us about Xenos. My friend thinks you're cute. Okay, alright. So I can explain myself still about Emmett. So Xenos, yeah, just like remember his grandpappy is a theater kid. Let's be fair. Varys was like, Varys is his own mom. No, his own mom got sick and passed when he was young. Yeah, so like him probably not having like a really like healthy environment to grow up in probably contributed to why he is now, which does not excuse everything that he's done, right? But then also, I can see that there'd be few people that would want to, essentially, there'd be fewer, only a few people who would essentially want to like intervene with that, with Varys and Xenos and everything. And I think it's really interesting because I find it really neat whenever we end up seeing like character parallels where essentially they're two characters in very similar situations who turned out like completely different, right? So one of the biggest things was Ferdola and oh gosh, what's his name? Ferdola and the other Scion who has the Echo. Him. They essentially were in very similar positions where they could have easily been each other, right? Like, Ferdola did have a loving family where, what's his name? Ehrenvald. Yes, Ehrenvald. Yes. Where Ehrenvald, like, well, his familial backstory is incredibly tragic. Like, I don't even, like, man, he was, like, essentially his mother did not want him, and that was because she was forced to have him, kind of thing, right? It was not a consensual relationship with who his, like, essentially the sperm donor was. And, like, he admits that he did have, like, a very, like, not the best, like beginnings, and he could have continued in that path, but he decided to change. Where, like, you know, with Ferdola and everything like that, she also made a choice in order to, like, continue and perpetuate into, like, hurt other people. And I think it's like, did you do the side trials, like the trial series, the weapon series? Yeah, because the reason, so I bring those two up, right? And then now thinking, like, Sid. Like, with Sid, I think he's definitely different from Xenos for sure. But I feel like, at the very least, Sid had, like, he was also, like, a genius and everything. But Sid kind of had Gaius to, like, guide him, in a sense. When his father was tempered, then also, like, you know, working, like, underneath the Emperor and everything, under Solus, like, doing various projects and whatever. Where I don't really know that much about Xenos, but I'm assuming that Xenos didn't have somebody else aside from, like, what he saw around him in his environment to potentially guide him a different way and to, like, have particular morals. So I think that's interesting. And honestly, like, Emmett is another one too. Like, Emmett and even us, because the reason why I empathize with him so much and why I do actually like him is because, like, you have to think about it. Like, what Emmett is doing, wouldn't you do the same thing? If you did so much to sacrifice and to try to save everyone, and it ended up being like everyone is gone now. Like, wouldn't you potentially want to save everyone and do whatever in your power to save people? And while yes, there is the thing about Emmett though that we have to, like, at least for me, that I would disagree with is that, like, he is doing it at the sake of other people now that, like, it has, like, after thousands and thousands of years, like, there's several other people who have been born and exist now, and he would still sacrifice them to get all the way back to the beginning, to the rejoining, right? So that's where it's kind of like, I don't know if I can agree with that part, because, like, there are people who exist now, and there are people who love and care for each other now. But, like, I said this at the end of 5.0 of, like, we could have easily been him, right? Everything we're doing now to save people and to make sure that people don't get hurt and to help others, like, he's kind of doing that too, or he kind of did that too. And that's also, I mean, that's also why it just made Elidibus even more heartbreaking too, because, like, and it's kind of something I noticed when we were doing 5.3, like, how he would say things. It didn't, and I think the directioning, the voice directioning, and the voice actor did such a great job about this. And it's something, like, very minor that you kind of pick up, but it didn't say that he's saying these things, the things that he would, like, tell us or say out loud with a lot of conviction. It was kind of like he was repeating it to himself over and over again to kind of confirm to confirm that this is what he needs to do. This is who he is. This is what needs to happen. Because he was the last one, right? Anyways, that's why I do empathize and I think about them a lot. Also, hi Nina, how are you? Yeah, we're chatting up to 5.4 right now. And then just justifying it's okay to be love homicidal and megalomaniacs. No, that's not what I'm doing. I'm just saying I just think about him a lot. I didn't say anything else. Like, I like him as a character, right? Let me go back. Yes. And there's also no defending Xenos, but, like, with Siyu and other characters, villains are made, not born. Yes, and I'm not defending his actions or what Xenos has done so far. I am curious to see, like, why he is like this. Like, if there's more story that, like, that we are going to learn in the future about him. Because, like, this is not... we just got a cutscene. Like, he's on his new arc. He no longer has his golf bag. He doesn't have his swords. He's got to have a new weapon, I think. Right? So that means, like, something is happening. Something else. There's more to it. And we'll have to see what the game brings us. Also, the fireworks are very pretty. I'm glad we all got to sit here and be super cute. Look at us! We're all so cute! Look at these fireworks! Did you finish it? So, Shin, I've done half of it at this point. I've done half of Bajia. I've done up to the first little, not trial, the first raid that we did, and then I need to do everything else afterwards. So, how's it going? Spoilers happening? Oh, hi, Dragon! Sage, how's it going? Yeah, we were just talking, we were just reviewing some stuff, and I need to go watch the cutscene, and then hopefully start onto the breach. I just finished the Sylph quest near the beginning. I muted the stream. Okay. It's okay. We love fictional characters. Vatty, you would defend it though. I know why. Anyway, so that's my thoughts on it. And that's why, like, it would be very, I don't know, for me at the very least, it'd be very difficult for me to, like, not, like, kind of sympathize and empathize with Emmett at all. Like, if I just felt nothing, is like, oh, I just don't like him. Like, even with, let's say, most of the characters, like, there's something redeemable about them, I feel like, right? But I know some of y'all are very much Catboy lovers. Very much Graha lovers, which he is sweet and precious, and he needs to be protected, and he's adorable. And then also, I can't stop thinking about these other characters because, like, they're up to something, right? I just love the fat cat outfit. $22? It's $22? I think around Christmas time there should be some outfits that go on sale, hopefully. Also, I'm doing okay, Nina. I unfortunately woke up at like 2 p.m. because it's already 7:30. I woke up at 2 p.m. because the last 2 nights, the alarm in the maintenance room was going off during sleeping hours, and I marked that it was an emergency, and nothing was done about it either times until the morning. Anyways, so sleep has not been great, and I slept for like 11 to 12 hours last night, and I'm awake now, and I'm gonna do as much MSQ as possible today, and tomorrow we'll start early, is the goal. I'm very much not a Emmett Suck did nothing wrong girly, but did so much, and no matter how sympathetic he was, how sad I get, I think about him as absent. Yeah, that's how I feel too. It's like he did a lot wrong, and the reasoning is good if we are too if we're a little subjective about it, or like, you know, I understand the reasoning. I think the reasoning was good, but at some point, I mean, it probably wasn't easy. And honestly, if we even think about it, like, how would they have gone back or have like decided the rejoining was the thing? Like, that was going to be what they needed to do in order to save everything, and how things were going to go back to it. It didn't happen overnight, and it's not something they probably understood like right away of like what they needed to do. Anyways, the story is it's a lot. I'm mentally unwell about this stupid evil grandpa. Nia. And then dark blue, and then the fat cat jammies. I can only choose one right now. Hopefully. They better call you back. Shaba, they need to call you back. I think they should be having a sale soon. They usually do the anniversary. When is anniversary? That's so terrible. I'm sorry, buddy. It's okay. I slept a little bit better last night, so I'm okay now. I need to hydrate a little bit, and I gotta lock in, because we gotta start. We gotta do the thing. The rising is upon us? A little best boy? Emmett is the personification of cool moda, still murder. Yeah, yeah. Also, things do tend to go on sale during the Remembrance Festival. Okay. Elidibus is your fave, Shaba. They call me during work hours tomorrow. I mean, no! Can't wait until they open up and be a waste of time. I really, really hope that they actually call you back, and this is just like something that like they did not mean to do. Let me know if you want to do Rising stuff together. Yeah, we can do it together. Yes, yes. I'd love to. We can definitely coordinate. Okay. I'm trying to think. What time is it right now? Shall we watch the cutscene really quickly? How about let's go watch the cutscene, and then I go to Mordona, right? And then I play an ad, and then we start MSQ. He's your boo, you know this. Yeah, you did show me your alt account after 5.3. You have his card! And a seed frame on your desk right now! Oh my gosh, I wanna aspire to do that as well. I wanna aspire to have a scene frame. That'd be adorable. Hi Cyber, how's it going? Okay, alright. You all are very adorable and very cute. I wanna go to the inn real quick, and I will see you soon. And I'll go to Mordona. Wait, yeah, Mordona? Yeah, Mordona. I hope we pull some good cards in the future. Glory be to Garlomov Nia! Are you tempered? Oh, I forgot that there's fireworks in the cities too. You want party wreck your house? Nah, have fun. It's good. Did you not see my black and red? No, I saw it. I said it was really cute. Let's see. It's the second half, right? Yeah, the second half. So I think maybe it's this one, or is it maybe the last one? Let's see. Meanwhile, somewhere in the locks. Okay, so this is the one with Lise right now. So they ended up sending scouts to the tower.
The scouts should have been back by now. I'm gonna go and find them.
It's the okay, so I know we haven't seen it yet, but
Thank goodness for that.
it's the eyes.
Glory be. Glory be to Garibald!
Yeah, that's what a cut. What an ending to that part, right? I don't know if this is relevant. I'm gonna write it down though. Okay, what's today's date? 8/23. So his eyes are blue. Like a blue glow to them. Alright, and then this is the Xenos Fandaniel cutscene. Sounds like a Resident 4 evil villager at the start. Always have live in your heart for Urez? No! We love Lise. I like Lise. You need Lisa's earrings.
The piles have been
Just
driven
like
as
real
planned,
life.
and the first of the beasts has roared to life. Moreover, I am pleased to report that preparations are well underway for the rest.
He 100% acts like he's
Chaos shall
on a
reign over
stage.
all the
That's what it
land,
is. Like
as befits the final days.
Fandaniel acts like he's
Call it
on
what
a
you
stage.
will, as long as my friend retains to
He is on the
and
stage.
then
Where his
push up.
audience?
I care not.
Of course, my lord. By strange coincidence,
I
your dear
know.
friend chanced to be present when I made my declaration. I took the liberty
The
of
world is a
informing her
stage.
that you
So
await
true.
her
I think he
coming.
literally said
Though I
that. He's
confess,
literally said the world is a
I may have
stage.
singed her a little in the process.
He said that with such. I think he said that
Why
to
do you tell me this?
get a
Are you
reaction.
in such a hurry to die?
Yeah, I think he definitely said it to get a reaction.
My apologies. I must guard my tongue lest it be the end of me. Though, there is something to be said for such a glorious death. Better to fall to one who has it all than falter before an inferior. Huh. I shall keep it in mind as a contingency. For now, however, I shall proceed with the plan. My lord.
I must find myself a new weapon. One worthy of our long-awaited reunion.
So I asked about this last time. I asked how many of y'all wish you were the sword. Some of you spoke up. I appreciate your truth. It's not my truth, but it's somebody's. And I thought it was funny. Does cameo on the side? I could see it. He needs to raise some gil. He does cameo on the side. Okay, alright. So, very interesting. As a little refresher, luckily I wrote that down in the books, in the notes already, so that's good. I'll do this later. I'm gonna go to Mordona real quick. I would like for Danny Boy to be the sword. And then Fan Danny, am I the drama? He is the drama. He's 100% the drama. I'll change it to my normal outfit in a little bit. All I want is a little bit. The best bit is he always does. I think he would do it too if he was alone. Oh, just act like that and be like have that flair. You're the audience. We're the audience. You're tempered IRL if you have blue eyes. Okay. Broken and shattered. I don't want to live this. I don't want to be the sword. I am not to be broken. So true. I just want Yustola and Saju and Yugiri and Zoli and you forgot about your girlfriend. Don't forget about your girlfriend as well. Back at it again like the theory on Yutsu. It's true. Uros sit with their legs just out straight. It makes me want to laugh every time. Oh wait, for the male Uros? Okay. One moment. I gotta go to the bathroom really quickly. I'll be right back. And yeah, I'll be right back. The twins are so cute. I'm gonna play an ad, go to the bathroom, and when we get back, we're gonna start MSQ, okay? MSQ time. Okay. Are we ready for MSQ? I have my water. I have... Tomorrow, I need to make sure to get some throat coat. I think my yapping today, I am underestimating how much I'm gonna probably end up talking. No, not mosquito! Not mosquito! Alright, and then let me put you all over here. Pushing. Okay, trying to... The mic is kind of like in a little bit of a different position than usual. I don't know how to... I ended up moving it. Okay, that's fine. We'll work on it later. As long as it doesn't sound too bad. I need to also move my mic a little bit to the side. So, yeah. Okay, move y'all over here again. So, what does Alfie have to say? In the face of this new draconic threat, Lunar Bahamut. The Lala dress? Yeah, this was the dress I wore to the wedding, but I ended up dyeing it and like putting some accessories with it. I really like it. It's super cute. I'm not going to prom. We're waiting for a formal event though. In the face of this new draconic threat, we would indeed befit from Estinian's presence. Also, that dress is not for a date with Xenos, by the way. I want to be very clear and very, very, very clear about that. That is not a Xenos date dress. There we go. Going to prom. Actually, never been to prom. Maybe one day. Not at a high school prom, but like as an adult prom. Not a Xenos date dress. Poor Xenos. No wonder he's the way he is. Women have to call out. This is not for Xenos. I mean, he's the crown prince. I'm sure that's not why. That's not why. Can we go to prom? Let's go to prom together, Jenna. Yeah, let's go to prom. Do they do those adult proms? Yeah, probably. I mean, formal events exist. It doesn't need to be a prom. Like formal events with dances, they're basically proms without the label. I think theme parties would be fun though. No problem. Another 999 Phoenix Downs coming your way. Why? How? How do you have so many Phoenix Downs? Thank you, Kexing. At least one game/nerd collectively prom in their 30s? Yeah, probably. I mean, oh yeah, true. I guess weddings are kind of a formal event. I mean, it depends how formal you want to be. Probably the bride and, well, you know, the two people getting married would be extra formal if they wanna. It'd just be fun to wear a fancy dress. That's it. I like it. Why is it $44? Virtual Cat Jamie's it is. Shaba, I hope it goes on sale soon. Anyways, where's Estinian? I want to see Estinian. I want to see our... I don't know. I want to call him Dumb, our dumb dragoon, affectionately. I like Estinian. He's silly. And... he's silly, and he cares about us, and we care about him a lot. He's our close friend.
Happy birthday, Mama, and a birth girl notice.
Mama.
Chat offering your pants thieviness on this, the day of your birth.
It's not my birthday! My birthday is... oh my gosh. Whoa. Is my birthday like... my birthday's in like almost 2 weeks. That's wild. Tomorrow. Oh, yeah. Tomorrow, my birthday will be in 2 weeks. That's... I don't want to think about that. I'm fine. That's just weird to think about. It's actually almost my birthday. Okay, so... in the face of the new draconic threat, we'd indeed benefit from Estinian's presence, yet I cannot help but wonder how Kyle and Tataru intend to locate him. They certainly seem confident, however. I mean, they've done it once, so they'll do it again. I love them! I love Estinian's relationships with our Lalas. Also, thank you for the 100 bits control. It's still not my birthday. You can say happy birthday in like 2 weeks, though. We'll just start birth month strong. Is it time? Oh no, not 23. No, I don't want to be 23 again. When is your birthday? What? It's my birthday in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks. It's almost yours as well, and your mom's. Our birthdays are 4 days apart. Oh my gosh. Only 4 days? I guess her present was you. One of her presents is you. Unto the breach. Alize is waiting patiently for the return of a certain scion, not least of all, you. Patiently for return of a certain scion? I mean, is she talking about a Stinian? Well, he's not a scion. Yeah, he's technically not one. I don't think so. We want to recruit him for sure, but I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe it also could be, you know, it could be the other scions. Alize is waiting patiently for the return of a certain scion, not least of all, you. Good news, notice. Thancred and Orange have finished their tour of the Garlemald and are on their way back here as we speak. As we still haven't heard of anything on the towers from the Alliance, I'm hoping they might be able to shed some light on things. They're arrived to do any moment now, so let's see what they have to say, eh? I don't know, it's still a little surprised to see Graha everywhere. It's nice though. Ah, a welcoming party. You needn't have gone to the trouble. From what I hear, you've been more than busy enough as it is. The dads are back. Honestly, you might have waited for me to return before discovering a cure for No, honestly, you might have waited for me to return before discovering a cure for tempering. As it is, I can't even pretend to have been involved. Well, if it's any consolation, I myself is a little more than a specter. The lion's share of work must go to Alize, Graha, and Notice. But I believe I speak for the rest of us when I say we are proud to have rendered what little assistance we could have. Alfie, he did more than just look. He was more than just, like, lurking around. He was able to, like, help with Ether with all of them as well. I mean, he's not just our battery pack. Our Ether battery pack. As you will also have heard, though, it hasn't been tales of triumph. Just as we were taking a step forward, finally addressing the primal threat, a pile of fresh problems landed in our lap. Anyway, it's good to have you back. Though I can't help noticing that you're one Orange short of a scouting party. You haven't lost him, have you? She's probably talking about her Orange. That makes sense. Oh, I couldn't... Oh, I couldn't lose him if I tried. And if I did, repeatedly... Oh, wait! Oh, I couldn't lose him if I tried. And I did try. Repeatedly. But no, he decided to linger in Alamigo to apprise Raran and the others of how the land lies in Garlemald. Then mayhaps you would do the same for us? Indeed, it was just as Lee said, worse in fact, devastation as far as the eye could see. Nevra and the Third, however, they were notable in their absence. Did they do something? I imagine they had something to do with the towers. Might they have met their end at the hands of Xenos and Fandaniel? Perhaps. Or perhaps they simply lost the will to fight. You see, the capital has been plunging into deathly silence, with one exception, the Imperial Palace. It was a busy place before the war, but has grown busier still, with throngs of soldiers and civilians working there day and night to rebuild, or rather, transform it. Transform it? Into what? That is a difficult question to answer. The construction is vast and unsettling to behold, but something from a nightmare, according to Is Fandaniel building Emerald? I hope not. According to Orange, certain aspects of its design were clearly devised with manipulation of ether in mind. The towers? With manipulation of ether in mind. Magitech, in other words. Yet, as unnerving as said edifice was, it was nothing next to the sight of its builders. They swarmed the place like so many insects, working with nary a word exchange between them. Sorry, I'm just thinking, are they tempered? Okay, no one overseeing construction, no one barking orders as if they were possessed or tempered. We want to investigate more closely, but given our suspicions, it seems wiser not to take the risk. If Van Daniel could bind Bahamut to his will, might he have done the same to the people of Garlemald? Whatever the truth may be, this information is certainly to prove valuable. You have our thanks. Well, be sure to save some for Ranger. Which reminds me, I have a message from Alamigo. Raban is hosting a meeting to discuss the latest findings on the towers, and he requests our presence. Then why not leave that to us? You must be weary from your mission. No, I'm fine. Those towers have been on my mind since I first spied one on the way back. I'm keen to get to the bottom of this. In that case, I shall stay and begin looking into another matter, as I promised Kyle. We need not all attend. Very well. I suggest the rest of us take our way to Alamigo forthwith. The sooner we leave, the more time we have to speak with Ranger before the meeting. Okay. It's a lot of build-up, it feels like. Yeah, it's like all the dialogue definitely building up to whatever's gonna happen in this quest. Alright. Hi, Stola. If you're curious to know what I'll be doing in your absence, let us speak at another time. At present, Kara and I have no more than a hypothesis. What is Kryl and Y'shtola up to, I wonder? I know it's nothing nefarious ever, but I just wonder what they're working on. I think everyone's dialogue is the same right now. Let's go to Alamigo. Just in time. Welcome back. I had a friend who celebrated his 26th every year. His 26th birthday every year for many years. For many, many years. I'm not 23 centimeters or 51, okay? I'm an average height. Had an annual 26th birthday. Don't buy anything yet. My ADHD dopamine hit. Unrelated cave and bought. Oh, you bought. How much was it though? How much was the sticker? I hope it wasn't too expensive. Okay, let's go to Alamigo. Have you seen the two-step process of the Yes, I have seen the two-step process of the Monster Hunter collab. Get game. Step 2, be level 100 and complete Dawn Trail. So easy, so simple, so fun. But I do know that I know about that. I'm not too worried. I'm not fussed over it at the moment. I haven't even finished. Oh. I haven't even finished Monster Hunter Wilds yet. I need to actually get through the story. But I think it is funny though. Where in Monster Hunter Wilds, it's like you just need to finish the base story, right? It's like 20 after shipping? Only because it wasn't available solo. Oh, so you had to buy a couple other stuff too. Okay, that's not too bad. And you could always like resell the other things if you didn't want them or anything. What's the idea, Super? You're stealing the dopamine hit win? What's happening? Okay. Well, we may safely assume that... Okay, how knows how to say this? Teferal? Telepheroi? Well, we may safely assume that Telepheroi are behind the works being carried out on the Imperial Palace. We can only guess at their purpose. The royal menagerie is still closed to civilians. Van Daniel and his pets certainly left their mark. I wonder if there have been any developments regarding the Amaja abductions. It can be no mere coincidence that the incidents began occurring just as the tower first disappeared. So my thoughts about that, when we talked about this earlier, I think the abduction was just really them being tempered. Like, being tempered by being so close to the towers. Although I was only in Reverence Toll a short while, I did manage to squeeze in a brief drink. A brief drink with the Haman. Spring water only. It'll be, it being a flying visit. That's nice. I'm glad that they were able to talk and catch up a little bit. It's also, I'm really glad we ended up doing her quests too, and just like, I don't know, just talking to her and allowing her some, like, to be able to grieve and to have some closure too. Teloforoy. Oh, let me write that. Okay, Teloforoy. Thank you. Should your birthday gift be a gunpla from Japan? I don't even no. I don't even know what I would want. Like, I literally like need to finish. So okay, so I did ask Blue Sky and Twitter like as like a joking bet, like, hey, so I started, you know, Wish for Mercury. What's your bet of when I'll get my first gunpla? And I'm like, my own personal judgment for that, I think I'm gonna get one probably mid-season 2. We have finished season 1. We've finished season 1, and I really enjoy it. But like, I don't have the gunpla itch. I think it's gonna happen in mid-season 2, and I don't care to get one at the moment. I finally bought Wilds to get into the collab on time. It's on sale. Nice, nice. And then the base level aerial is cheap and relatively straightforward, but if you want an easier starting point, they're entry grades. I probably, like, an aerial would be pretty cool, but I'm gonna wait because don't want one at the moment. Why not just get a wielder, some sheet metal, and a very large caliber rifle, and just make my own working gunpla? That'd be really cool though. If only I knew how to weld. Yeah, if only I knew how to weld. Well, we do know a welder in chat, so maybe we can outsource. Nice 20mm anti-material rifle. We'll work on it. We'll work on it. I'm not too worried at the moment. Okay. Orange. I'm always a little nervous. I don't know. Is it normal to be this nervous in this patch? I'm gonna probably ask that like 3 million times. My friends, much more have I heard on your travels in our absence. Heartened am I to see you all hale and whole. As we are to see you safely return from your mission, Orange, I trust Thancred made you feel welcome. Well, if it isn't Alphino and his merry band. Who's this? Oh my gosh! Speaking of Erenvald. Erenvald, wherever are you doing here? When we spoke via Link Pearl, you told me you'd be away on a mission. And here you saying this isn't part of it. And enough about that. It's good to see you looking so similar. I thought you'd grown a bit taller. I thought you'd grown a bit taller after the whole year in Otherworld, but apparently not. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. While my soul may be a year older, my body has hardly aged. As you are well aware. And may I remind you that we Elezen are known to be late bloomers, especially in terms of our height. Mark my words, the day will come when even a great Urok such as yourself will crane your neck to meet my eye. That's so cute. No, Alfie. He's awaiting the day where Erenvald has to look up. Oh. It was not until my 20th summer that I myself grew with my boyish proportions, though Moonbrita towered over me nonetheless. This is really cute, actually. Oh. His 20th year? So when he was 20, that's when his growth spurt started. Ehrenwald brings out the best in Alfie, doesn't he? They both seem so at ease in each other's company. It's almost endearing. I wonder if Alfie kind of thinks of Ehrenwald as like another brother or something, an older brother or something. No, Alize. So what exactly brings you here? Oh, for Dola mostly. We need to go over a few things before we set out. Oh? Set out? Wait, does that have something to do with the towers? Eh? What gave you that impression? Actually, tell me later. We've got a meeting to go. I'll see you afterwards. I'll see you afterwards, alright? Are they going on a mission together? I wonder? If Erdola is going with him, that must mean... the need for her echo? My apologies. As Ehrenwald rightly pointed out, we have a meeting to attend. Let us be about it. It's also interesting now that, like, at this point in time, that, like, she's more trusted for them to, like, be out because she was in prison and she did do a lot of bad stuff. It's nice seeing the leaders
Ere we
here.
begin, I would like to offer my gratitude to Masters Thancred and Urianger. It is no small feat to infiltrate the Imperial capital and live to tell the tale, much less in times of civil war. Thanks to them, we may plot our course in full knowledge of how the winds blow in Garlemald.
Full glad are we to have been of service. But verily, such dangers as we did encounter pale into insignificance next to those faced by our comrades. An Ascian, armed with the might of Bahamut, bent on bringing about the final days.
Theatrix. He sought only to make a show of the power at the Teleforoid's disposal. But since then we have seen no sign of this Fandaniel or his worm. And while we've done what we can to bolster our defenses, there's no telling where he might strike next.
Whenever and wherever it may be, we must use the intervening time to learn more of our enemy. 'Twas with this in mind that we dispatched scouts to investigate the towers.
Ooh, okay. So we're gonna get some news about that.
Our advance party took longer than expected to return. And when they did, they tried to kill us. Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before, and we were able to restrain them before they did any harm. Then it was just a matter of letting the Porksies do their work.
Did it work?
Are you saying they were tempered?
Once they'd come back to their senses, they told us everything
Oh,
they
wow.
could. It seems that just as they were getting close to the tower, they heard an ear-splitting roar. And that was the last thing they remembered.
Is it Lunar Bahamut then?
But what worries me most is what they were saying right before they attacked. Glory be to Garlemald.
The Tempered have heretofore ever been thralls to primal entities. Yet these hapless souls were compelled to accept a nation as the object of their devotion. This calleth into question all that we know of the condition.
Would that the unsettling news ended there. Alas, there is more. Following the earlier reports of missing Amalja, we have learnt that other beast tribes have suffered similar losses. And we now have reason to believe that the abductions are connected to the appearance of the towers.
We didn't want to be right.
Are Our scouts sighted black-garbed figures leading shackled Ixal in the direction of the tower in Dravania. The Temple Knights were able to intercept them before they could reach their destination, liberating the Ixal and apprehending their captors, each of whom was found to be equipped with Garlean arms and armor.
I wonder if they were tempered.
So the Empire is the
Knights?
common thread.
With the support of Xenos, it seems likely that Fandaniel has rallied a faction of the splintered Garlean army to the banner of the Telophoroi.
Lord Hien reached the same conclusion when I shared our findings with Doma. The plan had been to march on Garlemald from the east and west in order to force a peace treaty. But the situation has changed. Dealing with the threat of the towers must come first. Given the nature of the enemy and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task. But I am confident in my choice.
Anybody who has the Echo? Or anyone who has the Echo, I'm assuming.
What?
Resistant to primal influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
We are glad to put our gifts to use, Commander.
Gifted or not, going behind enemy lines remains a perilous undertaking. But we must know more if we're to strike back at our foe. I'm counting on you.
I mean, I trust Ravon's judgment as
If
well.
it would give us the upper hand, I'd do it 100 times over. We won't let you down.
That concludes the briefing. You two, make ready and join your escort.
Are you certain about this, Arenvold?
I am. Come on, let's talk outside.
And I definitely trust him, because he didn't seem like he was worried at all when he was talking to Alfie before. Man, that is like when we were talking at the beginning of stream as well about these two. I didn't think we would see them today. Wow. In terms of parallels. Now instead of being like parallels to each other, they're actually working together. It's so interesting. And I know that Arenvold had also like gone to talk to Fordola like at least one time, if not several times as well. And I think it's so neat that they kind of bring that back up. About like how he saw her and then also how she comes back into the story. I mean, easily she could have just been kept locked away, like rotting in a jail cell, right? But it's really, really neat that she comes back into the story. And I don't think people are irredeemable, right? But like for Raban and Arenvold to trust her at this point, right? To give her a weapon, to ask her, and for her to agree to go and investigate the towers, it must have been like, this isn't like a punishment. Like, it's not like community service. I think that she has changed to some degree. We don't know like how far, but I do like that though. Okay, all right. So let me see. I've been lurking, but I have to say the amount of notes in cooking Why Notice is on the Food Network. That'd be fun. Okay, also, let me replay that alert. I'm so sorry. I had my alerts off during the cutscenes and stuff. They put her in between the largest people at the table. Are you talking for Nanamo? She's just sitting in between.
Also, haha. You know a side effect of boosting to SHBMSQ? You spend all this time in the first learning about it and getting to know all the people including the science, and then you come back to the source and are left with, who are these people? Alfie,
Can you introduce me to her friends? Oh my gosh, man. I can't imagine that. Like, I can't imagine, like, now being where I am, like, playing it any other way than what I have. He's not stinky. I had no idea who Raban was. If you asked for Dola, honestly, she was doing it for the better of Alamigo. She wasn't malicious. I think she was definitely misguided for sure. Because, like, she thought that, I mean, okay, it's been a while, right? But, like, she thought, like, it's, I think misguided is probably the best word, but she still ended up hurting a lot more people in her endeavor to try, to make things better in her view. So, but the thing is, like, she still ended up agreeing to take the Echo with Xenos as well, and then fighting us and all that other things. Like, okay, sorry, what was my brain trying to say? I'm trying to also just, like, I'm trying to, like, peel back and, like, go back to Shadowbringer's mindset. Because I was very much, I can't remember all of it. I'm just trying to remember small specific things. Man, I need to go back and watch my VODs. Music's just, like, it just stops. Or Nanamo, it would be that should be a crime super. Or Emmerich, even though I had his outfit for the sword. Did you get his outfit for the sword? Well, one of us had to change when you met him. One of us had to change when you met him in Minuscule. She did. It was absolutely war crimes, but it was what she thought she had to do. And that's why this is, I don't know if you were here earlier, Kazariel, but, like, we were talking about how, like, with Ehrenwald and Ferdola, like, they're like in both their stories, right? Like, they could have easily been each other, is what I thought. Like, is what I was thinking. Like, because of their circumstances, because of, like, you know, their circumstances, like, how they grew up, them even just being similar ages as well. And I think it's really interesting, instead of them going on, like, completely, like, separate parallel journeys, but now they intersect, and now that they're working together. And that's why, I don't know, I just also really, I like that, you know, like, it is, the other thing is too, because she was very adamant in terms of, like, what she experienced, like she did, like, there were things that she definitely shouldn't have experienced, which especially at the hands of, like, you know, the citizens, like the I guess the Garlean citizens and everything, and that's how it changed her and her family and everything, or that's, like, her mindset. I definitely cried for her for sure. But I just think it's really interesting that, like, this is how, like, her path is going to, like, change. And I know not everyone's gonna forgive her, especially, the thing is, like, the people who have the most right to not forgive her and to not like her are the people of, like, Alamigo. And for Raban and for Erenval, who are Alamigan, to trust her, like, I think it's really neat. I like the black robe outfit that he has, and then shifted to level 70, replaced it with Clive's. If I fell into the situation, I think it would immediately be like, I guess I have to play a new game to get through all the early stuff, the parallels. Okay, so let me go back really quickly. Hi, Boothy. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that picture of Alasol and Alpha Games. It was really good. It's so funny. Suddenly, we have Alfie the size of Orange. It feels so weird. It would be so weird. Yeah, Elazins are canonically short until their 20s. I wonder if baby Orange spoke like someone whose entire language education came from middle school Shakespeare productions. Last time we sat at the table, we got our souls snapped. Was it our... Yeah, it's been a little bit since then. Well, the person who snapped our soul is at the table with us now. Different time. It's a different time now. Hope the catering is good. Surely, with all the leaders all across Eorzea, we'd be getting good food. We'd eat well. Also, I'm pretty sure that oh my gosh. Why is my brain not working today? I don't know why. Emmerich would make sure that we'd eat well. Like, we've had dinner in his place. We wouldn't leave hungry. Team Arandola got it? Okay. Like, but like, what if though? Like, it'd be a very interesting ship. It'd be kind of cute though. I'm honestly, even if they were just friends and they talked more, I would love to know more of their story. Like, how they get along in terms of, you know, being comrades and partners. I'm down for it. Okay, let's go back. The table must be traumatic for the Scions. We've had a lot of memories at the table. I like where they get with Fordola by the end of Shadowbringers, post Shadowbringers. I think I might appreciate that they continue to develop the story a little bit more too. Especially, I think one of the big pivotal parts where you kind of start thinking like, oh, you know what? She's getting it now. She sees a different perspective. That's the biggest thing about Fordola. She couldn't see another perspective aside from the one that she thought that was going to be the best path, right? But like when our echoes, I don't know, when the echoes like interacted and she got to see our memories, because like, yeah, we were able to see her memories and like first, like seeing like what, like her past and how she is. And then she got to see ours, like, not believing, like, oh, like, we're the hero, what could have happened to us, right? And then seeing all the hurt and trauma that we've had to go through to get to this point, to be able to do what we've done so far to help people. At the end, we needed to run back to Emmerich's Emmerich dinner scene, and then it's just up to her adventures are done. That'd be kind of cute, though. Like, maybe... Yeah, maybe we'll just wear a formal outfit to dinner with Emmerich. Poor Thinker, he can't just eat dinner now, being traumatized by bread at a table. She saw Ashrafan dying and it almost instantly broke her. Yeah, just a little bit. I don't want to think about it. Now you saying it, I don't want to think about it again. Yeah. Cathartic dinner. This time Alize's not allowed to get, I don't know, poisoned. She's not allowed to get shot in the leg with like an arrow and get poisoned. Okay, all right. Yeah, you're right. There's a lot of like table dinner trauma. I mean, even going back all the way to Around Reborn. Oh my gosh, is there one in? Oh my goodness, sorry. Is there one in every expansion? Trauma at the dinner table. Bloody Banquet. A Bloody Banquet, dinner at Emmerich's, kind of. We got the news that Alize got poisoned, so that's not great. Which one was the one in Stormblood? Drama with the side of smooches? What about the time in Heavens were that? Oh yeah! Oh my gosh! Yes! Yes, Nano. That, yeah, when we got poisoned at Falcon's Nest during the party? Which one? Oh, which is our Stormblood, like, dinner table trauma? Exarch calling us? Yeah, he had to dial long distance. Okay, Alfie. I think it's interesting, as I think Alphino and Ehrenfeld, they get along because, like, their viewpoints are very, very similar. And I definitely think Alfie looks up to Ehrenfeld, not in just literally looking up, but, you know. Because, like, his story and his past is, you know, despite everything, he still wants to do his best and help others. Like, becoming a Scion, despite his, like, his upbringing, right? And also, like, when we ended up helping Ehrenvolv get that treasure to help, like, the people of Alamigo and to help fund things, too, I like that. That was really sweet. Except the numbers can prove a hindrance while infiltrating enemy territory. But why send only 2? Well, maybe they work together. Maybe, I mean, we do know that Thancred has said, like, the less people for infiltrating and spying and stuff, the better. If it's small talk you're after, look elsewhere. It's okay. I'm sure she has a mission to do and focus on. Now that it's out in the open, I don't have to keep it under my proverbial hat anymore.
So you know, I've already gone through all the formalities at the Rising Stones. Made sure to inform Jamoldra and Vmar at Ralga's Reach as well.
Arenvold, I admire your enthusiasm, but this is far more dangerous than anything you have done before.
I know the risks. And I also know what's in store if we don't stop Fandaniel from carrying out his plan. With this power of mine, I can make a difference. If I stood idly by, I would regret it for the rest of my life.
And you, Fudola? Is this what you want?
What are you asking me for? It's not like I have any say in the matter.
Oh, maybe she is just being brought into
Don't
it.
pretend.
Wait.
We both know Commander Eldin gave you a chance to refuse. And you didn't.
Acting like she doesn't care.
So the Empire's finished, is it? Well, that's what they're all saying. That the great and glorious Garlemald slit its own throat. And now, from out of its twitching carcass crawls the Telophoroi with bloody Xenos at its head! I fought for Garlemald. Killed for Garlemald. What was I part of? I need to know. Whatever it is, I need to know.
She's definitely going through her own journey right now.
Very well. If your hearts are set on this, I shall not stand in your way.
Oh my gosh. Is he giving him a fist bump? Oh my gosh. Where's my boy?
If you finished with your touching display of camaraderie, I have a question. Which tower are you planning to investigate, exactly?
Well, the one in Girabani is said to be tightly guarded. It's patrol after patrol out there, apparently. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near it. Which is why we've set our sights on the one in Pagalthan instead. There shouldn't be anything like as many Imperials to worry about down there.
Even so, I doubt the local Amalja will look kindly on it if they catch you sneaking around in their territory.
Fordola and I had a chance to learn the lie of the land in our previous forays there. We might still find trouble, but at least we won't lose our way.
So they trained together before?
Well, we'd best not keep them waiting any longer.
I think Ardbert...
Mayhap when all of this is over, we could take another trip to Loxeld. I would have you know I've become a rather capable swimmer since our last visit.
Oh.
Ha! I'll believe that when I see it. Though, to be fair, getting into deep water does seem to be a scion's lot in life. Take care, eh?
I think Ehrenvold and Ardbert would get along a lot. No. I miss Ardbur.
It means a lot, you know. You coming with me.
I still owe you for saving my skin, don't I? Can't return the favour if I'm not there.
I dare say you'll get your chance before long. That Fandaniel sounds like a tricky customer. Too much for the likes of me, anyway.
They better be careful.
But we both know I'd just be another soldier if it weren't for my gift. And I need to be a damn sight more than that given what's coming. I realise I can't hold a candle to a hero like the Warrior of Light or Alphino, for that matter. He might look like he's 12, but he's seen more action than most people see in a lifetime.
12?
No, the fact is I'm nothing like them, and maybe I never will be. But I'll be damned if I don't try. They're counting on me. On us. So let's give it our all.
I was hoping there was not a spy behind them or
He does
anything.
not want for conviction. That much is certain. So let us have faith in him. Him and Fordola both. While they see to the towers, I would attend to another task. Chasing down this lunar Bahamut.
Is there a stroller? Oh.
Bloody thing. Can you hear me? It's Tataru. I'm happy to say we've managed to find Estinia.
Where is he?
And I'm sorry to say he went running off again the moment we told him about Bahamut.
I mean, he's...
But he did mutter something about heading to Ishgard, so if you're quick, you might still be able to catch him.
We're gonna go find Estinian!
Even if we set out this instant, he may already have left by the time we arrive. Have her send the Bonanza to Ishgard. It may prove useful should we need to give chase.
The Bonanza! Oh, the Scion ship.
Gladly. I'll see to it as soon as Kryl and I get back to the Rising Stones. Good luck.
I love Tataru.
While you go off on your dragoon hunt, Urianger and I will return to headquarters. We have much to tell the others. I wish you every success in your search for our elusive friend. May we all meet again ere long.
It's nice. I don't know, it's nice to be part of a team again. Also, maybe Graha will be able to meet Estinian. So a couple. Oh, it's raining right now. So a couple things. Ehrenwald is such an interesting character. I'm glad he's getting his time to for us to see more and more of his personality, and I guess his convictions and everything. And I don't know. Also him, even though he says that he's a lot weaker and he wouldn't be anything but a soldier, I guess also him kind of realizing some of his weaknesses, right? Or weaknesses and strengths and stuff is still really important. That's still really big in terms of him hopefully bettering himself. What also scares me, and I hope that's not the case, the moment when him and Fordola were talking, I hope that wasn't some kind of foreshadowing. Please, no foreshadowing. It's in my rules. Please don't foreshadow. Please, Square Enix. Anyways, with Fordola as well, I just remembered. I remembered when we were in the throne room here, where we had to fight what's her name? That primal lady, I forgot her name. Anyways, the primal lady, and then she was there to help us as well. We all three of us fought because only we could do it. I don't know. I'm excited and nervous about their arc, and I hope it turns well. And yeah, I think they'll be good partners. I think they will. Look at his little hand. Look at it. I know, the little fist bump. I was like, Arbor, where is he? I miss him. It's kind of low. Okay, thank you. So during the dialogue, I'll try to turn it up next time. I'm sorry about that. The quality, that's a quote. Ehrenwald and Alphanor, both golden retrievers, such good boys. Yeah. What do you think will happen? I have no clue. I don't know yet. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm a little nervous, to be honest. It's not like I wanted to help or anything. It's 100% Bardella. Does anyone feel a little like our Ehrenwald is talking a lot about life? I am hoping not. Well, the thing is, I think I'm really, really hoping not as well. I know that he's like, you know, he's apprehensive. I'm really hoping that this is like him kind of like thinking back and like really like, you know, just kind of like being introspective. It's just him like figuring out what he needs to do and like finding his moment. Lakshmi. Yes, it was Lakshmi. Yeah. In the throne room with Lakshmi. And I don't know. I'm just really hoping that it goes great. Maybe, you know what I'm hoping? I hope Ehrenwald, maybe he just needs a job change. Maybe he needs a new job. He's like, I'm not feeling this one. I don't feel that strong. And then he job changes. And also him calling Alfie 12 years old. The trauma table. Lakshmi's scene is so good. I really need to go back and like scrub through all my Stormblood stuff. Relatable. Okay. So don't mind me. Ehrenwald changes from Paladin to Dark Knight. I mean, that was my journey. I turned out okay enough. Don't worry about what I'm doing. Okay. Graha, do you want to meet a Stinian? He's like 2 of you tall. Well, he's like 1 more of me stacked on top of you. I'm getting the impression Ehrenwald was a lot more apprehensive than he lets on. He will have been grateful Alphina was there to see him off. Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. Wait, no, Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. His was another name that featured prominently in the history books. It would be fascinating to meet the man in the flesh. Soon we'll meet Estinian. Okay, we gotta go to Ishgard. There will be dragons? I don't know about this. We're not going to the dark side. We're just realizing the world is much darker than we expected it, and we need to fully control our dark side in order to help the innocent and the helpless. It's not because they have cookies, it's because they have Frey. What if I was a warrior? Maybe. I'm hoping that he just gets a job quest change. He like changes up his job because he doesn't feel like this suits him. Hopefully, maybe. I don't know. Whoa. Okay. All right. Let's talk to Alfie again. Here be dragons. Alphino is keen to track down Estinian. Wait! He's never met Alizé! Wait a second! Estinian has never met Alizé! Definitely not Graha, but he has never met Alizé! So Estinian was bound for Ishgard. Whatever it is that brings him home, we must hope it will keep him there long enough for us to find him. Come, there's no time to lose. Okay. Gotta go back. I gotta go to Ishgard. I gotta go home. It's my home. Ishgard is my home. The Rising Storm is my home as well. We have found a bit of a home in the first. Okay, where is he? Wait. Is he here? Wait, is this Alizé's first time in Ishgard? No. Wait. She was no, because she was here when she got poisoned, and we had the Kyurgens help her. No, it's not her first time, but it's her first time maybe not dying. So no, because she was in Fort Tomp Manor too. She was in Fort Tomp Manor, and Alphina was there. Yeah. This is her first time not being brought here after being shot. Yeah, exactly. So, assuming we find him, this will be my first encounter with the famous Estinian, and if he's half the man Alphino claims, I fully expect to go weak at the knees, perhaps do a bit of fainting while I'm at it. Alize, you're so funny. I love Alize. We are truly besties. She's my best friend. I love Alize so much! I was also, I was like scrubbing through and like editing my first VOD, and I love Alize so much, and she cares about us so much too. I for sure think she loves us as well. She's so funny. I've only visited Ishgard once before, after the devastation of the 8th Umbral Calamity. To see this place in its... to see the place in all its in its original glory is a tantalizing prospect indeed. Literally, Graha has been here too, because like whenever there was that book cutscene that wasn't voiced, where when we were dreaming and we dreamt him coming to Ishgard with his comrade and getting the book where Edmund's memoir? Yeah, kind of memoir about Ishgard and the journeys and everything. Yeah. Okay. Alfie. All present? Good. Let's split up and search for Estinian. Since we're relatively new to this place, Graha and I will look around the open spaces, the squares, markets, and whatnot. You and Notice can delve into the nooks and crannies. Very well. Let us reconvene at the airship landing later, with or without Estinian. Good luck. Can we go visit Dad? I think I shall begin at Sky Steel Manufacturing, or so perhaps you could try the congregation. Lucia may have heard news of our friend's return. I want to go see Dad. I want to go see Dad, and I want to go see Sid real quick. Sidragu. So congregation, the inn, Forgotten Night. We're the train? What train? You're talking about the hype train? Is one of the funniest scions memoir. Yeah. I'm assuming Emmerich isn't back at this point. He's probably still busy doing stuff. Day by day, the people... Ikra! Thank you! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs! I appreciate it! Oh, Vela and Idolac and Quizzled and Beard and Osito got one! Thank you so much.
EQ Crew has gifted a sub to Belong.
Thank you! Yay! That's such a cute emoji. Is that one of your new ones, Jenna? The party one? I love the train! Is so good!
EQ Crew has gifted a sub to Beard13.
Thank you! Where's the trolley? Are we still in trolley bringers?
EQ Crew has gifted a sub to Asitorga.
Thank you. Thank you so much! Okay, wait. Day by day, the people strive to restore Ishgard to its former glory, yet, Talaforoi would seek to undo that we have achieved and threaten not only our fair city, but the entire world. As ever, we Temple Knights are ready to fight to the last.
EQ Crew has gifted 5 subs to viewers.
The trolley never ends! EQ Crew. It's crazy. I'm so sorry. It won't fix it. Handle soup? Handle soup? Good morrow to you, Warrior of Light. Lord Emmerich sent word that you would be attending the meeting at Alamico, so I gather you have not come in search of him? To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit? I mean, we did want to talk to Emmerich, but... Oh, I see. We were not aware Sir Estinian had returned to Ishgard, but as I expect you to remember, he is wont to come and go as he pleases. In any event, I'm afraid I cannot help you. Perhaps one of your companions has fared better? Is he at Dad's house, maybe? Only other place I would think is... Azisla? Maybe not. I don't know. Many who pass through Ishgard do so via airship landing. Were I you, I should linger there. Speak to Alize at airship landing. I want to go see if Dad is at home. If he's not, it's okay. We'll see him later. Thank you! Thank you so much! What? Thank you. I win. Oh, your baby Win is here!
Hype train?
Thank you for the 100 bits! Oh, what time is it right now? Ken, thank you! It's a year! Oh my gosh! Thank you!
Frosty 413 gas.
Nina, thank you! Happy sub anniversary! Thank you so much, Ken!
Crimsonina has
Dad's home! Oh my gosh, Dad's home! Dad's home! Thank you, Nina! Thank you so much for the gifted sub! Oh, okay, the hype train is happening. The hype train is happening as bedtime is happening. Mistress Yu, my apologies. My apologies, miss. I meant to go and visit you in the infirmary, but, well, I'm glad to see you up and about. Oh, this is from before. I want to talk to Dad! A welcome sight a welcome sight in these troubling times. Though I suspect it will not be long before you are ushered away on some urgent business. Still, you're more than welcome to rest here for as long as you wish. I miss Dad! Oh. Is doing MSQ too? Father-in-law? He is our father-in-law. Okay, we gotta go to the airship landing. Thank you everyone for the hype train, by the way. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the support. All the support will go towards me, will go towards buying a new hard drive because I need to store VODs. Hi, Rydia. Thank you for the... Okay, also thank you for the posture check. I need to do my Weaver quest. Waking Sand theme is always so nice. It's your PS4 theme that I like that. Where is this man? Where's the Azure Dragoon? Estinian, where are you?
Where is this man?
Are you trying to get a ticket? Is he saying you have to be this tall in order to ride? Kinda rude. Hi, Graha. Sir Estinian is ever a bit as elusive as Uranger suggested. He's so animated. Elle, thank you for the 100 bits. Passes out blankets and juice boxes and fruit snacks. It's cold here in Ishgard, so we need to bundle up. He's so cute. Why is he so blue? Wait, who's so blue? Does somebody have hypothermia? Hopefully not. Hi, Alize. I'm gonna turn up the volume. If this is too loud or not loud enough, just tell me. Just give me a heads up. No luck?
No sign of him. Not that I've ever met him before. But the way Alphino goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick him out in a crowd.
Yeah, he gives, like, feral cat energy.
Speaking of which, it does seem awfully quiet. If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard, would it not be a source of general excitement?
Maybe. Oh, wait! Ah! There he is!
First the Scion's coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence.
I mean, we were looking for you, Estinian. Oh my gosh, she's here!
Complaining.
It's been too long.
Oh my gosh! Wait.
Too long.
That's
You
Alize.
look an ilm taller and twice as rugged. It suits you, Alphino.
Oh my gosh, wait. Headband! Oh, Alfie is so jealous.
Quieter, though. Have you been giving him lessons on how to be the strong, silent type?
Estinian, you're so oblivious. Estinian, it's over.
I am not Alphino!
Alize, I love you! Estinian, you're so funny. I love you too.
If the two of you are such firm friends, perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged? Don't mention what an oaf you are. I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
I love Alize so much.
Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light's side.
Oh my gosh.
To think the day would come.
Oh my gosh.
When I
stop.
should see this living legend with my own
Oh
eyes.
my gosh, this cutscene, what the heck?
Someone might explain what's going on.
Oh,
Is
Estinian.
everything all right? I thought I heard Alize shouting. Estinian! It's been too long.
Oh my gosh. My face kind of hurts a little bit.
No, it's quite understandable. That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
Yeah.
Well, I, for one, will not be making that mistake again.
Did Alfie
What
get
I
his
will
head
say,
pat?
for the second time today, is that you've grown. Inside and out. I can tell.
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
My self-aware boy.
At least someone's having a good time. You know, when we were growing up, Alphino would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge.
Oh,
but maybe
wow.
that's changed. He seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald.
I love that. This is so cute. Oh my gosh! Perhaps he sees them as brothers he never had. I think he learned how to talk with them rather than at them. Well, you can't keep them all to yourself forever. Oh my gosh, I want to do all of these. I want to go to the, okay, when we finish this quest, I want to go to the inn later on. I don't want to do all of these. We love growth. Like, Alfie from Around Reborn and Alfie from now, like, basically two different people. Like, nearly two different people. Especially from the very beginning, before, even, honestly, I would say, even around the time when he started the Crystal Braves, even though he was, you know, he was, like, blinded by optimism and a little bit of, maybe arrogance a little bit, maybe overconfidence is the word. He definitely still, like, was changing there, but at the very beginning as well, it's, oh my gosh. I actually like all three of these. Like, no, really, like, I think you could have put their personalities and his dialogue into a different character, and you're like, oh yeah, that's a different person, 100%. But I want to do all three of these. I want to do the first one first. Perhaps he sees them as brothers he's never had. Also, Estinian, you're so dumb! But we love him so much, though. He's our no brain cell feral cat, and I love that. I love that so much. He's so funny. I know, and Graha's little ears. It's like he was so excited. Like, did you see the glossy eyes? He's a himbo. He do be dumb of ass. A little bit. He do be a little bit of a dumbass. SimCity. Graha doing the... Oh my gosh, was Graha doing the wow emote? I love that. That's so funny. Oh my gosh, that's so good actually. And then... Oh, thank you for the hype train, everyone. I appreciate it. This is one of your favorite scenes. Estinian's gonna die! Oh my gosh. If Alphino hadn't showed up, and if we were not there, he would have 100% died. If it was just him and Graha and Alizé, he would have been deceased. Estinian would 100% have been deceased. We met him, and now we're gonna lose him. It's so goofy, and Estinian died this day. It's so good. I love it so much. Hey, bestie. Welcome back. I'm glad you're able to catch this part. What are we doing? Enjoying a fantastic scene in Shadowbringers, as you can see. Also, do we not get a head pat, Estinian? I'm right there. I'm right there, Estinian. No head pat. In my headcanon, he also gave us a head pat too. But then we also gave him a head pat. In my headcanon, I gave him a head pat too. Let's go back. Estinian Himbo Supreme. So that's what a red mage limit break looks like. That's so good. Go off, queen. You're a strong, independent woman who needs no dragoons for a big brother. I mean, if he makes it up to her. I think if he makes it up to her, it could work. Yes. Yeah. Sorry, yes. That's perfectly fine. His ears! You love the cutscene? I wanted to push around Reborn Alfie. He was a brat. He's 100% a spoiled brat. You need to get a stepladder. Honestly, I mean, Graha probably could pick us up. If Graha picked us up to like head height level to give it for us to give Estania a head pat, and then I'll give Graha a head pat too. Can I get a head pat? Yeah. Where are you in game? We'll give you a head pat. Okay, I need to do all of these though. Perhaps he sees them as brothers he never had. I think I like these other ones too. I want to tease Alizé.
Good luck to them. It hasn't been easy being his sister, I can tell you that.
I love all of them so much.
No rest for the righteous, eh? Speaking of which, I was just on my way to borrow an airship to take me to Azis La.
Oh. Can we come?
Azis La? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
Yeah, Tiamat's still there? Just in her cell?
Tiamat, his mate. Even now, she remains imprisoned on Azis La, though her remorse binds her faster than any shackle.
She chooses to be there at this point.
See. As the one who first summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation.
Might I suggest that we make the journey to Azis La together? I'm not sure if Tataru mentioned this, but we Scions have an airship of our own now.
Yeah.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
Be my guest. But confuse me with Alphino again and I'll throw you overboard.
I love them all so much.
I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphino painted him to be.
I will admit, he's not exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less blunt.
Look at her pouting! Oh my gosh! Look at her pouts! She's so funny. I mean, the thing is, they recount his victories, not so much his personalities, right? It's different. It's different. She's so teenage. I love it. I love her. Why? Yes, that's why her account, Bethany's account, is called I Am Not Alphino. It's so good. That's so funny. I never realized that was the reason why. I knew that was her account, but she wanted to be swooning. Rip. She thought she'd be swooning, but no, she's just aggravated and pouty. Falling from great heights is literally my one job as a dragoon. The hype train got we got distracted by the cutscene. So hype train will be back in an hour. T-Mac got put timeout and decided not to leave. Okay, so I think I need to take some notes actually really quickly. Was the volume on the cutscene all right? I'm gonna turn down the audio or I'm gonna turn down the background music just a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna also take some notes really quickly because there's a couple things that I'm thinking about that my brain would like to remember. So let's probably go back to even Ferdola. We will go back to the inn when we get a chance and watch the other 2 options for the cutscenes as well. Okay, alright. So, you know what? Let me start on this page. Okay, so Ehrenwald. Ferdola. So Ehrenwald and Ferdola are partners now. Basically, because they've also been on like other exercises and missions together. And Raban trusts, like both of them, like Raban trusts her too, right? So right now, it's not just Ferdola that's kind of going on her own journey and her own arc. I honestly do feel like that, like, Ehrenwald is also, like, going through his, like, a character arc as well. Because, like, she's kind of, like, going through, like, that reckoning of, like, why did I fight for this? Like, what did I fight for, right? Even though at this point she knows that it wasn't the right choice to do, but like you still like have those regrets and those thoughts too. Like, what did I fight for? And then Ehrenwald seems to have like, I don't know if it's apprehension or nervousness, because this is a really big mission, like going on, like just them going on their own. And also, I see that my Mysidian dragon behind us. Final Fantasy IV? Maybe before, I don't know. At least Final Fantasy IV is whenever we encounter Mysidia? Marasidian? Maybe not. No, that's different. But we also, I think we encountered, was this also in 4? I feel like that city was in 4. I was thinking of Mysidia, which is different from Marasida. Never mind, ignore me. I'm not gonna worry about it right now. Okay, so more apprehension and like nervous, but then also he's like, I hope it's not doubt. I hope whenever he says that he's not good enough, that he'd only be a soldier without like the echo. I hope that's not like doubt on his part. He does need to believe in himself. Marasidia. Thank you. Was mentioned in Eorzea lore? Oh, yeah, thank you. That's what it was. I was thinking of Mysidia. I think I probably made this mistake. Did I make this? I feel like I made this mistake a little bit ago. But it's in Coils. Okay, thank you. Which makes sense because, yeah, with all the dragons here on Azazla and how many war crimes they did against the dragons, the Alligans, the Alligans did a lot of war crimes against not just humanity, but also all creatures, as we know. Because there's chimeras here. And we discussed this last time we were up here with Graha and Alize and Alfie. And we know that they did trap Tiamat too. Yeah, I was definitely thinking of a different one. Okay, so Nothing. Okay, so Arenvald and Fordola being partners, and then what else? We ended up talking to... we know Justinian is here too. I'm trying to think. I'm going back into the dialogue. Hi there, James. How's it going? Dialogue. I love how Graha was fanboying over Justinian. Oh yeah, I think Arenvald would be friends with Ardbert. The fist bump too! So Arenvald and Alfie, like, them becoming close and, like, good friends as well. I might also put Justinian here. Justinian. And I think that's a really interesting note about how Alize was saying earlier that, like, he wouldn't befriend other boys. Alfie wouldn't befriend other boys, which is so funny. So right now we're taking notes at we're taking notes right here. So, yeah, just give me 1 second. Never befriended other boys. He couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, in terms of being in charge. He's changed so much. Oh my gosh, Estinian giving Alize a head pat! I want to watch that cutscene again. I am not Alphino. Quieter though. The strong silent type. Us giving lessons. An Ilm taller and twice as rugged again? Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I'm just reading this back again. Estinian, I can't believe you called Alize rugged. She's elegant and strong, okay? I wonder... Sorry, I'm just trying to think. This man is blind. Does he need glasses? He's so oblivious. I can't believe him. Twice as rugged. He's so funny. He's so funny. Hi, Igus. Welcome in. Alize is rugged. She's strong and elegant. I don't know about rugged. Okay, let me go back really quickly. Keep us with the Lakshmi fight in comparison to the Warrior of Light, who's basically Kratos in this setting. Yeah, no, that 100%. I definitely agree. He is very capable. He's just, it's like, it's different. Like, we are, like, our capabilities are just different from his. And it doesn't mean that it's like one is better or worse or anything like that. It's just like in certain circumstances, like, we excel. In other circumstances, he's able to excel too, right? And also, we're technically like 8 times rejoined now, so like don't compare us to yours. Like, don't compare. You cannot compare. it's like unrealistic, right? It's unrealistic to compare yourself to the Warrior of Light at this point. He is also comparing himself to Alphino, but Alfie has been with us with all of our quests. Like, we've been together, like, we've nearly been side by side since, I would say, a good chunk of the way through A Realm Reborn, well into Heaven's Ward. Well, like, almost all of Heaven's Ward. And he says, like, you know, even though Alfie is so young and everything, like, he has been there experiencing all of that with us. And if Erenvold had that chance too, he would be much stronger as well. Like, Alphino has gone through his own arc of, like, all his carbies are different, right? And him now being a kind of, like, scholar. Academia? Anyway, yeah, whatever his role is, or his role as healer, but yeah, it's changed over time. Okay, so Astinian saying that he has grown. Where is it? He's very blunt, apparently, according to Graha. I guess we've always known him to be like that. Also, like, I don't know, I miss the Sea of Clouds. Well, is that where it was? In Cloud Top. I miss that adventure with everyone. I miss Yazael. Like, us, literally, like, I feel like the last time we got to, like, journey with Astinian, right, was, like, in a bigger group like this, was essentially in Cloud Top, but I guess we've been back, I know we technically were in Azazla, but was he with us? Yeah, he was with us. It just feels different. Oh, he's grown. I feel like there's another note that I wanted to take, but I don't remember. Tiamat. Okay. So I expect for more notes on Tiamat soon. He's nothing like Alphino painted him out to be. A little less blunt. Okay, alright. Let me put this over here. I hope you all are doing well, by the way. I usually start a little bit earlier in the day, but today was a little late. But I'm still excited. I'm enjoying 5.5 so far. Nothing depressing, which I'm very grateful for. I am hoping it will stay that way. Honestly, we got a reunion, which makes me very happy. Okay, let's... Alizeo's rugged is the cheat code onwards. Only people who gave us trouble was Xenos and some Asians. Alize, my queen! And the people who can only beat us are using cheats. A throwaway line from one companion. We're like 70% of the party's firepower. We are winning. We are winning. I miss Yazael. I miss Yazael too. Like, I think always, also, like, every time we come to Azazla, I just think about Yazael. I miss her. She would have been such a great Scion. I mean, Alphino said that, and I just continue to repeat it. She would have been a fantastic Scion. Did you ever do the optional dungeons from Azazla? There was an optional dungeon? Not the trials, not the Whirring Triad, right? Is it something else? If there is an optional one, I may not have, which I would not be opposed to doing or trying. Not to complain, but I didn't expect myself here again quite so soon. So this is the Delta Quadrant, where countless dragons yet lie imprisoned, the great Tiamat among them. Tiamat summoned Bahamut once before. She may have again, willingly willingly, or no? That's interesting. That's an interesting thought as well. So for Tiamat, we're wondering is like, does Fandaniel have something to do with Tiamat? So like, or does she know anything about the about lunar Bahamut? Okay. All right. Let me talk to Alfie. Estinian! Isn't he just like 3 Lalas? Yeah, he's like 3 Lalas, basically. Yeah, that's why I kept on saying Estinian's 3 Lalas in Dragoon armor. He's basically 3 Lalas. Also, this armor does look good in him. Like, does look good. He does look good in this armor. Okay. Alfie. It has been quite some time since last I set foot in Azisla, but I understand the 3 of you were here rather more recently. I don't suppose you chanced to meet with Tiamat during your visit. We didn't have time. Alas not. We had not cause to set foot here in the Delta Quadrant, but I have studied the relevant records, which is not to say I wouldn't appreciate a first-hand account of your dealings with her. Well then, notice is the person to ask. As far as I know, she's the only one of us to have met Tiamat face to face. We actually did, yeah, we ended up meeting her with Midi as well. Even now, she remains a prisoner of the Allegan Empire. Let's just say that Midgar Sommer was there to introduce me. Dad did introduce us. Other dad. So we have father-in-law, and then we also have Dad. Yes, you were friends. You were a friend of her father. I too have met with Tiamat. After the Dragonsong War came to a close. Oh. After the Dragonsong War came to a close, I came here to speak with her, a worm who had fought her own war against man in another age. I wished to know if she had yet harbored thoughts of vengeance, and asked as much. She said no. I wonder if he came here when he dropped off flowers for Yazael. My hatred for your kind was extinguished long ago. But the guilt she feels for resurrecting Bahamut burns on undimmed. It torments her, even now. I see. Then your original reason for coming here was out of concern that Tiamat had been forced to summon Bahamut. Nidhogg is a part of me. I feel his emotions as my own, and I know that he would not allow his sister to be made a tool of evil. Oh, okay. In his absence, it falls to me to watch over her. Oh my gosh, Estinian! So, no. I wonder, actually, if that was was one of his tasks. I was thinking, did he come over here to talk to Tiamat whenever, like, he dropped off basically at the end, like, base and... Oh, no. He said this is after the Dragonsong War. Okay, so... Yeah, he would have dropped off the flowers then, because that's when he was free of... So that was at the end of patch Heavensward. Because he came here, he had flowers that he dropped off. Because he had flowers in the cutscene, I was wondering who it was for. So I wonder if it was... So no, that's when he came. Okay, I see. So I wonder what his other mission was, or what he was... I wonder if that's something that's going to come up. In his absence, it falls to me to watch over her. Here be dragons. Okay. So it was... You went to Tiamat and asked her. We already knew this, even whenever we went to Azaslaw, the first time when we asked her, she didn't, like, she willingly wanted to stay there as well. I never thought of the flowers. Yeah, you see the cutscene, and like at first you're like, huh, I wonder where that's from. And okay, so actually, sorry, the flowers, you don't see the, you saw the flower, you saw him hold flowers at the end, right? But you see the flowers, oh my gosh, Ikru! You see the flowers if you end up doing Tales of the Dragon Song War, that quest line. Because you end up going back to Azaslaw and you see the flowers on the ground. And you realize that was from Estinian. So that's where those two connect, by the way. Thank you so much, Ikra! Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for helping me fund my hard drive. Yeah, she's upset at herself more than anything for the for Primal Bahamut. Oh, you didn't complete it. Oh, I'm so sorry. You need to complete it when you get a chance. It's good. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to tell you, but I'm so sorry. But it's something that you gotta end up going through later on. I know, the flowers. Because I was wondering if you brought flowers for Emmerich because of the, you know, them being in, like, it's such a monumentous, like a momentous occasion there. And I was like, that, it didn't make sense in my brain of, like, why he would do that. I mean, like, you know, to thank your friend and everything, that's fine. But, yeah. Hard drive? What did you do? I need more storage. Man, I'm hanging with a pair of Lalas that stole your hair. That stole my hair. Okay, so Estinian basically saying, oh my gosh. So Nidhogg is a part of him, and it's I don't know. It falls to me to watch over her. I wonder if he also, like, interacts with the other dragons too. I wonder if, honestly, I kind of wonder, has Estinian visited, oh my gosh. Yeah, has Estinian visited the other ones too? I don't know. Would Estinian be able to see Midi if he woke up? Midi's taking a nap right now. He's tired. I miss Midi, actually. Okay. So no, that would have been after 5.3, actually. So that was the end of the Dragon Song War. And then that's when Tales of the Dragon Song War questline was available. Or that's at least when I did it. You're basically 1-to-1 with me? Is this where you're at right now? How much storage do you need? I'm hoping to get 8 terabytes. I would like 8 to 10 terabytes would be great. Is my goal. Thank you, by the way. Thank you for another 5 gifted subs. If I had known subs were happening today, I would have done the discount. It's kind of hard. Yeah, no, there's a lot going on. Absolutely. Was doing Stormblood and Shadowbringers. Whenever you get a chance, it's nice to go back as like a reminder. I'd love to do the quest line again, honestly. I love Heavensward so much. Like, I think my love for Heavensward made Shadowbringers better. Yeah. How much I love Heavensward, makes me like and appreciate Shadowbringers. And I've heard actually from like mutuals that they're like, they feel like Shadowbringers has made them appreciate like expansions afterwards is what I'll say. Subsequential expansions. I can't talk. I'm sorry. Okay. What else would I want to take notes for? Sorry. You were a friend of her father. I mean, Mitty is technically our dad too at this point. He's also my dad. I'm trying to figure. I'm like, whenever I'm like struggling with words, it's usually my brain trying to remember how to say it. It's like I know how to say it. Like I've said it before. It's just like trying to pluck where to say it, because I don't know. Maybe this is a weird ESL kid thing where like, or just my brain thing. It honestly is probably my brain thing. It's just like trying to figure out where to put the emphasis on the word. Because English is so fun, and sometimes you say, because English steals so many words from other languages, it's like, well, you can say it like this, or you can say it like this. Subsequential. Where's my phone? I'm sorry. Sometimes I need to just hear it said as well. Subsequent? Oh my gosh, wait. I found it! I found it! My brain found it! Subsequent! I was like, how? Why can't I say it? I know how to say it. It's in there somewhere. Subsequent. Okay, I got it. Sorry. Let's go! It's somewhere. It just takes time sometimes. I know the big words. I took many, many years of schooling. Yay! Thank you. I do appreciate the help. I usually don't mind when people try to like type out the spelling or the phonetic way to say things. I never mind that. I don't take offense because I want to learn. Okay. Yeah. Anyways, what was I trying to say? Why was I saying subsequent? I don't remember, which is okay right now. So Bahamut, Nidhogg, okay, Stinian 5.3, and also, I was trying to remember Race Velgar's name. I wonder if Estinian has visited Race Velgar yet. And also, if Mitty is our dad and Estinian is part Nidhogg, Estinian, are we related now? Sorry, like dumb thoughts that don't make sense and don't matter. But in this family tree, Estinian, are we related now? Oh yes, thank you, Stell. Yes, it like Heaven's Word allowed me to Heaven's Word, and also I've heard people say that Shadowbringers allowed them to further enjoy subsequent expansions, and that's how I feel about Heaven's Word and Shadowbringers now. And it'll be really interesting to see if I feel that with Shadowbringers and future expansions. Yes, thank you. He's kind of a loner, yeah, but. He's kind of a loner, but we kind of just force ourselves to go visit him. Just make sure he's okay. I want to go see him, actually. I hope we can visit him one day. I hope we see him again. I mean, we kind of did see him somewhat recently. Like, I see its own thing, which is good. I think, See, I like Shadowbringers because it was sort of its own thing, and it was good. I think it's interesting though, because but even though like I tie Heavensward and Shadowbringers so like closely together, like I still like. I mean, clearly, like Shadowbringers isn't just completely standalone or anything, or Stormblood isn't completely standalone or anything. There's still things that happen in Stormblood that is affecting the world here now. And I know technically people have told me like it was supposed to be Heavensward and Shadowbringers like back to back, and they had another expansion. It was fine. I don't care. I like it. I like it all. But I gotta lock in because I'm kind of yapping too much. I gotta get stuff done because tomorrow's stream is gonna be long. It's gonna be really, really long, and I need to make sure I'm gonna eat properly tomorrow and fuel my brain in order to be able to say big words. Okay. All right. Our grandfather sacrificed everything to protect the realm from Bahamut. We must prepare to do the same. The Azure Dragoon of history, where the mortal enemy of the Azure Dragoon of history were the mortal enemies of dragons. Yet now they would be hard pressed to find a soul who understood them better. Oh my gosh, that's so true. Like literally, Astinian is kind of part dragon, and then technically, I mean, we're in the family at this point, and I mean, we've all of Heavensward, we understood their plight. It was the Ascians who taught Tiamat the secrets of summoning, even as they were supplied the Alligans with means of capturing primals. So much suffering, all of it by design. Righteous indignation. Astinian is ready to lead the way to Tiamat. Tiamat awaits. This way. Ah, her chains. Her prison. Well, I was just thinking about things, okay? It made sense. Oh my gosh. It makes sense, alright? I was trying to take notes and make sense of things. I was just yapping a little bit. To think that man is responsible for all this, and so much else that dragonkind has suffered. Resigned to her fate, though she may be, I cannot help but feel that we may be able to help Tiamat, would she only let us. It's so interesting, because, you know, most people that you kind of... It's very similar though. It's like, there's some people out there who like can't see what they've done wrong, and you can never convince them to get help, right? But Tiamat is the opposite, where she sees everything that she's done wrong, but she's unwilling to, you know, change it or get help either. Oops. So this is one of the 7 great worms. Even thus confined, her presence is overwhelming. My sire's mortal companion, what bringeth thee back to this forsaken place, child of man?
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her.
Yeah, she needs to know. that my sins should be repeated. I sense not the faintest stirring. As to who could have called him forth, I know none save the dragons of Mericidia, our children. The icon claimed their souls. When first he manifested, and robbed of their will, they became tools for the elegant dark design. Oh my gosh, okay, as if I didn't already think that Tiamat's story was very sad. Their children also were enthralled once he was summoned as a primal, too? That's really sad.
I've seen it with my own eyes. Captives of a lost empire, neither alive nor dead, existing only to preserve Bahamut's corporeal form.
Was this during... Yes. Yes, the dragons of Mericidia are at the mercy of this Ascian. There can be no other explanation. Accursed Ascians, vile minions of darkness. I will say, you know, I know they're speaking dragon speak and everything, but like you can really tell the voice acting, like the intonation, like, yeah, exactly. The voice work is really good. Like you could really feel it. Again, you would profane the memory of my beloved and strip our children of their freedom, their dignity. Are there no depths to which you will not stop or not stoop?
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering. But tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentation see the perpetrators punished.
What wouldst thou have from me, Slayer of Dragons?
Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Mericidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
Were I free, I would answer thine insolence with fire, but words shall have to suffice. I really think that, like, Estinian is trying to provoke her to, like, make a different choice, right? To do something else than being in her prison at this point of her choice. recall, mortal, that it was I who first summoned my beloved, praying with all my being to bring him forth. You who contend with icons cannot well be ignorant of the consequence.
You too were exposed to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul. But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
That's why? It's the guilt and fear. Oh my gosh! Tiamat! Indeed, ask the Dragon Slayer, and he will tell you tell thee the power of the first brood wield. Were I to lose myself to the Icon's influence, all would pay the price. I mean, we did Nidhogg Extreme Mind. We know full well what a Stinian can do to us. Oh my gosh. But it is of little matter, for even had I the strength to resist, I yet lack the strength to break my shackles. This prison shall be my tomb.
On the matter of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance. If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
Oh, Astinia didn't know that yet. Speak thou in earnest?
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner. Not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
Okay, let's continue. Let's go. A chance to make amends. To lay Bahamut's memory to rest. Oh. I'm glad that they kind of go back and like I'm glad they go back and kind of like remind of like the full lore and stuff. When our own star faced annihilation, Hydaelyn granted us sanctuary, and now your foes would bring about her destruction. This I cannot allow. For the debt I owe to Hydaelyn and to all who have suffered for my sins, I shall fight with you, children of man. Oh my gosh! And I'm sure, I feel like, I mean, number one, it kind of worked, right? Like, his provoking did work, but then also, like, I'm sure, like, a part of him, maybe the Nidhogg part, I don't know, maybe, because he feels like he needs to watch over her and everything, so maybe it's brotherly love. I don't know, I'm just glad. I'm glad that that we ended up, like, there's, like, literally, it's so wild. In the patches, in Shadowbringers patches, like, they're tying up and they're, like, resolving so many of, like, oh my gosh, sorry, I'm just thinking of something. They're resolving so many things that I've had so many questions about. I've been literally saying, when can we free Tiamat since Heaven's Ward? Since Heaven's Ward, since we've, like, met her, basically. It's like, when can we go back to Tiamat? What about Tiamat? Where is she? What about Tiamat? And it's happening! It's happening! Also, I'm kind of like nervous and like a little excited, but mostly nervous. Like, what if there's a showdown between Tiamat and Lunar Bahamut? Like what if? Remember that like Omega Shinryu fight? But like, what about what if there's a Tiamat Lunar Bahamut fight scene? I'm fine. Anyways, I'm really glad that she gets the chance to essentially get her revenge, right? I mean, here in this stream, we support women's rights to get revenge. Oh my gosh. Okay, also, let me go back and like catch up on chat a little bit. And then like, I don't know. I'm really glad that she gets her chance though. Subsequent. Is it dye? Thank you, dye. I like my hair too. It feels nice having it kind of short again. Well, actually, it's my first time having it this short in a long time. It feels nice. I want to grow it out, but we'll see. Coil's PTSD. Coil's stuff is all tragic. I kind of want to redo Coil's again. I kind of want to go back to Realm Reborn and like redo Coil's EU alt arc. Yes, the voice arc. You can feel her frustration and anger. Asini is more afraid of Lawless. 100%, absolutely. Asini is way more afraid of Lawless than dragons. Yeah, dragons. I love it. It's so funny. So if dragoons are made to slay dragons, would lagoons be hunted for Lawless? I don't like that. I don't like that at all. One of my favorite promise kept threads from Heavensward, like I knew when I first spoke to Tiamat that she'd come back to the story. I'm so happy. I'm so happy we get to come back and get to talk to her again. Cure me and I reduce our enemies to ash. Pretty sure Tiamat just claimed the best of the first brew crown. And I will say, so I played, going back and playing the other Final Fantasies when I played one of the other Final Fantasy, like the Pixel games, and when I saw Tiamat, I was so excited. I was like, oh my gosh, it's Tiamat! And like, because this is after I had already met her in Heavensward, and just more excitement of like getting to see her again. Fun fact, there are 2 separate songs in this game named Heartless. Really? Are they both just Heartless, or is there more to it? Hi Gnome, hi Ritz, how are you both doing? Cool. Hi, Dina! I support women's wrongs. We support women's rights and their wrongs too, okay? Like, it's equal opportunity right now. Also, another testament that Final Fantasy never forgets its characters, even if they're not around for sometimes. Yes! And, I'm so glad. It's like, man, I'm kind of curious. It kind of makes me think in the future as well. Like so many characters. Oh my gosh, I'm just realizing so many characters from Heavensward. Okay, Noodle got a resolution. Gabu got a resolution. Tiamat's getting a resolution. More reason why I love Heavensward so much and further enjoy Shadowbringers because of Heavensward. Okay, I'm cool. I'm fine. I'm normal. We're good. I'm like super normal about this actually, so don't worry about it. Just Heartless. One for the Titan phase, and then the other one for Omega. Ooh, I kind of want to listen to both of them later on. Fear of Lawless makes me think of a lion. Sir, this creature... Noodle, his real name is actually, I think, Anunculai? I wrote it down. You only know him if you did the Warring Triad, which you do also need to do in Azaslaw. Anunculai? Something like that. I'm sorry, I don't know how to say his name properly. Okay. You know what? Honestly, of the first broods, and then like the girl dragons are so amazing and so great. I love them so much. You crying yet, gamer? I had tears in my eyes when we were listening to Tiamat. I didn't cry. I tried my best, and I held it back. Tiamat making amends! Like, Tiamat is getting closure. It's the Tiamat closure arc! I'm so excited. Okay. She finally gets closure! Okay, and then also another part of like Hydaelyn. So this is we kind of learned this as well, I think, in Omega. Essentially, like Hydaelyn granting like MIDI sanctuary with like all those eggs, right? All the like the first broods, right? And then them being allowed to live here. This song's really good, by the way. And it also makes me wonder as well, like, was their star one of the reflections? Unsure. Not sure. Maybe. I don't know. But it also brings up other questions as well. Like, how was MIDI able to get the, like, get that deal with Hydaelyn, specifically? More questions, hopefully answers to come. She's gonna fight with us. More notes, more notes. Okay, and then also Tiamat admitting as well, it's just not just the guilt. It's the fear that she will be enthralled. See, Estinian's not really good at, like, he's probably not the best with, like, compliments and, like, you know, encouraging people, but provoking, yeah, he can do that. MIDI, Heidi dating? The dating arc? I don't know. Well, okay, the thing though, Idolac, is like, I don't know about the dating arc, but there was that one time where MIDI, Dad, took us, right? And Hydaelyn was busy, so we were with Dad for a little bit, and Mom was busy because we didn't have a connection with her. And that's when everything went wrong, and Estinian is excellent at compliments. It's not his fault everyone is rugged. Yes, you're right. You've grown an ilm, and you're twice as rugged. You're right, I take that back. He's actually great at compliments. It's just he's not good at telling them to the right person. That is his fault, though. It kind of is his fault. But no, you're right. He's good at compliments. That's from Heaven's Ward. It's just the Warring Triad trial series. Crystal Mom left the kids with Dragon Dad so she could relax a little bit. Yeah, and then our fiance died because of it, so I don't think it was a good trade-off, though. Yeah, it was Dragon Dad's weekend. We went on summer vacation with MIDI, because it was his turn, I guess. So Mom is what's holding the family together? I think so. Because Mom did let Dad live on this shard, or this star, right? So I need a large whiteboard. Yeah, I need a large whiteboard in order to and red string to tie everything together. Asinian is very good at hitting you with facts and 0 attack. That's good. Toaster strudels to the star and is like, okay, you can stay. Has no tact. Who knows? All I know is that Omega is just hates these dragons. Well, Omega did fight Midi at one point in time. That's true. There's so much story in this game that all connects together. Honestly, you got pretty close. Ananka High. Yes, thank you. You cry. Okay, alright. Sorry, let me lock in again. Hi, Pen, how are you? Annie, don't worry about it. I skipped the optional content, it seems to be, because I didn't know what it was recently. It's just more, yeah. I mean, the thing is, a lot of the things that I do and a lot of the things that I connect with, like, everything that connects together to is a lot of optional content, and that's why, like, in my brain, like, everything just, like, everything is, there's just so much to keep track of and think about. As phonetic. Kalhai. Ooh, Unankalai? Whoa, okay, that's why I call him Noodle, though. But we'll work on his pronunciation later. We have a joke about nothing being optional. Kauhai? Unokahai? Okay. We're gonna work on it. Is it a Shadowbringer's quest? Yes it is, Annie. It's on the spreadsheet, by the way. So if you've done the things on the spreadsheet, then you will encounter. Okay, sorry. I gotta lock in again. Actually, I'm sorry. I'm gonna take a break really quickly, like a quick break. I'm gonna run an ad and I'm gonna drink some water and get up and stretch. I need a second to maybe get some food in me, because I think it's running a little, my brain's a little slow right now. So I'll be right back. What's this optional word? I don't know. You look at the VOD? Annie, do you have a spreadsheet that you've been checking off? So I can look at yours? Oh, Ryo, I see. Okay, I'm getting up. Fine. Got ice cream. It's like an ice thing. Sorbet. That's like a bar. Do I have enough? I mean, I'm gonna say no, because I don't want to lick the bar. Sorry, and pass it along. Sorbet. Yeah, sorry. It's like a sorbet ice bar thing. Here, let me show you. It's a lemon one. Yeah, I'm not gonna take a bite and pass it along. I mean, not everyone, or lick it and pass it along. Treat, treat, treat. Somebody burned something. The fire alarm's going off. It's not too bad where I have to evacuate yet, so we're fine. Yeah, it's like a lemon sorbet bar. I want ice cream too. Do you have any? Yes, exactly, Frog. Oh my gosh. Have y'all ever read that before? Have you read the description of this Guardian Salt Rock? It's so funny. It's so funny. I love this game so much, like truly. No, I don't. It's so funny. I'm so glad. No, I don't. I know it. Okay, I love Heavensward so much. I knew it. It's so funny. I'm so glad I got the reference. Let me find it. Does anybody have it? Like the wiki link for the item? Let me find it. Do you know why I know that? Because somebody drew fan art of Oshafon and the rock. That's why I know it. Teapot, that's why I know of it. Sorry, the first thing that pops up are images and like things about Reddit. Please. I'll have to find it one day. It's so good. You know what? Okay, so here's a picture of the image, but I gotta actually find you the fan art for it. If I can find it. If I can find it, I'll link it. It's probably in my likes somewhere. Enjoy the cursed lore. It's really funny. Oh, you know what? I think it's in my Twitter likes. Deep into the likes. Let me go. I'm zooming. Oh wait, no, is it in my? It's in my saves, I think. Actually, it's not my likes. We're back in Heavensward. We're so back everywhere. We're in Heavensward again. I'm so excited. I'm so happy to be in Heavensward again. Now I can just think about Oshafon all day, all stream. Heavensward! Oh my gosh, this is Heavensward Part 2. No, but actually, like, imagine if Oshafon also went to the first with us. Wouldn't that be so cool, though? Where's the salt rock? Oh, yeah, I found it! Oh my gosh, I found it! 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 Look at this! Teapot, look at this too. Now, because you started this. You started this, Teapot. You better look at that. Please look. Wait, let me show you all. Let me just change my screen. I'm looking. Please look. It's so funny. Okay, wait. Let's have a small distraction real quick. Where's my monitor? All right. It's Guardian Salt Rock. No. So it's this one apparently. Many people prefer to keep such chunks whole, so they may use it as salt rocks. These are placed at the center of the dining table, so that anyone who feels their meal is lacking in saltiness can simply lick it and carry on with their meal. Right? Hey, where are your light? Would you like this rock? I love her so much. Would you like this rock salt with me? I'm just joking. Unless... Okay, what are they doing in Ishgard? They're having fun. But what if? but what if? I knew I had this! I knew I had this! Oh my gosh, no, this is drip. I need to finish this really quickly. I'll be right back. One moment. I'll see you in a little bit. Don't mind the... Oh. He would do that, though. What is Ishgard doing? Ishgardian salt is why I read all the description items now. I try my best to read them. Wish Blue Sky had a bookmark. I know, I wish yeah, I agree. I wish there was a bookmark, because I like a lot of stuff, but like, I don't want to be stingy with likes either. So... yeah, they really need a bookmark. I hope they add that in the future, because it keeps it separate from what I like, so I can just like go back and refer to it. You know he would do it. Oh, this game is so funny. Alright, I gotta lock in. We gotta lock in again. Enough about salt rocks. So the reason that came up is like, when you all were asking like, do you have enough for the class? I'm like, I technically have another bar in the freezer, but like, I don't want to lick the ice cream bar and just pass it around. No, you're good. I think we needed that. I have more energy now. That's what I needed. I needed a dose of Al-Shafan, and then I have energy. I think the last locked in missed the lock. I didn't lock in at all. It's okay, we're back. We're so back because you know what gave me extra energy as well? Knowing that we're playing Heavensward Part 2. Oh my gosh. Literally since we've started patches, this is just Heavensward Part 2. I'm so locked in. I'm ready. It's time. We're locked out? No, we're locked in again. We're going back. Oh, would you get Pen? What kind of food did you get? Emoting during the hunt train? I don't know what that is. I have no clue what's going on in hunt trains. Okay, back. I'll check the VOD later. I'm sure we did the same quest as you the other day. We can also like chat about it in Discord later on to see like what part it is and to make sure that you we were on this that we ended it like if there's anything that you're missing or if it's just anything else that you needed to go through. Okay, sorry. Let me go back. Okay. It won't make up for what she suffered at the hands of men, but if there's a chance we can free her, truly free her, we owe it to her to try. It has always been emotional, like, chains with her, right? Mental chains, really. It always has been mental chains. But we didn't realize there was also, like, the tempering chains in there. Like, even if they are light, like, it's still possible for them to, I guess, like, to lock her up tighter. I confess, my heart was in my throat when Estinian thought to berate her, but it appears to have the desired effect. I think it... Yeah. I didn't think, like, berate as in, like, talk down. Berate as in, like, for sure provoke. It would seem she still has some pride after all. Let's see if she's as good as her word. She is part of the first brood! Of course she is! While Porxies may have shown to be effective in curing the tempered, Tiamat must be considered a special case. She is far, far larger and immeasurably more powerful than any subject treated thus far. Were we to remove her restraints only to find that the process has failed, we would be hard-pressed to contain her. Then, before going ahead, should we learn as much as we can about the exact nature of her condition? Do you suppose we can find the information here? Why, yes! No. Why, yes, we can. We can indeed. The Alligans kept detailed records on all their notable captives, and I know exactly where to look. Our little nerd. We shall leave that to you then. In the meantime, the rest of us can turn our thoughts and to the removal of those shackles. I know Alphino and Notice here well. No, I know Alphino and Notice here well enough, but not you. Are you certain Are you certain you're ready to see this through? Rest assured, Sir Estinian, that I am both ready and willing to give my all for the sake of this star, though this is not my only reason for wanting to set Tiamat free. Estinian does not know about Graha yet, and that's okay. They'll, I'm sure, be acquainted soon enough. While I do not claim to know all her sorrows, I too once found myself in a prison of despair, and I well understand how hard it can be to dare to dream of escape. It took the encouragement of braver souls than I to make me take the first step towards a brighter future, and now I would help Tiamat do the same. I gather you are not as young as you look. Mayhaps when our work here is done, we could trade tales over a pot of Tataru's famous tea. To be indebted to her for leaves and hot water? I think not. Oh my gosh. As simple as tea! I love it! I mean, Estinian, if you were to become a scion, you wouldn't be indebted to her. So, I don't know, just become a scion, you can have as much tea as you want! I see. Returning swiftly to the task at hand, then. I believe the nodes governing Tiamat's restraints are located in the sector known as the flagship. Ah, yes, we're familiar with it. The Etherochemical Research Facility in particular. Oh, you may wish to take this, a spirit vessel containing a small amount of my blood. Again? I wonder if it's the one we used to open the Crystal Tower, which you just happen to be carrying around with you. I suppose that could be rather odd. To explain, Rambros, Uranger, and I are researching the use of spirit vessels and transference not only of memories, but the traits of certain bloodlines, so I kept one at ready should an opportunity to test our theories arise. Because he's a nerd, that's why. As for its use to you, you may recall that during our previous visit, the nodes here grant access to restricted functions, having identified me identifying me of being royal blood. And armed with the spirit vessel, I posit that they will do the same for you, even in the absence of, well, the rest of me. It seems worth a try at least. Oh yes, we did remember that about His Highness last time. Agreed. We will take good care of it. To the flagship, then. I like this. I like adventuring with them. It's really cute. How's it going? Hi there. Hi, Echo. About the free trial? What would you like to know about the free trial? We can answer all your questions. And maybe give you a referral. I'm kidding. Don't worry about that. She's the real boss of Final Fantasy XIV. When she learns how to use a gun, it's over. It's over for Aerzia. Here, take a vial of my blood. I swear it's mine. I swear it's mine. Nah, Tataru and I would craft together. I love it. One day I would love to craft, or like do more crafting. Whose would it be then? Is once per server? Is it one character per server or one total? For free trial, does anybody know? It's up to 8 characters on any server max. Thank you, Annie. But you can go to different servers as well on any of your... Well, you can go to... If you're on EU, you can go on any of the EU servers, and Materia, which is in Oceania. And then for NA, you can go on... Well, everyone can travel to Oceania, and you can go on to the different data centers, and you can travel within the worlds. But your home world will just be, yeah, the one. His best Omnicrafter. She built us a ship! Alize and I shall remain here and attend to necessary preparations. In the event that the spirit vessels fail to work as expected, you know where to find me. Good luck. It's possible that the restraints have mitigated the effects of her tempering, but Tiamat has been enthralled to Bahamut for thousands of years. To have clung to her reason through it all says a lot for her strength of will. More than a lot. More than most. More than a lot, sorry. More than a lot. Also, I'm glad that Alize and Graha are getting along. Yeah, I'm glad that they're getting along more because she definitely poked fun at him and teased him a lot when we were in the first, right? So I'm really happy that they're getting along more. And Alize's wrath is currently directed to Estinian, which we all think is hilarious and amazing, right? So Graha now, and also like Graha did also really help her a lot with, you know, like figuring out the cure for tempering. So he has earned respect points, while Estinian is currently in the negative for those respect points. Another thing, this area just looks more like vivid. And I don't know if that's because, like, you know, upgraded graphics cards or what, but it looks a lot more like,
Kimchi
just vivid. Kimchi, thank you for 9 months. I really appreciate it. How are you, by the way? How's it going? Thank you so much for the support. It's good to see you always. They all know Graha's the best Scion. He is one of the best. I don't know if I could pick a favorite. I don't know. But I feel that, like, the colors... Man, the colors, the reflection, everything just looks a lot more bolder. It's really interesting. So let me go over here. Tiamat will be back. But I find it really neat that, like, I actually ended up going back and, like, scrubbing through my first Shadowbringers VOD, right? And even in the first cutscene when we go to the source the first time, there's actually small graphical updates from then to now. And I started technically December of last year, like at the very end of December. And like looking back into the cutscenes, because I went back into the inn to record a little bit of my cutscenes, and the graphical updates it's really interesting to see. Wait, we're going up. Okay. I can pick favorites easy. I can't pick favorites. I love them all in their own way. A top 3? I don't know. I don't think I could do that. I'm too attached to them, to all of them, to pick a favorite. Oh, no. This way? Where's the map? There we go. How are you, Kimchi? Has work been busy for you lately? A Nor is your favorite Scion? She would be quite the choice. I love them all. They're all good. They are. Not here. No, dang it. I'm underneath. I'll get there. On my way. Where the okay, wait. Down. Underneath this layer, I think. No, over here. There it is, on this side. Someone who has a lot of characters being more than 8 feels kind of wild. I feel like it's a lot to keep up with, though. But I suppose, like, if No, where am I? Up here! Right?
Nice. Shade Saratoga just subscribed. I haven't been able to watch much since my new job, but you're the first I've ever subscribed to, and I'm truly glad I did.
Thank you!
I hope I'm here to watch you go through rest of FF14 Smile.
Thank you, Shade. I really appreciate it. That's so nice. Thank you for 13 months. Over a year! We've had 2 people over a year. Well, we've had a 9-month, a 13-month, and a 12-month. Everyone, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm working on hopefully like editing down my VODs a little bit more, and then hopefully working on some highlights so it's easier to catch like big moments through it. I've worked through my first Shadowbringers VOD, and I've like timestamped it and scrubbed through it. I just need to like publish it later on. But I'm really happy. I'm really happy that like it feels like it's good progress, and I'm excited to make little highlights to throw onto the channel later on for anybody who is not able to catch it. But thank you so much for 13 months. Your Strolas, my girl, your Strola has your heart. Okay, wait. Your Strola fans, I got something to show you. And I'm so sorry, I don't mean to make you all jealous, but I got something cool to show you though. But then but my sister got me this at Anime Expo, and it's a sticker. She got me a sticker! Ooh. Look! Look at the sticker! She's so cute! Oh, the little fat cat too! And the Moogle drinking juice? Or is that beer? Is that Moogle drinking booze? Okay, and then also, I mean, I showed everyone knows this one. I showed this one a bajillion times. Since we're back in Heaven's Ward, right? Look at my Elizons. Jungle juice! They're drinking the Moogle's drinking jungle juice! That's so funny. Anyways, so pretty. Trust dungeon outfit. I know what that reference is to, because you can dress them up if they're high enough level. That's so funny. Look at that Moogle drinking jungle juice, though. You're so right. That's 100% jungle juice. Wait, what are these? I just looked back. Oh, this is from Anime Expo. My sister got this for me. She also got me some pins as well. And then this one, these are just stickers I bought. I bought this from Etsy. I'm respectfully looking. She's so pretty. Look at her. The little sunglasses too. It looks so good. With her tomes. And her nails are painted black too. She also has some juice in the background. Wonder what she's drinking though. Anyways, I got very lucky. My sister went to Anime Expo for 1 day, and she just ended up scooping up a bunch of stuff for, I think for free. Some of it was for free. And I got lucky. What are these? Different regions, and then a combination of making new characters and groups of friends. And then sometimes there's role-playing too, so that's another reason why some people end up making like extra characters to roleplay. And then, cute! I hope Tataru keeps a steady eye on Anor all the time that Thancred... think of all the times that Thancred and Uranger were helpless. Anor has a type though. And they're... How do I even say this? She has a type. And she even considered Graha for a second, but I think she's over it. He's too old man for her, I think. I also think it's really funny though, because everyone kind of clocks him really easily as like being older than he is, because technically he's like early 20s, right? I think Graha like physically right now is early 20s. But I think it is really interesting though, because like, you know, he's kept all his memories, he's kept like essentially his personality and everything from all this time. For glam reasons, I love it. Is Yashola reading a book in reading a book written in ether? It's kind of like, I'm not sure actually. I'm not sure what kind of book she's reading. I'm sure there's like more, there's a better, not for sale. It says in the corner it's not for sale. It's hard to see. Okay, might not be able to pick it up. That's okay. Early 20s in anime, he'd be like a mentor. A mentor? Warrior of Light fanfiction I see. Would she be reading Warrior of Light fanfiction? I don't know. Maybe. Possibly. Okay. Read most books because she talks, how she can paint because of the distinct ether in it? Ah. Okay, alright. Got locked in. Hi, Stinian. I want to give him a head pat. He needs to sit down later. I'd rather leave these elegant contraptions to you and Alphino. Is he just the muscle? Let's split up and search the flagship for the node that controls TMS constraints. But should you find a likely candidate, do not be tempted to make any adjustments. It would not do to accidentally release some matter of experimental monstrosity, nor less Tiamat herself in her current state. Our objective at this stage is simply to identify the relevant nodes or node. Once we have learned what we can, we should reconvene and compare notes prior to proceeding. Oh my gosh. Alfie has his chaperone. I'm the adult now. I get to go alone. What does Shola admit to? I'm not sure. I'm not. You know what? I'm not sure what fanfiction she would be into. Like, there's different genres of fanfiction, I suppose. So we have to figure out what would be in line with what her likes are. Bzz. Friction between metallic compound detected. Temperature increasing to critical levels. Please replace damaged parts or retreat to safe distance. Not this one. Obsteroporosis? Pros? Node? I was just kind of curious of what does this word mean? I don't really need to know how it's pronounced, but I was just curious. What does this mean? If anybody knows. Data link with Delta Quadrant broken. Possible cause? Intruder interface. Advised deployment of automated combat units. Proceed? Well, it is talking about Delta unit, or Quadrant, which is getting closer. Kind of like a rowdy. Ah, rowdy. I see. Would she consider it? I don't know. I don't know if it's something that she would like. I mean, we have to remember she can detect ether, but she's kind of. I think she is, you know, still kind of blind to a degree. I feel like, you know what? I think she would enjoy, like, something. I think she would enjoy kind of like. Okay, so the reason I think of this is, like, you remember how, in that scene where Andre, like, just, like, described the sky to her? I think she would like something like that. With a lot of detail, and a lot of description. A lot of prose, kinda, maybe? Noisy, disruptive, rowdy. Okay, thank you. She's too much of a non-fiction girly. Yeah, I think you're right, though. But I think she would enjoy some, like, you know, some nice prose. She's a research girly, too. Could be that. Blip bloop. Warning. Scheduled dragon restraint maintenance. Wait. Blip bloop. Warning. Scheduled dragon restraint maintenance due in minus 2,020 years. Failure to verify system integrity may result in unscheduled specimen release. Okay, I think we found it. I think we're good now. I think that's the one. Calamitous? Is that what it's called? Clamorous. I would hope that if words were distinguished, you can perceive a good Kirby crackle visual effect. I feel like Yashtila would devour all forms of literature. I think so too. Wait, where are they? Where are the boys? There they are. Are tall and are small. Oh my gosh. Imagine if I was a white-haired Lala boy. It'd be the three phases. Small, tall. Infernal things. One of them sent a swarm of mechanical vilekin to plague me. I must have angered it. I'm afraid Estinian and I have little to show for our efforts. Did you find anything? Actually, we did. I did! A node which smells like burnt hair. Yes, a chirping node which spontaneously warned me about neglecting the dragon restraints. I, found a way to activate mechanical sentries, if that's any help. I smelled a node which smelled like burnt hair. I want to do the other ones too. Pick all the wrong answers first. Okay. I know that one. wait. I know that one, though I thought it the stench more akin to fire in a manure shed. But it seems likelier to explode than grant our wish. Surely there must be another. I'm so glad you can pick them all. Thank you for telling me. Only if they were willing to lead us to the node we seek, which I somehow doubt. But from what I recall of the flagship design, the node you found could facilitate communication throughout Azazla, so we may yet find a use for it. No? Oh, you say no, that's it. Yes, a chirping node which spontaneously warned me about neglecting the dragon restraints. Spontaneously, you say? Well, that does sound promising. Almost suspiciously so, in fact. But then you were in possession of the spirit vessel. I dare say it is indeed the node which Graha spoke. And it was, chirping? Chirping, you say? Well, very well. Let's take a closer look. I want ShB to hurry up and allow Lawless to sit on Tal's shoulders, because I think it would be so funny if my Lala sat on Estinian's shoulders and I don't know. I think it'd be fun. Like Nanamo, just being perched up there. I want to be perched up there. And he would do it begrudgingly. I think he would willingly do it begrudgingly, though. He wouldn't be happy. He would just scoff all the time, but it would make me laugh. I don't know. I just want to tease and bother Estinian. As I suspected, the node will not acknowledge my authority to issue it instructions. Shoulder spiky? No, no. No, those are just the handlebars. You just hold on to that. Probably. How's his armor? I don't know. Chirping? No. We know. Is so unbothered. How did the aliens tell these godforsaken things apart? Blip, do you wish to operate the dragon restraint mechanism? Yes. Blip, bloop, you do not have the request? No. Requisite. Sorry. Blip, bloop, you do not have the requisite access privileges. Operation of the dragon restraint mechanism may only be undertaken by the chief technologist and member of the royal family. Or those with a vessel full of royal blood, perhaps. Oh my gosh. Okay. I need to start reading more of the little details or like the little descriptions, but I always read the like key items ones. Field trial spirit vessel. One never knows when a small portion of royal Allegan blood might come in handy, which is why Grahatia keeps this vessel on about his person. I wonder if it'll end up working in the future, because he did say that like he wonders if it'll fade one day in terms of like Allegan technology and the tower and everything recognizing him as like royal blood. So I wonder if that's part of like the trial as well, to potentially preserve that. Blip. New user detected. Commencing biometric authentication. Bloop. Authentication complete. User identified as member of royal family. Please state your name. Oh my gosh, stop. Who do I even pick? That... No, like, of course I kind of want to pick me, but then also it would be really funny. It'd be... Okay, I kind of want to pick Estinian. I kind of want to pick Estinian. Yeah, I kind of want to tease Estinian. Oh my gosh! No! Very funny. But if that thing speaks my name, I shall I shall see that it never speaks again. Use your own. Use your own, notice you. In case you've forgotten. It's so cute, oh my gosh. Wait. What's the... I'm trying to think. What is the button to turn off the UI? Is it insert? Insert? You even did the arms cross. You're basically him already. You can't tell us apart, actually. You can't tell Estinian and me apart. We're actually twins. There's actually a second twin. There's actually a second set of twins in the Atlas slot. Screen lock? Screen lock. I don't have it. So, yeah, I spilled a cup of water on my keyboard, my 10 keyless keyboard, and I'm running on a 60% now, and I don't have it. I don't have one. Dang it. Scroll. I don't have it. Scroll lock. I know. I don't have it. I only have a 60%, and then my numpad. Can I G-pose here? You know what? I'm just gonna take a normal screenshot. That's fine. That'll make me happy still. It's so funny. You can always change the keybind. I really should. I think I will have to do that after cutscene. I'm sad you actually killed your keyboard. Yeah, that's also part of the sub goal, to buy new keyboard and also buy 8 terabyte hard drive. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's okay. I'll figure it out in time. I love that you just cross your arms. Aren't we twins? You can't tell us apart, actually, right? Oh my gosh, is that Estinian Wormblood on the left? Or is that Estinian Wormblood on the right? I can't tell. Can you tell? Is he on the left or the right? Oh my gosh, I can't tell. Oh my gosh, it's exactly like Nia and Kexi. I can't tell them apart at all. I can't tell. Are you blind? Obviously left. I'm sorry. I think I need to actually get my prescription checked. Very rugged looking, both of you. This would be a good cutout. I think so too. Oh my gosh, you're right. You're right. I need print screen. I need print screen so bad. Does anybody know on a 60% keyboard? Print screen. Windows Shift S? Okay, let me see. Windows Shift S. That just takes a screenshot. I need the print screen button. I'm trying to think. I guess I could use a virtual keyboard. Keyboard. On-screen keyboard! On-screen keyboard! Oh, wait. I took a screenshot. Galaxy Brain. It's scroll lock? Scroll lock! Where's scroll lock? Do I have scroll lock on this? I have numlock. Wait. Oh my gosh, we did it! We did it! Oh my gosh, okay. On-screen keyboard! I can't pull this out every single time. I cannot pull this out every single time I try to. Okay, oh my gosh, we did it! We big-brained at 10:30 p.m. It's happening. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Sometimes my brain does work. Incredible. Just use your on-screen keyboard. This thing is wild. Actually, I think I might actually pin this to my taskbar until I end up getting a new keyboard. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. This is gonna be the new small. How'd you get the keyboard? It's a virtual keyboard. It's just look up on just keyboard, and there's an on-screen keyboard option that you're able to use. The keyboard ultimate. Oh wait, did anybody look at the poll? Did Estinian left or right win? Did anybody look? Sorry, I'm so sorry. I got distracted, as you can see, because I was trying to use the keyboard. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're good. I was trying to see if the on-screen keyboard... It does work, but you have to click into the game first before you end up clicking the on-screen keyboard. So that might mess things up a little bit. You kind of need to be in like on the same screen and like in the corner. So it's a little finicky, but it does work though. Ignored poll. I didn't ignore the poll. I'm sorry. Honestly, the Warrior of Light saying stuff the straight face is my favorite part of the game. Left Estinian won the poll. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, I'm gonna keep the keyboard on the side just in case if I need it again. Like right now. I need to turn this back on. I love it. I like annoying and sassy Estinian is so funny. I love it. Okay, so it didn't actually matter, but it would be funny if it did though. Bloop. Username change. Welcome notice you. You may operate the dragon restraint mechanism when ready. Oh, we don't need it right now, but Estinian will remember that. Blip boop. Error. Unable to disengage restraint of specimen Tiamat. A system update is required. A system update? What do you suppose it is asking of us? I could hazard a guess. To smash it to pieces. That was what... Okay, that's what Estinian would say, though. But I am left Estinian, so... Maybe I should choose this one. I could hazard a guess. Probably... no, I want to do this one. Well, that's more than I can say. Confounded bloody thing. User agitated detected. Initializing guidance program. In order to operate... It's trying to soothe the Estinian. In order to operate the restraint mechanism, I require access to the central control system. However, I am unable to establish a link to said system due to obsolescence of my own software. Guidance program. The issue can be resolved by applying a system update using the corresponding terminal located within the flagship. So, can this thing release the restraints or not? It can, but only once it's received the requisite system update, as far as I can tell. I wish that we crossed our arms too, until which time it'll float there spewing nonsense. User dissatisfaction detected. Initializing placation. Placation controls! Bloop, I am here to help. Rest assured that I will be on hand to guide you through every step of the system update process. How gratifying. But I dare say we will fare better with guidance than without it. Righteous indignation. It blip blooping. It's silly. I like this game a lot. Sid and his colleagues always make operating these elegant devices seem so easy. I don't know what possessed the Allegan to surround themselves with these chattering orbs, but the fact that they remain while their creators do not speaks volumes. Yeah, the Allegan effect transcends time, like actually literally. And the Crystal Tower, for one. And then everything G'raha was able to do. And also the war crimes. Still in effect this day. We still feel it. Oh, wait! Whoa, wait! Oh, sorry, I didn't realize it was question mark time! For vengeance, the restraintment noted. Sorry, the restraintment node stands poised to lend a hand. Figuratively speaking. Bloop. Guiding user to terminal. This way, please. How far is the walk? Okay, I probably need to fly. Time to fly. The technology is too much for fantasy lance man and posh elf. I read this as fantasy lace man. Oh my gosh. Okay. So I will say, you know the little maid outfit? The little Final Fantasy like 14 maid outfit? I have seen like little like it was like a little like acrylic keychain about like art for a lot of the characters and little in that outfit, and it was really funny. I'll have to find it later. It's very cute. That's the closest thing to lace. Fantasy lace. I'll pick the goofy option every time. I want to do all the options. I really like it a lot. With 5 votes. I didn't see if there's any other votes. Okay, thank you. This terminal appears to be similar to the one we encountered when we first set foot here. Let us hope it'll be equally helpful. Bloop. Access granted to user Notice You and her and her adolescent Ellison companion. Master Yu's other companion is deemed a potential risk to safe operation and sorry. And has been denied access privileges until further notice. Astinian. I really like this. I really like the beginning of this patch, but it makes me afraid because like I feel like they're like allowing us to climb to a peak, and then I think we're gonna crash out. Astinian gets into the corner. Master Yu's other companion is deemed a potential risk to safe operation, has been denied access privileges until further notice. Alfie was given access though. That's so cute. Don't look at me. This is a test for you and Alphino. Let's see. According to the terminal, the central control system is presently employing software version 56.135. Dare I ask which version you are employing? Oh, why? Software version 42.002, of course. Bloop, bloop. Warning, error detected in the data management system. Estimated time required for update 5 years in 1 day! That is rather long. No, longer than we were hoping. Aren't there any other options? For instance, using this terminal to operate Tiamat's restraints instead? Bloop. The proposed method is indeed an option. Please be warned, however, that the procedure may have changed as a result of the system update. My instructions may no longer be accurate. Well, I can't imagine it will have changed all that much. As long as we pay due attention to any discrepancies, I dare say we should be able to muddle our way through. Don't bother trying to explain. Just tell me if we made any progress. Estinian is like brain off. I would say so, yes, it does. However, required that I may remain here to operate the terminal, I shall inform you via link pearl once I'm ready to release the shackles. It might be best if you left the spirit vessel with me. I may yet have use for it. Rest assured, I will be certain to return it to Grahatia once this is over. Okay, just stay safe, Alfie. Just a little bit more work, and Tiamat... Just a little bit more work, and Tiamat will be free. Before we go any further, there's something I would know. When Tiamat and her kin fought against the Allegan Empire, both sides were butt dancing to the tune of the Ascians. And it was the same in Ishgard, where they stoked the flames of conflict between man and dragon from the shadows. Oh my gosh. All that Ascians touched turned to ash, and thus have you made it your mission to fight them. But there have been times when you tried to reach out to them instead, to find common ground. And so I must ask, what do you intend to do with Van Daniel? Will you try and reach out to him too? Enemy or no, I want to understand him. I will try, yes, and if that fails, I'll remember him. Certainly, after I wipe the smile off his face. Man, there's so many good lines that you get to choose. I gotta choose number 2, though. I think that's the one I gotta choose. But I think I will say number 3 is a very tempting offer. I will say number 3, perhaps, maybe, I don't know. But I have to keep my promise, though, right? I will try, yes. And if that fails, I'll remember him. I see a little point in reasoning with I see a little point in reasoning with the wretch, or remembering him, for that matter. But perhaps that's the difference between you and me. I see the good in people. No, sorry. But perhaps that is... I can't talk. But perhaps that's the difference between you and me. You see the good in people, even if it be but the faintest glimmer. I only hope you do not come to rue your benevolence. You think us unwise for viewing the world thus? Far from it. That has ever been your way, as I learned when we journeyed together with Iceheart. Oh my gosh, Yazael mentioned! We miss her so much! That's what we're missing. But that's what we're missing on our adventure right here! We're missing her! Yet, the fact remains that there are some who view compassion as weakness to be exploited. And there may come a time when you extend the hand of friendship only to wish that you had dealt the killing blow. And honestly, I think that's reasonable. I think it's reasonable to, like, for Estinian to be a little bit more pessimistic and to be a bit more cautious like that. And I don't think it's necessarily wrong that we're different either. It's just like different things, different ways of seeing things. And I don't know. I think it's good to probably have like that in your group or in your friend group or anything like that, to just like see things in different ways. A different perspective is always appreciated. So, save your mercy for those who deserve it. Oh. Well, we should be getting back to our task. If Alphino has things in hand here, I suggest we rejoin the others. And it makes me a little nervous, though, of him saying that. I think it's a good reminder, but I think we should remember Asinian's words. Save your mercy for those who deserve it. Warning, releasing dragon restraints may result in specimen loss, damage to facilities, or incineration of staff. I cannot deny the logic of Asinian's argument, given all that is at stake. Even the slightest lapse in judgment could be the undoing of us all. We will be wary. We want to be trusting, but we'll be careful. Because also, we don't want to, like, you know, endanger... There's so many quests here. Oh my gosh. There's so many Allegan quests that we gotta go do. But we don't want to, like, endanger the ones we care about in hopes of, like, I don't know, potentially at the... Yeah, we don't want to endanger anyone we care about because we want to attempt to persuade somebody differently. I don't know. Something like that. There's like a balance of it. We do want to understand him too. Hi, Nako. Save the mercy for who deserve it is a great line. You wipe the smile off his face only to realize he's wearing a second smaller smile underneath. Oh my gosh. All that reminds me of is, you know when you know those certain sunglasses that you can you can stack like glasses? I love when sunglasses stack because like you pull out the sunglasses and there's just another one underneath. So is it like rock paper scissors thing when Lala beats Dragoon, Dragoon beats Node, and then the Node beats the Lala? Maybe. That's how you, Alfie, that's how you brick a system. This is what happens when I keep postponing Windows updates. Estimated update time, 5 years. Windows, that thing is running on Windows 98 and it needs to update till 11? He's a grumpy feral cat. Come here, Estinian, let me give you a head pat. We'll work on it, okay? I need to find a taller mount to ride. We slay gods and this Node is afraid of the Dragoon. He's grumpy, okay? And he's a threat. Allegandos. 1098. Alright. If this Van Daniel truly is without reason or creed, he is no better than a rabid dog. Treat with him if you must. But be ready to do what is necessary. I wish I had like screenshotted the other thing he said. Oh, I did actually. Save your mercy for those who deserve it. I am really curious to see if that is kind of like a bluff or not, or it's kind of like a facade in terms of like Van Daniel's. In terms of like what Van Daniel says to us. No reason, no creed. I knew it would be brought up again. So the spirit vessel proved useful after all? Excellent. Thank you, Graha. Oh, Angela is here with us. Hi, Alize. Oh my gosh, not this song. We're so back. We're so back in Heaven's Lord, though. Estinian told me all is well, but nothing more. Honestly, it's like getting blood out of a stone with him. I take it from Alphino's absence that he's needed elsewhere? Yeah, he's not a chatty one. Estinian doesn't yap. Well, that all sounds rather frustrating. You got there in the end. While you were off talking to Nodes, Graha and I were learning as much as we could about Tiamat's condition. Our readings confirm that her ethereal balance leans strongly towards the umbral, as was the case with the Kabols. Therefore, all other things being equal, the treatment should work. The difficulty lies in the sheer quantity of ether with which we must contend. Most applications of the treatment will inevitably be required if we were to reverse the effects of tempering completely. Meaning, I'll need all the ether I can get. Thank you in advance. Although this endeavor will ask much of us, we do have one reason to be optimistic. Namely that Tiamat shows no signs of fanatical devotion, suggesting a milder case of tempering than that suffered by the Kabols. Tiamat saw Bahamut as an equal rather than a god. Might that have made a difference? Now that you mention it, it very well might. She would not have believed it necessary to defer to his will. But enough talk. It's time to put our theory into proof. Tell Alphino to disengage the restraint's ethereal dampers. I'm counting on you, Angelo. Go, Angelo, go! Ah, such warmth. The frost that shroudeth my soul doth begin to thaw. But what are these? Visions of days long forgotten, of war with men of Alag. Wherefore do these baleful memories return to me now? Could it be that the process of restoring her soul to its pre-tempered state is awakening ancient memories? Or might the opposite be true? If so, by helping her recall the past, we may be able to speed her recovery. Notice, she trusts you. Speak to her. Ask her to tell you of times past. Oh my gosh. Tell me of Bahamut and the Ascians. Tell me of your war with the men of Alag. Okay, so I'll probably ask the first one. But also, another thing I want to, note as well really quickly is, I think that was a really interesting note that Estinian had brought up earlier, how essentially, the Dragon Song War, and then with, when Tiamat summoned Bahamut and fought against, the Alagans, right? Once again, two parallel stories that, it's so neat. But also, it just kind of shows that history repeats itself, too, which is very devastating. Piggy Medic since 2019. Angelo! Tiamat therapy arc? Oh my gosh, somebody's getting therapy. Do you notice how it's not a 2D fantasy man? But instead, a dragon lady? Very interesting. Very interesting, Nidhogg. Much to think about. Yeah, so much to think about, actually. Huh. That's a very interesting coincidence. That the one that's gonna get therapy. Okay. So tell me about Bahamut and the Ascians. Ah, Bahamut, my beloved. Would that the peace we found in Mera Cidia could have lasted for eternity, but alas, it was not to be. The Ascians saw to that. In all creation, I know of none more wicked. It was at their behest that the men of Alag first came to Mera Cidia, onto our home. Huh. Okay, I'm just thinking back now. To their behest, they came to our home. So the Ascians had convinced the Alagans to come to Mera Cidia. The tale began when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took wing in search of a place to make our eyrie. Beyond the southern ocean, we discovered a lush, fertile land. It it would come to be known as Mericidia by the children of men, though many years were to pass before they crossed the sea. Upon our arrival, we were welcomed by the peaceful people of the forest, kin to the trees, surrounded by nature's bounty. Bahamut and I found a place to raise our young. Fascinating. This correlates with the writing of the Charlian scholar, Russia? She posits that man first settled on the southern continent towards the end of the Second Astral Era. Correctly, it would appear. If only she were with us to hear the tale from Tiamat herself. Again, Angelo. Oh, we're getting a history lesson. When first the children of man arrived on our shores, no foot did they set in those places over which we held dominion. Such was their fear of dragonkind, and as such they kept their distance. And did we let them? So did we let them be. Yet, as days went by, ship after ship arrived upon the horizon, bearing even more of their brethren, who divided the vast land among themselves. For a time, they knew peace and prosperity, but as their numbers grew, the smaller their share seemed to be. Soon enough, they began to covet the territory of their fellows. Ere long, man fought man, blood was answered with blood, and none could see an end to the strife, until one day they came to us. Recognizing our wisdom, they entreated us to intercede in their conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with him presiding over the affairs of men, the land knew peace once more. It's so interesting to kind of see this different side of them, right? Alas, those golden days of harmony too were fated to end, for the men of Alag slew my beloved, and I, in my rage and sorrow, heeded the envenomed words of the Asians. The rest thou knowest only too well. Okay, yeah. Okay, so let me go. I'm thinking back in terms of like, who did the Asians kind of like provoke as well? But your tale doesn't have to end there. When we set you free, we'll rid the world of the Asians together, and you and your beloved will have justice. Oh, Alize. Fine sentiments, but you're almost spent. I'll keep watch from above if the treatment fails. If the treatment fails, run. Ugh. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I swear, when this is over. He does that a lot. Keep going, Alize. The magic is working. If she needs more ether, we can give her some. Slowly but surely, the magic is working. Aided no doubt by the memories you bade her share. Oh, Lestinian's up on the rock. Can we actually talk to Tiamat from down here? I can't click on anything. Lestinian. Maybe he just wants a better view. He wants to be able to see Tiamat. No, we can't talk to her. Okay. Alright. Couple things to write, and I think there's so much I wish I woke up earlier! There's so much more I want to do! Because we did talk for like almost 2 hours, so I haven't even done MSQ for that long. Okay. Alright. I am gonna go to the restroom really quickly. Me and Astinian are gonna twin real quick, right? We're gonna be identical twins. One more. There. We're gonna be identical twins real quick. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna play an ad, and I'll be right back. The Stina twins. The Stina twins. So Stina twins. One of your favorite parts of 14. We've laughed so much today. It has a lot of smiling, a lot of laughing. I'm enjoying this patch so far, which makes me scared. Tell me of the horrors you experienced. Tiamat therapy time. Okay, I'll be right back. I will see you all in like 2-3 minutes real quick. I'm going to take a quick ad break and also restroom. So get up, stretch, whatever you need, get a snack, and I will see you in a little bit. All right. There we go. I do need to also, I'll write notes later, but about Tiamat's story and it like essentially Tiamat recounting all of this for us. Okay, I think ad is over. Alright. We got this. I believe in us. Okay, a little bit more water for throat. Alright, let's talk to Estinian really quickly. We're done being twins for now. Oh, I see 2 Azure Dragoons! Check it! Checks out! The girl is as stubborn as her brother. By now, her ether must be all but spent, yet she will not give up. I think he respects it, though. I think he respects, like, the stubbornness that both the twins have. So slowly but surely, the magic is working, aided no doubt by the memories you bade her share. Actually, sorry. While I knew wasn't going to be easy, no patient could have prepared me for treating a giant worm. But we're close. I can feel it. And, sorry, give me 1 second. Okay. But we're close. I can feel it. And while I've only got a few more drops of ether left to give, with yours and Graha's, this will work. But I believe I speak for the both of us when I say that you may take as much as you require. Absolutely. Carefully. I might hold you to that. Alright, here I go. Also, thank you for the follows. Welcome in. Okay, alright. 5.5 prediction. Everything, happy ending. Everything's gonna go great. We're gonna free team that, and everything's gonna be okay, and no crying the rest of the patch. Okay. Alright, here I go. Woo! This hyper beam looking ability.
No. I'm almost there.
Sorry, turn it up. Turn it up. We have her back. She has this. She got this. She's got this.
This is it, Angelo.
Oh. I was like, what's happening? Yes, I feel it. The icon's grip groweth weak. More? She said it grew weak. So
we won't know for certain until the shackles are removed.
Or maybe it did work. Call Alfie! Answer me this, child of man. Can my kindred be saved in like manner?
Many have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts, their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
My children. Should you hearken unto my call, we shall fly together once more. But should you not, I shall grant you peace. I know what this song is! Better to die than live as a tool of evil. You too would wish this, I know. And I shall do as I must. This is the song that Edmund, when we met with Edmund.
When time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
Thou hast my gratitude, little one.
Alphino's ready. It's time.
I hope we can save some of them, though.
do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
Man, I guess we never really got like good close-ups of like how she was imprisoned. Bahamut, my beloved. For vengeance and atonement, I rise.
By the gods!
Oh my gosh, that's our first time flying in so long.
Urianger, your timing could not be better.
Oh my gosh.
Understood, we're on our way.
Man, the timing with
it's
the music
Bahamut.
too.
He's been sighted over Pagalthan.
Wait, that's where Ferdola and Ehrenwald are.
The largest Amalja settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Oh no. I wonder.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way.
Estinian.
Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
What? Oh my gosh! I was like, is he just gonna jump? Oh my gosh. I think she 100% senses it. 100% senses Nidhogg in him to allow him to do that, right? I think that's also why that, like, she, even though she was provoked, she could tell. Oh my gosh. I was like, what are you doing, Estinian? Are you just gonna, was he just gonna jump? Is he just gonna jump to the tower? He's so dramatic. Estinian 100% got it, Estinian. Oh my gosh. Whenever they set her free and like the music started playing, I was definitely a bit teary-eyed there. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad that, but it's like heartbreaking too. Like, she's still, after all this time, she still hopes for a little bit for her children, right? Because like ultimately, like, they were the ones like crossing the crossfire of what had happened and like what she ended up doing. So it's the guilt of Bahamut, her children, the fear, all of that tied into one, and now she's able to like, you know, she's made her choice to step forward and to like fix things again. I love the dragons so much. I'm so happy to be back in Heavensward. We're so back. I'm so glad. So we're seeing this space empty now? Oh my gosh. Oh, so y'all told me as well, like back in the day when Heavensward was like current patch, right? Like seeing people like fly around. I could imagine like when Shadowbringers was current patch, did y'all also just see people just flying around doing quests and stuff? I feel like that was so cool though. She's free! Estinian is such a diva. I love him. I know, right? He really is. I wouldn't put it past Estinian just to Dragoon jump all the way to the location on his own. Okay, if he wasn't gonna do that, I was wondering if like he was gonna use his Nidhogg powers to just like grow wings and fly there, but honestly this was probably the better choice. You know what? Like to just go with Tiamat. He can fly! Okay. It's wild to imagine that a long-lived creature like a dragon, that all you've been through, yeah, they're basically nearly at this point immortal. It feels like they've lived it seems like close enough to any other thing that has been alive for that time. And the thing is, the one thing I kind of wonder as well, and I hope that it's something that will be answered later on as we continue, is like, so I wrote down about Heidelin and Midi, right? About how she allowed the dragons to live here, right? Then also, is it just another shard, or was it like, were they just like somewhere else? I don't know. I'm not sure, but I hope so. It's something like explained later on. Honestly, I love the little bits of like more and more dragon lore that continues to be like dropped here and there because it's Rising of Heaven's Lord, and I love it. Try to imagine them. Let's go back. But yes, I had to clamp our tongues. One of the first things is ask, this should be freed. I'm so happy. I'll have to find my clips in Heaven's Lord later on to ask, like, whenever I'm like pondering of like, when can Tiamat like be free? Dragon lore, so it's really good. Just like the day in Heaven's Lord. Okay, all right, let's talk to Alize. I'm turning down the music again, just for a little bit. I'll be fine. Plenty of time to recover on their ship. Oh, Alize, you did so good. I'm so proud of you. Every single time you're working so hard. I'm like, I don't know. I'm like really proud of Alize. She's like found her path and like what she wants to do. And I mean, she even admits it in herself, right? It took basically all of Heaven's War to really, for her to like really find herself and like to essentially join the Scions. And now she's doing so well. While I'm sure you're desperate to join Astini and Tiamat in battle, 'twould be wiser to gather the full strength of the Scions first. The foe we face demands no less. For vengeance. Okay, also, I can stop being the Azure Dragoon now. I can stop being the Azure Dragoon. The flames of war. With Lunar Bahamut bound for Pagathon? Pagathon? Graha Tia is determined to call upon the aid of your fellow Scions. You're right. We'll always be the Azure Dragoon. We're Azure Dragoons. I've already sent words to the others. We are to rendezvous in Ul'dah at the Hall of Flames. Let's collect Alphino and be on our way. Oh my gosh. The fade out! Man, I'm getting a little emotional. I wish... Oh, I'm so glad they brought us here. I wish Midi was here to see this. I know he's taking a nap. But I wish I wish Dad would wake up. Okay, let's talk to everyone. If you're worried about me, don't be. I got some rest during the fight. No, the flight. Now I'll feel ready for anything. Alright, I gotta sleep. I'm working tomorrow. Oh, boo. Good luck though, Ken. Get some good rest. Thank you for stopping by. It's really late right now. Hopefully work won't be too bad. And then if you have any energy, I mean, I'm gonna try to do my best to finish this expansion. Okay, it's okay. We're good. Allie, my daughter's grown up so much. I love her so much. I love Alize's skirt thingy in this outfit a lot. So there's this side quest you do where we have to talk to Tiamat. I did the quest after. So I was just there talking to Empties. That's wild. That's really funny. That's a tough name. Do what you can. Yes, I'm hoping we can listen to it later on too. Freemat, Lala's best. It's too fun being a Lala. I don't think I could be anything but a Lala, especially through MSQ. Occasionally, sometimes we'll be silly and we'll also news. Oh no, this is just the song here. I guess I've never listened to it, but like yeah, through MSQ I have to be a Lala. I have a big dragon bias with my being my zodiac, but yeah, anything, love anything with dragons. It's so good. Is it? Okay, let's go back really quickly. I too hope work is chill tomorrow for you. Long shift. Do you have to get up early as well, Shaba? But good night, Ken. Sleep well. Take care. We'll see you soon, hopefully. All right. Locking in. As I'm sure you recall, Ehrenwald and Ferdola were bound for Pag. I'm gonna call it Pag for now. Paglethen. Okay, we're bound for Paglethen. I pray they have not come to any harm. First, the spat of abductions, and now attack on the Amaja homeland. What do you think? What do you think? Telophorol aim to achieve with all of this. Okay. By happy coincidence, Crow and I were in the process of concluding our inquiries when news reached us about Lunar Bahamut's return. There's much to discuss, but that will have to wait. Of the foe we face, we know but little, though time be of essence, we must not stint in our preparation, lest our haste to fly to the aid of the Amaja cost us our best chance at victory. Okay, alright. This is gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine going through this. Now, I know some of you could do with a rest, but I'm sorry to say the telophorol. Sorry. Now I know some of you could do with a rest, but I'm sorry to say the telophorol have other plans. Paglethan is already under siege. Happily, the Immortal Flames arrived just in time to join the defensive effort, with Marshal Terrapin at their head. Well now, given the failure of the peace negotiations, I was uncertain how the Sultanate would respond. 'Tis good to hear that Ulda has not abandoned the Amaja. Abandon them? Abandon them? Did we not profess to be their friends? Is it Nanamo? Oh my gosh, it's Nanamo! That's my Sultana! Your Grace. Marshal Terrapin has made provisions for such an exigency and was ready to depart at a moment's notice. All that was required was the agreement of the syndicate, each of whom voted in favor of intervention. Oh my gosh! The music! Nor is Ulda alone in its resolve. The other alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Paglethan. Yet even with our combined strength, we shall be sorely tested. For we face not only the might of the Imperial Legion, but Lunar Bahamut and his draconic horde besides. Tiamat's children. Fight as we may, victory is by no means assured. But not all of the omens are grim. Our forces report that despite their proximity to Lunar Bahamut, none of the Amaja show any signs of tempering. Strange. What primal would turn down a chance to claim new thralls? So I had that theory. I wondered if the Amaja had been tempered, but it doesn't seem like it. They were still kidnapped, though. Unless it is incapable of doing so? Primals are not wont to serve a master, Asians or otherwise. It may well that Lunar Bahamut differs in some fundamental manner from those we previously encountered. If that were true, anyone could fight him, and noticing others like her wouldn't have to shoulder the burden alone. Be that may, Lunar Bahamut remains an incalculable, powerful foe whom our soldiers still struggle to best through mere forces of arms. With the aid of the Scions, however, I believe that they will fare better. They will fare rather better, assuming that is you are ready to take the field. An airship awaits to bear you to the front. Pray set forth as soon as you are able. So we get to fight with everyone. Oh. I, meanwhile, shall continue to coordinate our forces. Till next we meet, may the 12 bless and keep you. Exigency. It was kind of her to speak with us personally. You may be certain she has no shortage of other responsibilities. It's always good to see her, though. Well, I, for one, am inclined to do as her grace requests, lest you forget, Erenwald and Fordola are in Paglathon on reconnaissance. The sooner we are to save the day, the better their chances. Indeed, to the airship, then. Okay. No, my majesty. Nanamo, my sultana. Okay. I also want to take notes real quick. Hi, Annie. My sultana. Nanamo mention. Telephoroi. Wait. I need to write it down. Telephoroi, yeah. I'm gonna write it down again. I keep flipping back to the page of where I wrote it. Telephoroi. No, Telephoroi. I'm not even saying it right. I'll work on it. Yeah, like Telephoroi, like telephone. Okay, I see. You're now? I'm saying it now. Okay. We're working on it. Pure speculation. I was wondering if the kidnapped were you gonna use as ether sources? Pure speculation. I don't know. I'm not sure. Well, no. The ones who were kidnapped. I'm not sure actually, because we know the ones in Garlemald are being used essentially to like as like slave labor. Actually. But we'll have to see why specifically. Like, Fandaniel would kidnap any of the other ones. Any of, like, the, like, native tribes. Glory? No, not Glory be. Okay. So, a couple things that I want to note really quickly before we continue. Well, sorry. Ignore my alarm telling me to go to sleep. I don't need a snooze. I need it. I'm gonna dismiss that alarm. I'm sorry. Glory be to garlic bread. I mean Garlemald. Close enough. Close enough. Welcome back, garlic bread. Is there a reason there's an alarm for sleep? I forgot I stream on Saturday, Sundays. No, I didn't forget. It's because my sleep schedule has been terrible lately. I've been going to sleep at 3 to 6 a.m. Not really. Close enough. I've been going to sleep at like 3+ a.m. lately, and it's not been good. It's really been bad. Let me put on my other alarm. I'm gonna adjust my other alarm to not have it on 11:30. Usually we don't stream this late. I might stream for another like 30 minutes, hopefully. Okay, so notes, right? So Yshtola's speculation. So Yshtola's thoughts over here. Incapable, potentially. Incapable of like thralling like certain tribes. Because it's interesting. Because, like, we know that people in Garlemald and then people to the tower are able to be enthralled, right? Are tempered. Incapable? Let's see. Lunar Bahamut differs in some fundamental manner. Okay, so Bahamut. Differs, but we don't know how. I want to see Pippin. Alright, so let's go over here. The abduction. Attack on their homeland. We still have to know what's up with, like, what Kryl and Y'shtola are up to. What are they researching? And then we have to, yeah, and then Ehrenwald and Fordola. Okay, and the other thing I wanted to note, what Astinian had said earlier. Basically, the Allegans versus Tiamat. Because the Allegans had... Oh my gosh, it literally is a full parallel. Had killed Bahamut. And then, therefore, yeah, then Tiamat ended up summoning a primal. A Bahamut. And then also, so now the Dragon Song War. Which I know this isn't, like, new information, but it's just, like, you know, now that they're, like, it's, like, clicking more. Because we had a lot on our brain before. And also, like, now, like, speaking and, like, seeing more of, like, other parallels within the story, it's a little easier to, like, spot them now, right? And, like, I think that was a really big one that Astinian had, like, kind of just brought up. Okay, cool. That's all. I think that's all I wanted to write for now. We're gonna work on it. I've been struggling with that sleep schedule. It's really bad. I really need to fix my sleep. I will say the last 2 days were extra bad because of the alarm in the maintenance room that kept on beeping when it was sleep time. But prior in the week, that was my own fault. I'll send you all the melatonin. Yes, please. I have literally 1 melatonin gummy, and I need to take it tonight. Hopefully we can start. We're gonna go for another like 30-ish minutes or so, something like that. And then hopefully finish tomorrow. Nap time. I forgot to get some. I ran out. No. Are you feeling sleepy tonight though? We don't need sleep alarm. We need answers. We do need answers. What's gonna happen? Lest thou wonder, I have attended to Thancred's ammunition and completed mine own preparations. I trust thou canst say the same of thine. Try as I might, I cannot fathom why Talaforoi would move to attack the Amalja. If Daniel's objective is death and destruction, one of the city-states would surely have been a better target. Don't tell me it's a distraction. Don't tell me it's a distraction. Don't tell me it's a distraction. That's not what it is. Don't tell me they're gonna do something else. No, they have some other agenda. One encompassing the recent abductions, perhaps. Okay. So the abductions are probably gonna be really important. But what would the abductions have to do with... Okay, so the abductions, the final days, and then the lunar Bahamut. Question marks. Alright. No, they have some sort of other agenda. One encompassing the recent abductions, perhaps. Do you think Astinian and Tiamat have already reached Paglathon? Ah, but I'm gonna call it Pag. Maybe. Paglathon? I don't know. Do you think Astinian and Tiamat have already reached Paglathon? Ah, but I should have known better than to speculate about the whereabouts of the Zer Dragoon. Forgive me. Okay, what if Tiamat and Astinian, like, took a detour and went to go say hi to Race Belgar? Like, what if? That'd be kind of cool, though, right? Okay, let me finish talking to everyone really quickly. It is not impossible that Talaferoi redirected some of the troops stationed at the tower to the front line. If so, this may all turn out to have been to Ehrenwald's and Ferdola's benefit. I see the new beanie as well. Sibling reunion fun. That'd be kind of cool though. It's all three of them. It's Nidhogg, Tiamat, and Race Belgar. That'd be really cool. Given what we know, some, or perhaps even all of the Imperial soldiers may have been tempered. If we can subdue them, we should be able to do something about that. They would still see us as enemies even then. That said, they wouldn't be deaf to reason, which is better than nothing. So Talaferoi have... Oh, what is this? Why is this... Okay, maybe it's my graphics card. So, Talaferoi have constructed buildings capable of tempering, and primals which are not. What secrets are they hiding? That is so true. That is a good point, Y'shtola. Y'shtola always makes really good points. So, like, Y'shtola and Urianger always, like, I feel like, drip feed us a little bit of things to consider. It's very, to think about, you know? Okay, so... Buildings that can temper. What are they hiding? And then also the abductions as well. So the abductions... The buildings, the primals. That's why Y'shtola is best girl. Oh, wait, you wanna see something? You wanna see something my sister got me at Anime Expo? She got me this sticker of Y'shtola! Look at her! Respectfully look at her. That's our girl! Okay, Y'shtola is so smart. I adore her. She's so fun. The choices of, like, sassing her, I need to. I've learned my lesson. We need to sass her in every like, choice we can get. I refuse to look respectfully. No Y'shtola for you, then. I'm covering. No Y'shtola. No Y'shtola. No! Okay, let me go back really quickly. Also, hi, Ritz! It's the new beanie! Okay, somebody told me to get this beanie and then dye it. Wait. And then dye it. Okay, dye it silver. And it looks like a... and so it can be an aluminum foil hat. So the 5G doesn't get us. So the 5G towers can't get us, and that means Xenos can't text us. Xenos can't the tinfoil hat. So, yes. I need to get the beanie for the tinfoil hat so Xenos can't text us, right? Baked potato foil! Baked potato wrapped in foil. Exactly. Now we need a whole outfit though. Help, not the 5G tower. Okay, it happened last time. Last time we were doing MSQ. No, it's specifically the 5G towers because Xenos, like, okay, so man would rather put up 5G towers all over Eorzea and all over the continent. Honestly, not even just the continent, the entire world, than get therapy so he could text us to go on a date with him threateningly. Yeah. So that's our thoughts. That's our theory. So we can't just say, oh, sorry, we just have bad reception. We didn't get your message. No, there's just towers everywhere, so we have to get his message. Xenos, our creeper stalker friend. You're right. You need to sleep. I need to sleep? What do you mean? Xenos using his 5G towers to beam his text right directly into our brain. Exactly, right? This is a foolproof plan for Xenos, right? That's why we need... apparently that's why we need the tinfoil hat in order to block out Xenos's signals. Because he's really trying to get that date. And we're kind of busy right now. And also I'm really afraid of this crossover. I wrote it a while ago when we started 5.4. I wrote, please no Xenos X Zodiarch, please. Yes, it does sound like a fan fiction. I did write X in between it. No Xenos X Zodiarch, please. Yeah, that's it. He would too. Yeah, he would. He would try to beam text into our brains. I'd read that fanfiction, to be honest. I mean, it's not like I always called like Shinryu Zenryu. Zenryu because they kind of like merged and everything. Rude. Where's my doubt button? Can't be mean. Also, the beanie is so funny. So small. Also, hello. Everyone's just chilling. Sorry, I got kind of close. I was trying to give you a head pat. Wait. Oh, I was like, where's our cat boy? There he is. Are you writing / fanfiction again? Again? No, I'm not. What if I want to see Xenos kiss Zodiarch? Nia, those words, I was not expecting I was not expecting those words to be said in chat today. They were very interesting. Thank you. Nia! If you were a mod, you would pin that. My friend, my enemy, I actually been trying to reach you about your rapidly honestly, wait, no, it's not just sending us texts for the 5G towers. He's trying to track our location. I'm writing it down. Write that down. Write that down. Xenos is trying to track our location. That's what he's doing. Oh my gosh. Towers track location. That's what it is. Turn off location sharing quick right now. Turn it off. I don't know. Can I turn it off? Are we able to? Can I turn it off? Trying to reach you about your Chocobo's extended warranty. You can extend this warranty by going out on a date with me, says Xenos. They hated me because I told them the truth. Yeah, I'm gonna put your quote in Discord real quick. One moment. Man, we get some good gems. It's just 5 Garlean. It's fine. It's 5. Yeah. Where is it? I hope you were honored to be immortalized in our community quotes. Oh, some really good community quotes we recently got. So, out of context, my going live notification said begging fictional men, and it was begging fictional men to not make me cry in 5.4, okay? So I need to preface that was the full title, but it just said begging fictional men. Another quote is, "I sent my lunar Bahamut, please respond." That one was really good. And then another one, "Sir, sir, a second lunar Bahamut has slid into the DMs." And then now Nia's most recent quote that I don't even know if I want to repeat. Thank you so much for contributing to our community quotes. They're really good. Begging fictional men to not make me cry, please. No, they're gonna shame me. We're not gonna throw beans at you, okay? Send lunar Bahamut pics. Okay, we're fine. Anyways, we're so normal and so fine about this game. It's all good. Oh, there's another one we got. Oh, I have one directed at me. Uninstall the game. That's also in the community quotes as well. Somebody told me to uninstall the game. Don't worry, it's somebody in this chat right now. Somebody in this chat right now. All of this for Xenos to get your attention. He's trying to relive that moment. I need someone to tell me that. Okay, all right. I need to lock in. I think I can do this next part, probably. I think. Wait, where's my? I need to bring this up. There we go. Are you describe what? No, what you are describing to be? No, I don't think so. No, I don't think that's. I do not believe so. Was that from Puppet's Bunker Run? Yeah, it was. It was from Puppet's Bunker Run. All 4 increases your item level. Shaba, stop. Wait, you're going. Man, this is why we gotta read chat. We gotta read chat so we can get some gems like this. Trust. Alright. Okay. Alright. So, I need to talk to the Immortal Pilot real quick. I talked to everyone else. We should be good. Let me skim really quickly. Okay. So it was Thanker this time mentioning, if his objective is death and destruction, the city-states would have been better objective. But something else on their agenda. Potentially dealing with the abductions. The Azure Dragoon. He's mysterious and he's doing whatever he wants. Okay. I just hope Ehrenwald and Ferdola are okay. I'm kind of nervous. We haven't seen them in a little bit. We need a heads up. Are they okay? Oh, Alizé just worrying about the Imperial soldiers, which we know not all of them are bad. Some of them were just conscripted, and that's just been their entire life. And we have known some of them to like run away and essentially just like change and be different. Okay. Greetings, we've been expecting you, but say the word and we shall depart for Paglathon. Oh my gosh, that's what it was! I thought it was a solo duty! Okay, I thought it was a solo duty. Okay, I thought it was just like, oh, we're gonna go on the battlefield and it's gonna be fine and super cool. I'm trying to think. Do I want to do this tonight or do I want to do it tomorrow? Because it's getting kind of late. Have fun. You call mod dibs. Annie, are you working tomorrow, by the way? Let me talk to everyone real quick. Wait, I want to see everyone's. I want to see. Wait. Everyone's here. Everyone's here. How much do you want to lock in tomorrow? I'll miss early stream. Okay, we'll do this one tonight. I'll be fine. It's gonna be so cool. We're gonna be so fine, and it's gonna be okay. All right. Okay. I need to hear everyone's voice lines.
I stand ever ready.
Victory will be ours.
Oh, I need to change so the healers can come in.
Let's give it our all.
My turn.
Okay, what if I want to hear the healers.
Our fates are not yet sealed.
My strength is yours.
Okay, and then I wanna small talk all of them really quickly. I know not what designs Telophorol have on Paglathon, but I do know. Sorry, I do not know what designs Telophorol have on Paglathon, but I do know they must be stopped for the good of the Amaja, and us all. I cannot talk. Okay, this probably is the last thing we're doing tonight. Whether he's here or not, we can be sure Fandaniel is behind this attack, and that would make me undoubtedly determined to see that it fails. By dealing with Lunar Bahamut and his horde, so too do we render aid to Ehrenwald and Fordola. Come, let us go. The grasslands of he's so cute. The grasslands of Paglathon will make for an open battlefield. Many though our enemies are, we will not have to fight them against the terrain at least. Like most who have spent time in Ul'dah, I have always seen eye to eye with the Amaja. I haven't always seen eye to eye with the Amaja, but today I will fight side by side with them in common cause, and hope that none of them remember me. I hope that none of them remember me. Oh, Thancred. At the cost of his own life, did Master Louiswall strike down the primal Bahamut. Whatever the true nature of this new incantation, it cannot be suffered to threaten the star. Okay. Once again, it makes me want to, like, the more I play Shadowbringers, the more I want to go back to Realm Reborn to, like, really get everything in. Do not perceive me. I feel that Thancred. Completely out of context, seeing Y'shtola use 3 of the fantasy words in one sentence. I like your funny, funny magic word. I like your funny words, magic lady. Bring OG my turn back. This dungeon was the first content I ever saw years before picking up the game, really? So normal, so regular. I was so regular and so normal. It's like, it's so fun. I know, so many words I can't say. Telophorol. How do I get this to stick in my brain? Telophorol, Paglathon. I know not what designs Telophorol have on the Paglathon, but I do know they must be stopped for the good of the Maja and us all. Telephone Roy. Telophoroy. Ugh! One day. I have it written down. It's my brain is not working tonight. It's okay. It's okay. Tomorrow it'll work better. It's just, what's gonna annoy me is I'm gonna have to edit my own VOD later on, and I'm gonna say it wrong every single time, and it makes me want to insert a correct pronunciation or a correct way I say it. I know, I'm putting an L at the end. I have it right here. Telophoroy. One day. Anyways, like I said, I'm gonna have to edit it, and it bothers me. Okay, let me read the new dungeon. Paglathon. Long have the sleeping plains of Paglathon been home to the nomadic Amaja. Though the herd of livestock keeps them constantly on the move, the permanent settlements of Zolmak form the seat of power and center of their society. It is there that the Telophoroi would wreak destruction, dispatching a vast host comprised of both imperial soldiers and tempered dragons. Ah, interesting. It's only tempered dragons and soldiers, with lunar Bahamut at its head. Yet even against these heretofore unimagined foes, the Amaja stand strong. With Estinian, the recently freed Tiamat, and the Eorzean alliance at their side, and eager to turn the tide. Okay, all right, cool. Definitely gonna play my main. I'm definitely gonna heal. If anybody would potentially like to join, could you do !join into the chat in order for me to get like a head count? And then what we'll end up doing is do a random roll to see who gets picked. Minus Annie's going because she has mod privileges. She's using her mod fast pass because I appreciate my mods. And I try to give you all at least one fast pass. And I'm gonna hopefully work on in the future making a mod application because I will probably need more mods for Endwalker. No, you're okay, Annie. It's fine for you to go ahead and even if you do fast pass into it, I would prefer if you put your name into it so I can drag your name up on the list. So yes, thank you. This is probably the last thing. Hopefully, I will do tonight. I hope there is a good stopping point after this. If not, into the early AM we go. We'll see. All right, let me do a head count really quickly. I see Nia, Stel, Saray, Gnome, Idolac, L, Kiwi. I see Teapot, Shaba, Annie. Does anybody else want to put their name into the hat before we draw? It's been so long since I played. I forgot there's a graphics update. It looks really good though. It's very nice, bok choy. Lean into it. Make it very obviously recorded later edit. Okay, all right. That's probably a good idea. And I have been getting a little bit better at editing things into. Recently, my recent edits, I've been feeling pretty good with it, and I need to continue to edit in order to like keep that muscle memory into it. Okay. So I will properly edit my voice into saying Telophoroi and Paglathon. Or honestly, I should just like reread the sentence and just insert it over what my voice is saying. An obvious dub. It's only mod nepotism. You only get it's at the moment like 1 per expansion, kind of 1 to maybe 2. We'll see. You can trust me to only say unhinged things. Will you potentially also occasionally put chat in emote mode and delete messages that are spoilery as well? If so, I might ask you to be on the mod team. Yesn't. The best stopping point is the end of Endwalker. Have you finished Endwalker yet? Yeah, Jake, have you even finished Endwalker? Who needs to sleep? No, we need to sleep. Nope. Have fun, you guys. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and roll as well. I got my dancing Moogle. Dancing Moogle circle, dancing for good luck. I appreciate it. Paglathon? I'm writing that down. Thank you. Paglathon. Okay, I'm saying it closer. Turns around to see Moogle circle. Is that your Lala? I love how the Lalas dance together. It's so cute. Don't need nepotism. RNG loves me. Totally trust. Okay. RNG, do you love Shaba? Do you love Shaba? Let me see. Okay. Annie, Idolac, and then also we got Nia. My Lala, but the Moogle minions are dancing. They're so cute. They look so good. Okay. I mean, we can always have a second. If anybody else wants to run it, we can always have a second group running it. Idolak, are you here? No, I don't see you right now. You were here earlier. Oh wait. I'm so sorry. There you are. Why didn't I see what? My brain did not see. I'm so sorry. Okay, cool. We're gonna run this mine as well, alright? Are we so ready? I hope, Shaba, I hope next time you can get in. If anybody ever wants to swap places. I'm soft blocked here, so a second group would be nice. Is anybody willing to do a second group with Stell? Stell's over here, if anybody else is wanting to go in. But I will first do... Well, Stell is also doing it the first time, so you will get tomes, by the way, if you do want to help somebody else do it. I can run second group? Okay, okay. Second group? Okay. Yes, exactly. If anybody needs to remember, second point chance, and also go get a new book from Chloe. I can help. I'm in game. Okay, so Stell, if you can invite... You have 3 people right here, unless Elle wants to come in as 2. There's a Lala over here, and then if you have enough people, just give us a heads up. You have if you have enough of them. Okay, okay. Stell, did you get everyone? Or do you want people to stand next to you if you want to go over here? Like, even more Orban levels of love? Honestly, there's a few things I would love to get into. There's a ways away. Okay, okay. Really? I hope hopefully we can get you in. Who else needs it? Come over here if you want to help with the second group. Tenka, over here. Sorry, stream delay. Oh, you're good. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna ready up my group as well. Okay, Nia, go as tough, as whatever you're comfortable with, and I should be fine. You can go, you can pull out, I don't care, actually don't care how much you pull. I should be fine. We should be good. I feel like I know White Mage enough, or well enough, so we should be okay. Enjoy! Thank you, we're gonna go straight through the wall. Okay, sounds good. I trust you. You're playing Warrior as well. You're not gonna die that easy. And also, I have Benediction and Temperance and all my lilies once they charge up. So I'm not worried, honestly. Like, this is, this is the easiest duo to probably play. Like, tank healer duo. And also, I trust my DPSs. Okay. Alright. New dungeon! 5.5 dungeon! I'm scared. I'm fine. I'm fine. It makes me wonder if there's gonna be another dungeon later. Ooh. Whoa! I gotta put in my other earbuds for this music. Should I turn up this music? This is a new one. Oh, is it Tiamat? Oh my gosh. Ascian vermin, you shall torment my children no longer. Oh my gosh! Are we gonna see Estinian later too? Ah, this music is gonna be good. Okay, don't go yet, don't go yet. I have to put in my other earbud. Put in my other earbud real quick. The mixing of this, I heard it later on. The other Amaja, song. Oh yeah, this is gonna be good. I like this. Okay. Sorry, hair. The music's so good in Shadowbringers. Roll up my sleeves. Okay, Nia, I'm good when you are. Glory be Garlemald. There's also... Oop. Oh, just a little bit of holy spam. As a treat. Oh, a dragon! Oh, he's munching at me. For the Empire? Whoa, wait. Lesser Tello Dragon? Wait. Was this a soldier turned? Look! His... I don't think that's one of Tiamat's... Oh my gosh! Whoa! Okay, alright. Keep going. We're good. We're good. Okay, sorry. Thank you for stopping occasionally for me to look around as well. Help us here! Oh, the couples! Oh, frick. Okay, wait. Whoa, no! Some of these smaller dragons as well! Oh, frick. Okay, sorry. I'm so sorry. I probably shouldn't have done the stun. A lot of these dragons are saying glory be to Garlemald. Even the lesser ones too. So I wonder if some of them ended up... No, that wasn't worth it. Let me show you the way. Whoa! Thank you! Okay, alright. Oh my gosh. The music's so good! No, seriously though, like, I think some of them turned. I think some of these are just, like, were people. Because otherwise, how would they, like... Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think some of the Imperial soldiers had turned, or some of the people in Garlemald, the Garleans had turned. I don't know, but maybe the dragons. Okay, anyways, it's fine. We can go. We can do a countdown if you want. Maybe it's some of the dragons who are just saying it, but I don't know. It feels weird to me. Wait, I don't know where to go! Oh, frick. Oh, maybe this is not a good idea. I, did have to place it? Oh, boy. Well, we have no rezzers, do we? Oh, wait, we have a Phoenix down. Phoenix down time! Thank you. So I didn't know how to place that. So that was my bad. Sorry. Oh, I have a bone. Okay. Oh, okay, it placed. I should be okay. Okay, so I just needed to be somewhere where it just places automatically. I see, I see. Yeah, we're gonna have to definitely do this in Discord later on. To explain the mechanics a little bit better. For me, yeah. Ooh. Just that first time, I definitely did it very wrong. Thank you for Phoenix Downs! Ooh. Oh, frick. Oh, so I definitely didn't do it right. If anyone wants to explain the lightning mechanic, I'd be happy to learn. The tower! We need to just... I think it's fine. Okay. Place lightning... Oh, these ones! These ones? These poles right here? Oh! You stand near one of the poles on the outside. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, I got it. All right, cool. I just thought that makes sense. I guess I just never thought that the part of like the environment would be like that. Asinian!
The Amalja are in trouble. Let's split up.
Asinian! Oh my gosh, come back, stop. Come back. Wait, Tiamat! Oh my gosh, wait. Sorry, like the dialogue as well. It's so good! Wait! Everic's here and Lucia's here too! Oh, that's so cool. I love it. Wait, let me give a regen to both of them. I was like, I couldn't tell earlier. Wait, we shall see to the wounded safely. You are needed elsewhere? Oh my gosh! Help is on the way. Hold on a little longer. I really like seeing the dialogue and like seeing like, I don't know, the little stuff like this. Lucia! Oh my gosh. It's so cool. They have to be electrified though. Oh, okay. So wait, no. The electrified ones means that they are already been placed down. Okay, we can go to the next area. Look at the sky. The sky is... Wait, there's dragons! Whoa, wait! Whoa! The dragons are coming out of the tower! No! So they are being turned! Oh. Oh, okay. Alright. Let's go, Nia. I don't like this.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, Astinian! Oh my gosh, where'd he go? Tiamat! Oh, she's so cool! I love our friends. I love our allies. My 4 children. The time has come. Oh, I'm gonna give a regen to Tiamat too. She says children specifically. I think certain ones. Could you lend us your aid? Then let us crush this accursed war machine. This is a really good one. This reminds me of Garlemald. The ones that are enthralled are saying glory to be Garlemald. For glory be to Garlemald. Tempered. Okay. It makes me keep thinking, okay, glory be to Garlemald. We're gonna figure it out. We're gonna figure out what's going on here. Prepare to fire. Okay, mechanics coming in. Oh, mechanics coming in. I see, I see. Okay. Oh, I don't like this. Oh crap. Okay, got this. Oh, we gotta jump up! Ooh, okay, so we have to defeat the core. Ooh! There's more things to look out for! Gotta go back to the middle. Time to go back up. Our flames will clear the way. Prepare to strike again. You have to pay attention next time? Okay, I'll pay attention next time. We did it! Okay, okay, cool, 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 cool. Man, this song would be so good as like, this song specifically would be so good to like listen to like during a gym or like at the gym. Okay, all right. Let's go. The sun is setting. They are flying out of the tower. Tello Dragon. I will call unto my children. The icons. Oh my gosh! My children shall. Oh my gosh! Okay, this is really cool. Wait. Okay. Oh, this is so neat! She's so cool. She's so cool. I'm regenning Tiamat. Okay. Let's go, tank. So I think the Tello tech, or no, the Tello dragons are the ones. Oh, it's Lunar Bahamut! Oh. Telithrium. Lunar Bahamut! Ah! Tiamat knows it's a fake. Oh, it hit! The Tiamat though! Oh, I said earlier, I was hoping that Tiamat gets to hopefully fight the fake Bahamut. She was able to do it! Okay, alright. That was really cool seeing that. It was cool to see both of them in action, right? And I hope we get to see it again. I hope Tiamat's okay. Where's Justinian? Where are they? Okay, we're fine. We're fine. All the dragons are in this one. Yeah. And then those are the ones that are also saying glory be to Garlemald and everything, right? So I think they're like, they must be like fake dragons from the tower or something. Anyways, we're gonna learn in time. Okay, all right. All right, I'm good when you are. Twist his screen. Ooh, okay, towers. I have... Bruh, really? I got a vault from that? I'm fine, I'm fine. Akmorn? Oh my gosh, we're so back in Nidhogg Mine. I'm so glad I topped Temperance there. Mega Flare? Oh, frick. Where should I go first? No, I don't wanna. Okay. I didn't know if it was gonna hurt you really badly. Oh. So it shrinks over time. Okay. Giga Flare. Oh, it's Akmorn again! Fun! I know, the snapshot. Akmorn, my old friend. So we have to kind of essentially see where it drops off first. And we kind of move that way. Okay. This is my alarm to go to sleep. I'm ignoring my lilies! I should not do that! It's in the middle. Okay, nice. I'm glad it gives you a little bit of time. Oh, I'm dumb. Can I get out of that? Did I have to stay in it? I don't know. Wait. Did I have to stay in that or could I move? I was like, this kind of hurts. No, I did have to stay in that. I was like, this kind of hurts. What's going on? Is this a healer check? I didn't know. Okay, we're fine. We're fine now. Anyways, we did it. Good job, nice. I was like, I'm about to hit benediction. I didn't have it. I was like, oh. It's like, I think I need to move right now. Man, I'm a little nervous. We're fine. We're fine. We did it! We Thank you! You may be main healer, but the tank brain was taken over? Yeah. I was like, well, I don't know what I'm doing right now. So rare, actually. Is it a nice piece? We did it! Oh, it's cute. It's actually kind of cute. I like it. I think it would look better on a tall than my small, but I think this would be a good tall chess piece. G-pose? Yeah, we can do a G-pose. What am I gonna do? B-pose. Good night, Nina. Sleep well. Take care. Hopefully we can see you tomorrow. It's a good top. I like it. It's cute. Good night. Sleep well. If anybody does need to wind down or pass out or anything like that, I'm gonna hopefully go ahead and talk to everyone. Like go see what their dialogue is, head out, and then I hope it's a good stopping point because my brain is like really smushed right now. As you can see, it was slowly degrading throughout the dungeon. But yes, I actually might end up taking a small break as well, small food break. And yeah. And a small ad break and food break. Oops. I think I have to individually pause everyone. So cute! Oh my gosh! Let me work on the lighting real quick. Hi Hellhound, how's it going? Watching the video on the second boss's exposure and no clue what's going on. There's a lot going on. Okay. Thank you for tanking. Thanks for DPSing. There's only one death and it was me, so not too bad. That's pretty good. Also, give me 1 second. I gotta double check something real quick. Did a bug fly down? I don't know what just happened. I'm feeling like kind of shaky. I think I need food real quick. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get food, okay? I need to eat something. How did you portal into the background to be away? Oh. wait, I'll be right back. Sorry if you heard my alarm going off. I'm so sorry. I'm alive. I don't think we've done boss 2 yet, Moon. I want to. Thank you, Nia. I also love seeing, yeah, like this area, yeah, this environment. We haven't really seen it like a lot of this either. It's really fun that they like kind of showcasing it and seeing like, and we're able to see new areas. Not even new areas. It's areas that are like you said, like are not undiscovered, but like unexpanded upon, really. Okay. I had grapes. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Expansion upon Thanalan. Not all desert. I had some chips, and I had a little bit of some stuff in the fridge, and I have grapes, and I think I need to eat this earlier. I'm gonna check real quick if I have any cilantro in my teeth. Nope, I'm good. Oh no! Are you gonna have to boil water the old-fashioned way? I'm gonna get kicked? Okay, I gotta lock in, I'm sorry. Alright. I'm going to... I have one more grape, okay. I'm going to look at our companions real quick. Get dialogue. And go in. Also, congrats! I hope it was fun. I hope it was fun hanging out with everyone. Let's see. Alfie? Our efforts may have helped Ferdola and Ehrenwald escape. Is that the last we've seen of Bahamut? I hope so, but hopefully Tiamat's wounds are not too severe. Our allies have steered well clear. Our allies have steered well clear of the tower. For good reason. I'm so ready to eat. I'm so ready after this stream to eat a bunch of food. They certainly know how to handle themselves. Eranger, any dialogue? Will not soon forget this day. They had to fight hard for this. To protect their lands. Okay. I'm going to put a lip balm and go into this cutscene. Ooh, what'd you end up getting at Panda Express? I like getting the little main and the veggies, the steamed veggies, and then I like getting teriyaki chicken and depending on the day, I usually get the mushroom chicken for more veggies and more protein, but orange chicken can be good. I like the honey walnut shrimp is good too. I never get steak items because they're just more expensive. Such devastation. Stayed quiet and didn't bring down the mood. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry you had to deal with that, or like deal with like somebody like who you're just uncomfortable to be around. Hopefully they left afterwards. Okay. Alright, cutscene. Cutscene. There. No! We're so back in Heaven's Ward! Oh, this song. Right after the Nidhogg battle. Children of man, the shade of my beloved is no more, and I shall be forever in your debt. By your deeds are we set free, and free we shall remain. As long as I draw breath, never again shall the dragons of Mercidia hearken to lies of the Assassins. This I vow. Oh, she's free!
Noble warriors, the dragons chose their friends well.
Is this an Amaja leader?
Long have our peoples waged war, but no more. Your fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice.
You would make peace with Ul'dah then? We would be proud to call you our allies. Then let us put the past behind us.
The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Garleans who are deserving of our fury.
I wonder if they know anything about
I shall
the
see that
kidnapping.
my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause, till we meet again.
The Garleans really do be uniting all of Eorzea.
And thus did we make allies of the Amalja.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
Man, they're really pulling out all the best hits in terms of like songs. But the dragons that came out of the tower. Sometime earlier inside Paglathon. No. What? Oh my gosh. They're being used to power? Oh, that sound.
What in Ralga's name happened here?
More war crimes! Sorry.
But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Quickly! We've got to get them free!
Airball. No.
Get back!
No! What have I done?
It's too late for them. We're leaving, now.
He needs to listen to her. Oh my gosh. This is Allegan level war crimes. What's happening? What activated? What's going on? Verdola! Oh my gosh!
No! Don't you dare! We came together and we're leaving together.
Oh my gosh, no! What in the world? Oh my goodness! Okay, so oh my gosh, no! Sorry, the cut, the dramatic cliffhanger. Time for bed. Oh my gosh, it's time for bed now. I haven't even finished talking to Alpha yet. Annie, you could have lied to me and said, "Oh, I can't do it tomorrow. I would have done it tonight. Otherwise, I would have figured I would have done this tomorrow." Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. My brain. He better be good on his promise, okay? He better be good on his promise. We came in together, we're living together. They better be leaving together. They have to leave together. They have to leave together. To be fair, I do have Aaron's turn on. Okay, all right. Sweet dreams. He's a paladin. He can invul. Is he a paladin though, or is he just a knight right now, or a warrior? He has Sheltron. Is Sheltron enough? Is Sheltron enough? Provoke was on cooldown, so you had to pull aggro manually. Aaron and Ferdola are in a free prog, which also I was looking at that. I was like, wait a second. That looked familiar. And it was like the way that it moved. I was like, I know I've seen that before. I know I've seen that recently. A free. Oh my goodness, my brain. I need to write down notes. Okay, number one, I'm so glad I went to eat. I took an emergency snack break because I was not feeling it at all. I was like very low energy. I was kind of shaky. I'm so glad I ate in order to be able to see that. But purple, oh my goodness. Okay, question, just to clarify, were the Amaja the ones that had summoned a Freet? Were they? Just double checking. I just want to remember my reminder. Yes, thank you. Oh my goodness, just also remembering this now. No wonder people have been getting kidnapped. Like the native tribes, people been getting kidnapped. Okay, so earlier, this was earlier in the tower, which means it probably was not happening simultaneously, but then that means hopefully they're okay, hopefully they escaped. But the tower went off, a Freet was there. Did he get summoned? Did they make an Freet? Oh my gosh, did they literally use the people? Did they use the people in order to summon? Extracting their prayers for summons? Oh my gosh. This, like I said, this is like Allegan levels of like messed up in war crimes. Man, I could have really done this tomorrow. I could have done this tomorrow. We did it today. We did it right before bed. He better be good on his promise. Ehrenwald, you and Verdola better have gone out of there alive. Both of you. Like, absolutely no way around it. Both of you need to come out. That was absolutely a cutscene. That was like, that was super, super body horror as well. Like, inside that tower, I couldn't have imagined that's what was gonna be in there. And now we get Ulda Night Theme to lull us to bed, I guess, and fireworks in the background. Time for bed. Oh my gosh. All over again. Sweet horrors beyond my comprehension. Imagining being so hateable that everyone hates you. Everyone who hates you teams up against you, right? It's like literally the Garlean Empire is bringing everyone together in the way they did not expect. Against them, not with them. I mean, when did they really ever want to have? That was never really actually the big grand scheme Ascian plan to have everyone under the Garlean Empire. But, you know, whatever. Peace breaking out all over! Oh my gosh, my brain. So much. Also, always happy to see Estinian. So happy. Don't hit the Ifrit. Don't hit... Wait, no. And you wanted... So you wanted a stopping point. So... Okay. So I have not gotten an achievement. But that is for sure... That was a stopping point? It took 3 months after that for y'all to get more? So was it like half... You got half the patch or something? Or is it like a 5.5 and then like a 5.5? Like was it like a 0.5 and then a 5.4 or 5.5 or something? What do you think could be in the tower? Horror sci-fi body horror. Sultana dreaming is a drive. It's to drive away the nightmares. So just stream 2 more hours and it will be tomorrow. It's already tomorrow. It's already 1 a.m. for me. I know. I think it was like 5.5 was like in a month and then some changes. Yes, a 5.5. So we all got all the patch, I'm pretty sure. Okay. All right. Whew. Okay. Let me talk to everyone. None of us technically know what just happened there. To see the Amaja fighting alongside us, To see the Amaja fighting alongside us brought to mind the Zun of the Crystarium. I pray that our peoples can forge bonds as strong as those of our counterparts in the First. I think so. From what I can tell, there didn't seem to be many Imperials in the vicinity of the tower. Hopefully Ehrenwald will have used the opportunity to get in and out undetected. Honestly, for Ehrenwald, I like him immediately going to their aid, which I think it's very admirable, right? But I think he was being a little he was acting a little bit on impulse and instead of realizing, okay, we need to assess the situation. What is happening? What's going on? Like, will something happen if we try to help them? It's like, where's our escape plan? How are we going to get out? What's going to happen? And I think it's just like, probably an experience thing, right? But like, I hope he's going to be okay. I hope him and Ferdola can get out. I don't know. My brain, with the Ifrit and everything. I doubt she will be... No, Tiamat did all she promised and more this day. But I doubt she will be satisfied. Nay, she will fight on in defense of her children, wherever so they may be. Oh, Tiamat. I'm so glad we got to see her and Estinian. That was really cool to see for them. Like, them fighting alongside each other. It would take more than a single victory to wash away all the bad blood between men and Amaja, but one has to start somewhere. Though the day is won, thanks to no small part of thy valor, the Telophoroi, are far from defeated. Yet be that it may, 'tis only right that we rejoice in the lunar Bahamut's banishment unto the ether. I hope he doesn't come back. Well, it would be too much to hope that we have seen the last of Van Daniel. We have dealt his schemes a telling blow this day, and that alone is cause to celebrate. And celebrate I will when we receive word from word of Ehrenveld's safe return. Oh. How do I have so much stuff? I know why. Don't worry. Don't look at my inventory too closely. Oh, frick. Don't look! Don't look away! It's not this bad, I promise! Usually. Please, it's usually not this bad. The reason why I have so much stuff is I'm giving it away to somebody, okay? I forgot to take it out. When was I start MSQ? Oh, frick. What do I even get rid of? Here, I'm gonna discard one of these. It only got bad because I have a friend who just got a apartment, right? Who has an apartment, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna give you stuff. And I forgot to take it out. I promise, it's not usually this bad. Usually I have two full slots open. Well, it'd be too much to hope. Okay, yes, yeah. Super cool. Okay, so Paglathon for trust now. Ah! Sorry! It's question mark. It's question mark. I promise. I truly promise. Like, check my last stream. My inventory is not usually this bad. It has not been like full like this in literally months. I promise. I'm literally like, I can even prove it. Like, all of it, like, this whole side, I'm giving away. This side, I was working on my yard, okay? I promise. Don't look at it. Okay, just erase your memory until tomorrow. And then come back and it'll be clean. Okay? What do you mean, yikes? Don't look at it. All right. It's erased. Okay, perfect. I actually don't have an inventory. It's that erased, actually. I'm gonna need 2 gil. I forgot. No, I'm not giving you 2 gil. No. Don't try to trade me. Go away. I need 1 million gil. No, go away. I'm going into the inn. Don't try to trade me. Don't look at it. Stop, don't lie. Imagine the Men in Black flash memory thing. Point and stare and laugh and stare and laugh and point. Don't do that. All right. Anyways, so everyone, thank you so much for being here for the stream. I can't believe what happened. We now in the inn to lull us to bed because that was for sure absolutely a cutscene. That was 100% very much a cliffhanger. Was not expecting it. I don't think anybody was ever. I'm excited for tomorrow. So how many hours? How long do y'all think tomorrow's stream was gonna be if I finish Shadowbringers? If I like fully like lock in and I finish Shadowbringers with a little bit of notes, do you think it's gonna be like? Do you think it's actually gonna be 12 hours? Like, today was not my best focus day. I also did not eat properly, so my focus dwindled. If we lock in 5. Start early. Okay, I'm gonna start early. Tomorrow we're starting at... Wait, okay. Is 1 early enough, Win? Do you think if I start at 1 EST, it'll be early enough? 5 to 6? Okay, alright. I can... How about I conservatively estimate 8 hours? Maybe, right? If I have enough, like, snack breaks and everything. But if we finish earlier, great. If we finish later, I'll still have time. If I start at 1. Yeah? How many hours yapping will there be? I'm not sure. Maybe at the beginning, I'm gonna hopefully schedule in maybe 30 to 45 minutes at the beginning. 8 sounds right for us? Okay. I'm down for 8. I think 8 will probably be a comfortable number then. Yeah. Okay. 8-ish. There's a lot of reading. Okay, that's fine. And there's a lot of reading. I wonder if there'll be a lot of note taking. So I'm trying to account note taking into the 8-hour estimate, and I'm hoping to start probably around 1. If I get up earlier, if I am awake earlier, we can start earlier. But I think 1 EST is the estimated start time. Is my goal. So hopefully that'll be okay. I think we should be good if I estimate 8 and overestimate it. And I actually start on time. Like, I actually am awake. Okay, I'm gonna start DMing you at noon. Yeah, you're welcome to. Yeah, you're gonna 100% DM me. Before at noon and, like, wake me up. Or not even wake me up. Just to, like, say, oh, wait, my melatonin? Oh, do I have one left? I have 1 melatonin left, actually. Wait a second. I'll take it live on stream. This has a child safety lock on the melatonin, so children can't overdose on it. Turn off raids? Okay. Oh, 11 my time. Okay, I'm good with that too. I need to pick up more. I'm sorry, I have no more. I also need to pick up more. Okay. Turn off raids. We'll find a friend to raid. Everyone, thank you so much for being here. Okay, I'm gonna hopefully start around the latest 1 p.m. EST tomorrow is the intended start time, right? I'll make sure I have food, I eat, we lock in. At the beginning of tomorrow's stream as well, we'll end up rewatching that cutscene, right? We're gonna rewatch the cutscene. I'm also hopefully gonna take notes right after stream and just kind of like, write down what we kind of saw and what we took in. And I'm hoping that we finish Shadowbringers tomorrow. Tomorrow is finale day, I think. Tomorrow's finale day. It's gonna happen. I hope you're ready. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. I'm definitely not ready. But I hope you are. We'll see. I think we should be able to do it. Honestly, today's stream was really wonky because at the beginning of today's stream was like, I talked for like 2 hours. I was kind of like, I was a little out of it. I hadn't streamed earlier this week, so I was a little out of practice. And today's start was just kind of wonky overall. My week overall was a little rough, but we're streaming now. We're having fun. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be so fun. We're gonna be super normal. I will say, so the goal is tomorrow we finish Shadowbringers, and then my estimated Endwalker start day is gonna be my birthday, which is September 7th. So I'm excited and nervous about that. If I need more time, I mean, depending on what happens tomorrow, whether it emotionally changes and scars me or not, and I feel like I may or may not need more time, and I'll update you, but my intended start date is going to be September 7th for Endwalker. If something else happens, you'll know. You'll be there tomorrow. I'll let you know. So next week, though. Next week we'll probably end up doing... Honestly, I was thinking about potentially binging Expedition 33 in the meanwhile. I don't know if that's a good idea or not, but once again, I'll let you know. Anyways, my brain is like super smushy. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being such wonderful company, and I hope I was good company back. I think today was fun. We had a couple more quotes, some hilarious, wonderful quotes. Honestly, at the beginning, truly, even up until the dungeon, we were doing pretty good. Like 5.5, this part of 5.5 actually was like very, like, it wasn't uplifting, but it was like on a very, like, it was on a nice note, right? It was like actually relatively happy on the more wholesome side. You know, we got some we got some trauma. Tiamat went to therapy, and like that, honestly, that's a huge step. That's a huge step in Final Fantasy. Like, somebody went to therapy, and she's changed because of it. And we got to see Estinian again, and I'm really happy about that. And he made an enemy out of Alizé, which is also hilarious. Actually, a lot happened today, and it was really fun. I'd love to just play that beginning part again. It was so funny. Tomorrow we'll have to watch the cutscene. We'll have to watch the Alizé cutscene as well. Where we basically, when we talk about Estinian in Ishgard with her, I'm excited for that. You're cool and I enjoy your streams. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for being here. But yes, Expedition 33 will probably end up starting from the beginning because I actually had played a little bit of it, like 4 streams worth. I didn't get very far, but I think I'm gonna have to replay it from the beginning, and yeah, it'll be interesting. Probably cry again. Twice as rugged. I know, twice as rugged. An Ilm Taller and twice as rugged. The twins really do be no, they're really shining. They're so cute. It makes me really happy. Like Alize really got to like, you know, really got to like know her, like not like find her calling. I think that's the right phrase. Yeah, she really got to find her calling and like what her passions are, right? And I love the little tidbits that each of them tell about each other, about like Alize to Alfie and Alfie to Alize. Like the little things about how he didn't make friends with other boys, or like how like Alfie is actually more similar to his mom in some regards, right? And I don't know, I think it's just very sweet and how much they care for each other. And I'm excited. I'm excited to see how Estinian fits into the family dynamic, being their older brother now. Now they have a big brother, and like it's just so fun picking on Estinian. He's so funny, and I like bothering him. It's so fun. I'm so glad to see him again, because honestly, I harped on Estinian in Cloud Top. When we were going through Cloud Top with Yazael, I was like, he's always being so mean. He's like a jerk being like a butt, right? But he's softened up for sure. And I think, like, you know, once defeating Nidhogg and like him essentially not on the revenge path 24/7, I think he's definitely softened up. And it's very fun to kind of like, I don't know, to get him to know him a little bit better. Uncle, big brother, yeah, something like that. I would say big brother. And yes, his fear of Lalas is fantastic. Truly. Find you a man who fears Lalas. Sorry. It's so funny. It's so funny. Anyways, yeah, find you a man who fears Lalas. He might be a keeper, or he might be very traumatized because of childhood trauma or something. I don't know. That's partially why I loved him. He got better. He did get better. I like that. I love him. I love like his arc and his like how he's changed over time. Cause he's still so grumpy and so blunt and a little obnoxious sometimes, right? But like you can see how much he cares. Like you can see the soft side instead of him like non-stop fighting with Yazael. Like him and Yazael fighting like an old married couple non-stop, which I miss her so much. He might need to go to therapy. I know, he does. He definitely does. He's gone through a lot. His backstory is very sad. What does he call Tataru? That damn secretary? Yeah. Oh, Super, did you see when it was Graha saying to Estinian, like, how about like he would love to like talk to each other more, because Estinian was like, you are not as young as you seem, are you? And Graha was like, yeah, I mean, I'd be happy to talk about it over some freshly brewed tea from Tataru, like Tataru's freshly brewed tea or whatever, right? And he's like, to be indebted to Tataru over some leaves and hot water, and he does not want to be indebted to her for just that. Did you finish 9? Yes, I have finished 9. I really love 9, actually. 9 holds a very special place in my heart. So does 4, so does 6. But my son, Vivi, is a 9, okay? I love him so much. I love Vivi. I love Vivi so much. I'm so very normal about my son Vivi. He is so sweet. I love him so much. It's fine. I'm fine. Anyways, yeah, we're gonna work on that. I need to work on editing those VODs one day. Sleep time. It is 1 a.m. The ultimate son. I love Vivi. He is best boy. Vivi also carried us so hard at the end of Disc 4. I would not have beaten Disc 4 at the level that I was without Vivi. He just focused, he hyper-focused, and he carried us through with max damage. Every single battle. He went, yeah, 100% went sicko mode. Okay, alright, I'm sorry. You're right. Everyone's so right. I actually need to go to sleep. I'm sorry. I'm gonna keep talking about Vivi if I don't go to sleep. Alright, everyone, thank you for being here, by the way. It's been a lot of fun. I actually, I didn't realize my bad. I didn't realize I was still on display mode. No wonder everything was really wonky. I didn't turn this off earlier. I didn't show anything weird, right? I don't think I would've. Wait, who's Vivi? Vivi from Final Fantasy IX. I love him so much, and he's so adorable, and he is best boy forever and ever. And that's my son. That's my son, Vivi. Alright. Who's online? Who can we say hi to tonight? Let's see. Never heard of him? You want me to tell you about Vivi? The best boy in Final Fantasy IX? Ever? Tell me more. Okay, I'll tell you more as I try to find a person to raid tonight. No. I have a target if you need. I'm trying to figure. I'm double checking to see if they're. Oh my gosh! No, I know who we're gonna raid. Actually, this person usually actually doesn't stream during this time, and they've actually raided me a few times actually, and they're usually very EU friendly. They're an Oceania, but I'm actually really excited to be able to raid them. So we're gonna actually go raid Flows. Flows is currently doing. Is this PvP? I actually don't know. It's something that I don't know about actually, but it's okay. It'll be great because they play Final Fantasy 14 and they were currently a Lala. Are they currently a Lala right now? Let me see. No, they went back to a Tall. They're a bun. But maybe we can bully them to becoming a Lala again. Okay, all right. Yeah, let's go say hi to Flows. Everyone, thank you for being here again for the millionth time. I will see you all tomorrow. Like I said, around 1 p.m. EST is my intended start time. I'm actually gonna set my alarms. I'm gonna eat food, immediately pass out, set my alarms. Let's go say hi to Flows. They actually do variety they do variety in general, but they also definitely play a lot of Final Fantasy 14, which is always fun. And they're really nice. They raided me a few times and I like to lurk and hang out in their streams. But everyone, sleep well, take care. I will hopefully see you all tomorrow. If anything happens, I'll let you know. And what is this actually? It looks like PvP. Yeah, yeah, this looks like PvP, but I don't think I've actually intended it. Or I've done it before. Okay, raid. Let me say goodnight to everyone. Okay, everyone, have a good rest of your day, good rest of your night, sleep well, take care. If you have to work tomorrow, I hope it goes well. I will see you very soon. Remember to take care of yourself before you take care of others. Remember, be kind to yourself because you're worth it. And get some good rest, alright? Bye, Pyroth. Bye, Chill. Or good night, Pyro. Good night, Chill. Good night, Stell. Good night, Teapot. Good night, Elle. Good night, Annie. Good night, Thistle. Good night, Sarai. Good night, Menu. Good night, Ryo. I can tell you more about Vivi tomorrow if you want. Let me tell you all about Vivi and why he is best boy, and I love him so much and why he's my son. Good night, Ryo. Good night, Super. Good night, Win. Thank you for yelling at me a bajillion times to go to sleep. Good night, Gail. Thank you for staying up. Oh, good night. No, well, good morning to you, actually. It is late. Well, early. No, it's early. Good night, Sega. Good night, Leon. Thank you for being here. Good night, Nia. Good night, Cyber. Vivi's great. He's so great. He's so wonderful. Okay, I'll see y'all later. Good night. Take care. And, yeah, we're gonna be really super normal tomorrow about finale. It'll be fine. Okay, I'll see you soon. Copy a raid message. Where's the Vivi plush? I literally, you know what Vivi plush I want? I want the little action figure one, but it's out of stock. Okay,